Chapter 1179. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Zichun looked at the tribulation clouds calmly. When the first bolt of lightning struck, he knew that his tribulation was unusual. The lightning that had just dissipated in the tribulation clouds gathered again. Thousands of lightning bolts shot out of the clouds and lit up the surroundings. There's still a tribulation. I knew it. How could Zichun's tribulation lightning be so weak? There's still the power of rules flowing in the sky. It seems different from before. Yes, the previous rules were very ordinary. This time, it seems to be the rules of water. Oh my God! Zichun has comprehended the rules of water of the 5 elements. No wonder he's Zichun. The mocking voices turned into gasps of surprise. The mocking expressions on everyone's faces turned into shock. Su Mengyao's lips twitched as she looked at the law of water that enveloped Zichun's body. She had a bad feeling in her heart as she muttered, "Don't tell me that he has to relive everything that he has experienced in the past." The rules of water were the second rule that Zichun had comprehended. Thunder roared and the dark sky suddenly brightened. The divine lightning with the rules of water struck. The glaring silver light cut through the darkness and lit up the land. Boom! The divine lightning struck Zichun accurately. The golden light around Zichun dissolved the destructive power of the divine lightning. Then, he began to absorb the power of lightning and the rules of water. The tribulation lightning in the sky was on a scale. It was comparable to Zichun's status. The Earth Yuan cultivators held their breaths and looked up at the sky in shock. The second bolt of lightning struck. The third bolt of lightning struck. The rules of water flowed in every bolt of lightning. The power of the divine lightning kept increasing. Zichun's expression was still calm. At this moment, he had the same guess as Su Mengyao. He guessed that his tribulation would take a long time. Therefore, he had to conserve his energy as much as possible. Fortunately, he had 3 pages of the heavenly book and was known to be perfect. His power was so strong that he could pass through the rules of water with ease. 9 bolts of divine lightning fell one after another. Zichun was bathed in the lightning and successfully passed the tribulation. 2 types of rule-bending powers revolved around his body. With the addition of 2 types of rule-bending powers, Zichun was now able to mobilize 2 types of rule-bending powers. Everyone was incomparably shocked. They felt that Zichun was indeed worthy of his reputation. He had grasped one more law than the others. Furthermore, he was not injured at all when facing such a terrifying lightning tribulation. After passing through the law of water, the tribulation clouds in the sky did not dissipate. Instead, they continued to expand, and the pressure became even stronger. What's going on? The pressure has become even stronger. Could it be that there are rules? That's impossible. It's already not easy for one person to comprehend 2 laws. How could there be more? Everyone's expression changed as they looked up at the sky. However, when they saw the 3rd law flashing in the sky, they were all stunned. The laws of wood. His 3rd law is the laws of wood. Zichun has actually comprehended the laws of wood. A single person actually comprehended 3 types of laws? How is that possible? How did he do it? The 3 laws that were completely out of the ordinary shocked everyone. Tyrant looked at Zichun from afar. However, he had a different opinion in his heart. He said, he does have some tricks up his sleeves. However, if he only comprehended 3 types of laws, what's the use? As for the laws of thunder, that's the most suitable for him. No matter how many other laws there are, they're just trash. LV Punk said, the tribulation is not over yet. Perhaps it's still to come. I think Zichun has been in the world for 1,000 years. He shouldn't have only gained this much. Tyrant continued, I really don't know what Zichun is thinking. He actually comprehended these useless broken laws in 1,000 years. Hee. However, if that's really the case, then that's great. I can guarantee that I'll teach Zichun a lesson whenever I want in the future. Everyone looked at Tyrant with disdain. The laws of wood appeared between heaven and earth. After sensing the laws of wood that Zichun had originally refined were completely activated. They appeared from within Zichun's body and began to transform his body. Thunder rumbled in the sky again. There were still 9 divine thunderbolts that struck down one after another. The power of these 9 divine thunderbolts was almost the same as the one from the laws of water. Zichen easily passed through them without any injuries. Immediately after, the laws of wood gave birth to fire. The laws of earth gave birth to fire. The laws of metal gave birth to earth. The range of the tribulation clouds had completely expanded to 100 miles away. A terrifying pressure swept through the world. While the cultivators were shocked, they also felt the threat of death and immediately retreated far away. Zichen's body was bathed in golden light. He was going through the tribulation lightning of the laws of metal. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. He didn't comprehend one of the laws of 5 elements. He has successfully comprehended the laws of 5 elements. Is he even human? To think that he could comprehend 6 types of laws all by himself. Furthermore, there are even 5 elements that have reached perfection. Among the Earth Yuan cultivators, the ones who were the most shocked were, of course, the 5 elements forces. This was because when they were going through the tribulation, they only comprehended one of the 5 elements. After seeing Zichen comprehend it, they were already in disbelief. However, they never expected Zichen to comprehend 5 laws at once. The 9 laws of metal landed one after another. Rolling thunder rumbled in the surroundings. All the Earth Yuan cultivators looked up at the sky in shock. 5 laws. This is no weaker than the laws of thunder. Although it's not suitable for Zichen, it's very powerful, Tyrant muttered. Zichen successfully passed through 5 laws. However, it didn't end there. The tribulation clouds in the sky didn't continue to expand. However, the originally pitch-black tribulation clouds instantly turned into 5-colored light. The entire world was illuminated with 5 colors. Within the 5 colors, the laws formed by the power of 5 elements were circulating. This time, it was the true laws of 5 elements. The laws of 5 elements merged into one. Cries of surprise rang out in the surroundings again. Especially the 5 elements forces, their expressions changed drastically. Zichen's 5 elements lightning tribulation had already shocked them greatly. However, they didn't expect him to start the 5 elements lightning tribulation now. At this moment, Zichen didn't comprehend 5 laws. Instead, he comprehended one called the laws of 5 elements. Its power was naturally many times stronger than the laws of 5 elements alone. Even Tyrant, who had been emphasizing that it was suitable, had a change of expression. He exclaimed, "The laws of 5 elements. It's actually the laws of 5 elements." The tribulation clouds in the sky emitted a 5-colored light. The laws of 5 elements merged together and appeared between heaven and earth. Below, Zichen's body emitted a pure light of the power of 5 elements. One law after another was added to his body, forming various defenses that protected Zichen within. A suffocating pressure came from the sky. This pressure made everyone feel the threat of death. The group of Earth Yuan cultivators retreated again and again. At this moment, there was only shock and awe in their hearts. Looking at Zichen, who was in his peak condition, Xingdali sighed and said, "He is indeed blessed by the heavens." If there wasn't a single 5 elements lightning tribulation, Zichen would definitely die if he encountered the 5 elements lightning tribulation. Unfortunately, with the 5 elements lightning tribulation, he is able to manipulate the laws of the 5 elements. In the sky, a colorful light bloomed. A 5-colored divine thunder descended from the sky. Thunder rumbled and reverberated in the holy region. The dazzling, colorful light illuminated an area of 100 miles. Feeling the terror of the lightning tribulation, Zichen mobilized the laws of 5 elements to form the tightest defense. The colorful thunder fell and hit Zichen. The laws of 5 elements collided with the laws of 5 elements. Zichen's body shook, and he was smashed down to the tribulation stage below. Zichen, who was in a defensive state, was forced to retreat. This was the first time he was forced to retreat since facing the lightning tribulation. After getting up, Zichen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He mobilized the laws of 5 elements and refined them into his body. At the same time, he was healing his injured body. Boom! The sky shook again. The second 5-colored divine thunder fell. Puffed! Zichen, who was in the air, coughed up blood. He was once again smashed onto the tribulation stage. With just 2 lightning tribulations, he had suffered unimaginable damage. The laws of 5 elements were instantly dispersed by the lightning tribulation. The third lightning tribulation fell at this moment. A human-shaped pit appeared on the tribulation stage. Facing the colorful lightning tribulation, the powerful Zichun had no power to resist. Even if he was passively defending, he was still heavily injured. Zichun kept coughing up blood. In the distance, Su Mingyao and the others looked at Zichun worriedly. Boom! The fourth lightning tribulation struck Zichun. Zichun could no longer stand. There was a large pool of blood in front of him. With just 4 lightning tribulations, Zichun's life was in danger. This caused an uproar. Zichun had 5 laws of 5 elements. To be precise, he had 6. However, in the face of the laws of 5 elements, he was very weak. Zichun's condensed laws of 5 elements were once again shattered by the 5th lightning tribulation. Zichun's injuries were getting more serious. He was almost in a state of death. Zichun, your lightning tribulation is unusual. I think it's not just a tribulation. It's a fusion. Try fusing the laws of 5 elements into the laws of 5 elements. Xing Daoli's voice entered Zichun's ears. Zichun's eyes lit up. Originally, he had been in some kind of misunderstanding. He thought that tribulation transcendence was just tribulation transcendence. Obviously, he didn't think of this. In the current situation, with 9 lightning tribulations falling, Zichun would definitely die if he didn't have the flame of life. However, even with the flame of life, there should be many more lightning tribulations. The possibility of Zichun surviving the tribulation was very slim. However, Xing Daoli's words completely reminded Zichun. While in a seriously injured state, Zichun took advantage of the fact that the 6th lightning tribulation transcendence had yet to fall. He began to comprehend the remaining laws of 5 elements in his body. His powerful spiritual will instantly started to comprehend and analyze these laws. Just before the 6th lightning tribulation transcendence fell, he finally absorbed a complete trace of the laws of 5 elements. After that, the laws of 5 elements began to take root in Zichun's heart like a seed. It even grew leaves and bloomed. The 5 types of scattered power of rules on Zichun's body began to condense in the next moment. His body began to emit 5-colored light, but it was not just 5-colored light. Chapter 1180. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Zichun's body began to glow. It was a 5-colored light. Seeing this scene, Xing Daoli was shocked once again by Zichun's super comprehension. Zichun raised his head. His eyes lit up as he looked at the 6th 5-colored divine thunder descending from the sky. Using the 5-colored rule in his body as the foundation, he began to absorb the 5 rules. Soon, the 5-colored rule grew stronger and then protected Zichun's body. Boom! The divine thunder fell and hit Zichun. A powerful impact forced Zichun to retreat. However, the defense formed by the 5-colored rule did not break. After the destructive power was neutralized, Zichun absorbed the power of the rule again to strengthen himself. Seeing this scene in the distance, the crowd was in an uproar again. What's going on? Why is Zichun not injured? The divine thunder did not break his defense. What's going on? Amidst the shocked exclamations, Zichun, who was on the verge of death, began to recover from the serious injuries on his body. In a short while, his injuries were mostly healed, and the power of the rule around him became stronger and stronger. Boom! The 7th 5-colored divine thunder fell. The destructive power of the divine thunder penetrated the 5-colored light shield and entered Zichun's body. It began to attack Zichun's body wantonly. However, the power of the rule was blocked by the light shield. The destructive power was naturally not enough to destroy Zichun. The 8th 5-colored divine thunder fell, followed by the 9th. After fully comprehending the 5-colored rule, Zichun's defense had become indestructible. The lightning tribulation could no longer do anything to him. After the 5-colored divine thunder passed, the tense hearts of the crowd were completely relaxed. However, their expressions were different. Some were glad, some were regretful, some were envious, and some were jealous. Having comprehended the 5-element rule, Zichun's future path was destined to be extraordinary. At the same time, it also indicated that he, who had comprehended the 5-element rule, would be the first human in the Earth Yuan realm. But was that all? Of course not. Zichun had comprehended the natural rule, not just the five-element rule. The five-colored tribulation cloud in the sky did not dissipate. Instead, there was a tinge of green in it. Among the five elemental precepts, there was an additional wind precepts. At the same time, the wind precepts had perfectly merged with the five elemental precepts. At this moment, the five elemental laws also began to change towards the laws of nature. When the first bolt of divine lightning struck, Zichun, who was holding up the defense of the five elements, was injured. The second bolt of lightning struck down, and Zichun was severely injured. When the third bolt of lightning struck, Zichun's life was in imminent danger. The originally indestructible defense of the five elements had become extremely fragile at this moment. It would scatter at the slightest touch. However, before the fourth bolt of divine lightning struck, Zichun comprehended the six-colored light by relying on his superior comprehension ability. Thus, an additional color was added to the defense on his body. Zichun's body emitted a six-colored light. Among the six colors, there was an additional green color. The five-elemental law had an additional wind law. Zichun's indestructible defense was once again raised. The remaining divine lightning bolts could no longer do anything to Zichun. After the wind law was the cloud law. The previous few divine lightning bolts had almost killed Zichun. However, after Zichun comprehended them, the tribulation became much easier. When they saw this scene, besides being shocked, everyone felt extremely speechless in their hearts. Other people's tribulation became more and more dangerous and terrifying. However, Zichun's tribulation was filled with danger at the beginning. Towards the end, it seemed to be extremely easy. After successfully passing the cloud law, the rain law appeared again. Then, it was one law after another. Looking at the tribulation cloud in the sky that was gradually becoming more colorful, the Earth Yuans turned from shock to numbness. In the end, they were speechless. How many? 40. It's already 40. This Zichun is crazy. Just like when Zichun comprehended the nature law, the Earth Yuans in the distance woke up from their numbness. They began to count the number of laws. Furthermore, they gradually became numb and no longer made a fuss. When the Wuji sect's Earth Yuans saw this scene, they all looked at Su Mingyao. This was because the laws that Zichun comprehended in the sky were almost the same as Su Mengyao's before she transformed into the ethereal law. Everyone looked at her questioningly. Su Mingyao said, "I can comprehend 49 laws all because of Zichun." Everyone's expression changed. Someone asked, "Can Zichun also comprehend the ethereal law?" Su Mingyao shook her head and said, "Zichun didn't comprehend the ethereal law. It's the nature law. In the end, it can only become the nature law." Could this be Zichun's gain in the past 1,000 years? Another Earth Yuans asked. Su Mingyao shook her head again and said, "It shouldn't be. When I left Zichun and returned to the Wuji sect, I only knew that Zichun had comprehended the nature law. At that time, Zichun had only cultivated for a little more than 100 years, not even 200. In less than 200 years, Zichun completely comprehended the nature law. What did he comprehend after that?" The Wuji sect's Earth Yuans were deeply shocked. When the number of laws in the sky reached 48, it was completely over. Only the Thunder Law was missing from the 49 laws. The remaining 48 laws had completely transformed into the nature law. The moment they saw the nature law, all the Earth Yuans who came to watch became envious, jealous, and resentful. How powerful would Zichun be after the 48 laws merged into one? No one could imagine, but some people guessed that Zichun would use the nature law to surpass the Earth Yuans and kill the virtual realm experts. However, everyone was also very glad that Zichun had only comprehended 48 types of laws. He was only missing the law of lightning, which was the most suitable for him. This kind of flaw, which was neither too big nor too small, was more or less a kind of comfort to them. The fused nature law turned into divine lightning and fell. As the last bolt of divine lightning exploded on Zichun's body, Zichun completely absorbed the power of nature. Everyone's nervous and numb hearts finally relaxed. In their eyes, Zichun's flaw had become a lifelong flaw. But even so, the shock that Zichun gave them today was still very big. However, some people noticed that Zichun, who had absorbed the nature law, was still in a state of alert. He looked at the sky warily. In the next moment, the colorful tribulation clouds in the sky underwent an obvious change. The originally colorful tribulation clouds turned into a monotonous color, the color of blood. A crazy killing intent emerged from the blood-colored tribulation clouds in the sky, sweeping toward the earth and wreaking havoc. When everyone looked up and saw the blood-colored clouds in the sky, they said helplessly, "There are still laws. The tribulation is not over yet." Previously, everyone wanted to see the thunder tribulation, a very powerful one. As time passed, Zichun satisfied them. But now, the thunder tribulation was still not over yet. The slaughter law. This is the slaughter law. Zichun has actually comprehended the slaughter law. Feeling the killing intent in the tribulation clouds, Zhang Haoyan's expression immediately changed. He was transcending the slaughter law, so he was very familiar with the killing intent and the blood-colored clouds in the sky. A strange light flashed in Tyrant's eyes. He said, "How many laws has Zichun comprehended? First, it was the nature law, and now it's the slaughter law. Could it be that after the slaughter law is over, there are other laws?" LV Pong, who was beside him, said, "Zichun has always been mysterious. It's hard to say." Tyrant curled his lips and said, "Even if there are, they probably won't be too strong. First, it's the nature law, and then the slaughter law. It's enough for Zichun to walk freely in the Zhanwu continent in the future." The slaughter law was a unique law in the world. Although it couldn't be compared to the nature law, which was a fusion of 48 laws, it was definitely one of the top laws in the world. There were thousands of laws in the world. Those who could comprehend the slaughter law were few and far between. Even the assassins of the Shirji clan found it difficult to comprehend the slaughter law. The slaughter law turned into a thunder tribulation and rushed out of the blood-colored clouds like a blood-colored dragon, attacking Zichun below. The dense killing intent in it was like a materialized sharp sword, attacking Zichun's mind. Zichun hugged Yuan Yi to clear his mind and not be disturbed by the killing intent. At the same time, he mobilized the refined slaughter law in his body to form a law defense. 9 slaughter divine thunders fell. Because Zichun had the slaughter law in his body, this tribulation was frightening but not dangerous. Everything was as Tyrant had guessed. After it was over, the tribulation clouds in the sky still didn't dissipate. The tribulation continued. Then, the good and evil law appeared. These two laws appeared at the same time, like twins. The bloody tribulation cloud in the sky immediately divided into 2 colors, and 2 huge heads appeared in the middle of the 2-colored tribulation clouds. One of the images was filled with benevolence, as if it was a good person from 9 lifetimes. It gave people an extremely comfortable feeling. The other image had a demonic face, and it gave off waves of evil intent. This evil intent could affect people's minds, making them feel annoyed and impatient. What's this? The good and evil law? Tyrant's eyes widened when he saw the 2 heads in the sky. His expression was like he had seen a ghost. What kind of joke is this? The good and evil law? Zichun actually comprehended the good and evil law? What's going on? Seeing the good and evil law, Tyrant of good and evil's emotions began to fluctuate violently. His voice gradually turned into a roar. What kind of joke is this? In this world, other than me, Tyrant of good and evil, there's actually someone who can comprehend the good and evil law? Tyrant of good and evil was a combination of good and evil thoughts of a Buddhist disciple. He was born with both good and evil in his body. His ability to comprehend the good and evil law could be said to be the will of the heavens. It was very normal. After all, he was formed from the thoughts of many Buddhist experts. But what was Zichun? He didn't have good or evil thoughts. How could he comprehend the good and evil law? Why? Tyrant didn't understand, and neither did the others. But without a doubt, the good and evil law was an extremely powerful law. There was good and evil in the world. Good and evil coexisted. In addition, Zichun mobilized the good and evil law hidden in his body at the same time. This tribulation was more daunting than dangerous. Xingdaoli couldn't help but nod when he saw this scene. The heavenly Tao was emotionless and merciless. When Zichun gave up on the tribulation, he suffered a backlash from the law. The law didn't kill him, but he absorbed some of the law instead. And it was that little bit of law that had become the foundation of Zichen's successful tribulation. Chapter 1181. After transcending the good and evil rules, the tribulation clouds in the sky changed again. Rules appeared between heaven and earth again. This time, it was the rules of real and unreal. Relatively speaking, the rules of real and unreal were extremely difficult to comprehend. Zichen had spent hundreds of years to do so. The tribulation clouds in the sky were divided into two halves. One was illusory while the other was real. Reality and unreal, in contrast to true and unreal. What's going on? He's only been training for 1,000 years. How could he comprehend so many rules in 1,000 years? Everyone was in disbelief at the rules that Zichen had comprehended. Tyrant even looked up at the sky and sighed. He felt that fate was unfair. They were all humans, but why was there such a huge gap between them? At first, he was very proud that he had finally reached Zichen and become an Earth Prime. Moreover, what he had comprehended was the most peculiar rule of good and evil, which was unique to him. However, when he saw Zichen going through the tribulation today, he lost all his pride. Instead, he regretted that he had not stayed in this realm for thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. He believed that if he had stayed in that realm for a longer period of time, his gains would not have been less than Zichen's. In the distance, the Earth Prime cultivators were already numb from the shock of Zichen. However, when they saw another unique and powerful rule, they were shocked again. A total of 18 lightning tribulations fell one after another. Because he already had this rule in his body, Zichen could absorb these two rules at will. At the same time, it formed a strong defense, so the tribulation was very smooth. Life and death, this is the rules of life and death, and the rules of life. Damn it, what is going on? Looking at the tribulation clouds in the sky that had turned black and white, Tyrant's roar drowned out the rolling thunder in the tribulation clouds. Rules of life, it's actually the rules of life. Life and death were life, and the rules of life and death also indicated the rules of life. This was one of the strongest rules in the world, stronger than the ordinary rules of life because the ordinary rules of life only had a trace of vitality. However, Zichen had comprehended the rules of life, which was between life and death. It was the same as the rules of nature, belonging to the rules of the world. The moment the rules of life and death appeared, the numb crowd lost their composure. Zichen had comprehended many laws. Other than the first one, which was inconspicuous, the rest of the laws were envied by others. Tyrant could not wait to send Zichen flying with a kick and replace him. Obviously, with these rules, Zichen would be the undisputed #1 in Earth Origin sect. He could even surpass the Void Destruction tier. However, Zichen was not at all satisfied with these rules that made people envious and jealous. This was because these were not the rules he wanted. These were not his Tao. After overcoming the life and death precepts, Zichen's injuries were instantly healed. Zichen looked up at the sky and said, "The precepts I want are destruction." As soon as he finished speaking, the wind and clouds moved, and the world lost its color. The pressure under the tribulation clouds increased by several notches. The people who had retreated 50 kilometers away felt the dangerous aura again. Their expressions changed drastically. The tribulation clouds in the sky pressed down again, as if they were right above their heads. It's not over yet? Everyone stared at Zichen in disbelief. Zichen looked up at the sky and felt the terrifying aura in the sky. He said, "The Diwan Thunder tribulation has only just begun." In the sky, the pressure from the tribulation clouds grew even stronger. However, this time, the precepts did not appear in the sky. There was only a terrifying destructive power. The group of Earth Origin sect cultivators was far away from Zichen, but they could still feel the suffocating destructive aura in the tribulation clouds. At this moment, there were no more precepts in the tribulation clouds. There was only destruction. The tribulation clouds in the sky only expressed one intention, which was to destroy everything and kill Zichen. Zichen's tribulation had only just begun. The precepts that he had comprehended earlier circled around him and finally turned into a mysterious power. This was a power that could destroy all precepts. It was also a type of precepts called destruction. The pressure in the sky grew stronger. Destructive lightning flashed in the tribulation clouds. Zichun removed all the defenses around him, revealing his true form. At this moment, he looked up at the sky with high fighting spirit. From the beginning until now, Zichun had been passively defending. Now, he was going to counterattack. Boom! There was an explosion in the sky. The first destructive thunder tribulation fell. This was a pure divine thunder. There were no precepts on it, only a destructive aura. The flaming gloves appeared in Zichun's hands. He clenched his fists tightly and rushed toward the sky. His fists began to shine. The destructive power filled the gloves. He smashed them toward the divine thunder in the sky. With a loud bang, the first divine thunder was shattered by Zichun. However, at the same time, the raging thunder power shattered Zichun's gloves. The first spiritual weapon on Zichun's body was shattered. The divine thunder was shattered. Zichun felt a pure destructive power from it. He was absorbing this power crazily to strengthen his own destructive power. Thunder rumbled. The second spiritual weapon appeared in Zichun's hands. He held the spiritual weapon and rushed toward the second divine thunder. Bang! Just like before, the destructive power cut through the divine lightning, but the spirit weapon exploded. Then, there was the third, fourth, and fifth divine thunder. 5 of Zichun's spiritual weapons exploded in a row. Zichun took out the last Dragon Soul Spear. After the Dragon Soul Spear appeared, it was like a thunder dragon. It went against the sky, and a destructive power appeared on the surface of the Dragon Soul Spear. Boom! The 2 thunder dragons with destructive power collided head-on. Thunder rumbled and dragon roars echoed. The divine thunder was split. The Dragon Soul Spear flashed with lightning and blocked the attack. I blocked it. After blocking the attack, Zichun's face was filled with joy. He held the Dragon Soul Spear and continued to resist the divine thunder. The 7th divine thunder tribulation fell. The 8th divine thunder tribulation fell. When the 9th divine thunder tribulation fell, Zichun took out many ancient weapons. He controlled them with his spiritual thoughts and let them be baptized by the divine thunder of destruction. When the 9th divine thunder tribulation fell, the ancient weapons began to glow. Thunder power raged. The ancient weapons completely blocked the bombardment of the divine thunder tribulation. Zichun was even more excited. However, the excited Zichun's expression soon became serious because the number of divine thunder tribulations this time was not just 9. The 10th divine thunder tribulation fell without waiting for Zichun to catch his breath. Zichun was surprised and helpless. He could only continue to control the ancient weapons to block the divine thunder tribulation. Everyone was speechless. Zichun's divine thunder tribulation was indeed full of twists and turns. In the sky, destructive divine thunder tribulations appeared one after another. Zichun was blocking them. In the distance, Diyuan could not feel what kind of law this was. It was like the purest divine thunder, but it was very powerful. No one knew whether this was a law or not. However, they knew that this divine thunder tribulation was much more terrifying than the original one. What kind of law is this? Monk's eyes were full of doubts. This should not be a law, LV Peng said. It's not a law, but it's stronger than all the other laws, Zhang Haoyan said. Without a law, it's impossible to break through to Diyuan. Zichun had comprehended some very powerful laws. The divine thunder tribulation now should be a kind of law, Su Mengyao said as she looked at Zichun. This should be a powerful force. The crowd was not sure if Zichun, who was undergoing his tribulation, had comprehended the rules or not. They were not the only ones who were not sure. Even Xing Daoli and Zichun were not sure if this destructive power was a type of rule power. Bang! Just as the 38th bolt of tribulation lightning struck down, one of the ancient weapons that Zichun was controlling exploded. One had to know that Zichun had used an ancient weapon to fight with Old Ox's earth weapon. Its toughness was comparable. However, the ancient weapon was now shattered by the divine thunder tribulation. Terrifying. It's really terrifying. Facing such a divine thunder tribulation, Zichun still has several weapons that are intact. If he successfully passes the divine thunder tribulation, Zichun's weapons should undergo another transformation. It's a pity that there's only one soul weapon in there. The rest are weapons without souls. Bang! Another ancient weapon exploded. At the same time, Zichen's body crashed heavily on the divine thunder tribulation platform and was smashed deep into the ground. Even if he had the destructive force in his body, he was still unable to withstand the power of the divine thunder tribulation. As the power of the divine thunder tribulation increased, the destructive force became stronger. Moreover, Zichen felt a kind of will from it. It was a will to destroy everything. Obviously, Zichen was the target of destruction. When the 43rd divine thunder tribulation fell, many cracks appeared on Zichen's sky piercer. The cracks finally spread to the limit, and the sky piercer finally exploded. Another ancient weapon exploded. At the same time, Zichen, who had been repeatedly injured, suffered more and more serious injuries. Furthermore, he couldn't use the life laws when facing such injuries. Zichen could only rely on his recovery abilities to recover. And at that moment, Zichen personally experienced the terror of rule-breaking. It suppressed all the rules in the world, even the life laws. The heavily injured Zichen couldn't even take care of himself. Therefore, be it the Dragon Soul Spear or the ancient weapon, he could only rely on himself to transcend the tribulation. Another divine thunder of destruction fell. Zichen was struck and his body was charred black. Endless destructive lightning powers wreaked havoc in his body, wiping out his vitality. Zichen collapsed on the shattered divine thunder tribulation platform and circulated his perfect body to recover from his injuries. Although it was effective, it was very slow. Zichen was unable to deal with the following divine thunder tribulation. When the crowd in the distance saw this scene, they had different expressions. However, no matter what thoughts they had, no one could help Zichen at that moment. He could only save himself. Roar! An earth-shattering dragon roar suddenly resounded, and the Dragon Soul Spear transformed into a lightning dragon. Then, it took the initiative to rush into the sky. As for the other ancient weapons, they seemed to come to life at that moment. The flame patterns on them lit up before they automatically followed the Dragon Soul Spear and charged into the sky. This is a spirit armament's protection. When Earth Yuan saw this scene from afar, his expression changed drastically as shock immediately appeared on his face. Boom! Several weapons soared into the sky and clashed with the divine thunder of destruction, triggering an explosion. The destructive lightning powers began to wreak havoc on many weapons as another ancient weapon exploded. Chapter 1182. Even in the Tianwu continent, it was rare for a spirit weapon to protect its owner. However, it was rare, but that didn't mean it didn't happen. Everyone was just surprised, not shocked. What shocked them was that Zichen's ancient weapons, which didn't have spirits, would automatically protect their owners in such a dangerous situation. Everyone was confused, and so was Zichen. However, it was said that these ancient weapons were made by saints, so it was normal for them to be special. Several ancient weapons resisted the lightning, causing one ancient weapon to shatter and the other ancient weapons to suffer unimaginable damage. There were even two ancient weapons that had cracks on them. Zichen had the time to catch his breath after one divine lightning, and his injuries were recovering quickly. When the 45th divine lightning appeared, Zichen stood up again. After standing up, he clenched his fist, and a black ancient weapon glove appeared. Under the surge of destructive power, he swung his fist at the divine lightning of destruction. Boom! The 45th divine lightning was shattered by Zichen, and the destructive power of the divine lightning of destruction entered Zichen's body through his fist. Pung! The 46th divine lightning of destruction appeared, and another ancient weapon of Zichen shattered. Bang! The 47th divine lightning of destruction appeared, and another ancient weapon shattered. Zichen's injuries, which had just recovered slightly, became serious again. The 48th bolt of divine lightning appeared. Amidst the rumbling of thunder and the rumbling of thunder, only two ancient weapons were left. The Dragon Soul Spear let out a wail as cracks appeared on the spear's body. In the distance, a group of Earth Yuans held their breaths as they watched this scene. They knew that the moment of life and death had arrived. If Zichen's divine lightning of destruction was only 49, then Zichen still had a chance to survive. However, if it was 59 or 81, then Zichen would definitely die. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they waited for the final moment to arrive. Many of them were extremely nervous. The 49th divine lightning of destruction was brewing in the sky. It seemed to know what this lightning represented. Therefore, it took a long time to brew this lightning. The 49th divine lightning of destruction extended the time, but not for too long, because Zichen would recover. Therefore, after 3 breaths of time, the divine lightning struck down. Boom! An explosion resounded in the sky, and a shockwave spread through the air, deafening everyone. A destructive lightning dragon broke through the tribulation clouds and headed straight for Zichen. At this moment, Lei Long's body emitted a dazzling light. While everyone lost their hearing, their eyes were also temporarily blinded. At this moment, no one could hear or see anything. Zichen looked up at the sky and activated his yin-yang eye. He watched as the lightning dragon descended. He clenched his fists, and his gloves appeared. Then, he grabbed the cracked dragon soul spear with his left hand. The dragon soul appeared on the dragon soul spear, but it was extremely weak. He held an ancient long saber in his right hand, and the flame patterns on the saber lit up. Zichen leaped into the air and charged towards Lei Long. Destructive energy surged from his weapon as he struck out with all his might. Boom! Another explosion resounded in the sky. The lightning exploded and became even more dazzling. Boundless destructive energy shook the surroundings. The tribulation stage, which was already in pieces, was destroyed beyond recognition. The array that LV Peng spent 100 years to set up was also destroyed in an instant. Just one divine lightning was enough to destroy the tribulation stage. The lightning was still there, and it didn't dissipate for a long time. Everyone closed their eyes, but they were eager to know the result. When the lightning finally dissipated, everyone immediately looked at the tribulation stage. It had been reduced to dust, and in the middle of the dust, there was a figure lying there. It was Zichen. However, at this moment, Zichen's life force was extremely weak. It could be said that he was on his last breath. He had black gloves on his hands, and the dragon soul spear in his left and right hands. There were more cracks on the dragon soul spear, but it didn't dissipate. If the tribulation was over, then there was no doubt that Zichen had passed the tribulation. But was the tribulation really over? Everyone looked up at the sky subconsciously. The tribulation clouds in the sky hadn't dissipated. Please don't end it. Another one. Even one will do. Many Earth Prime cultivators prayed in their hearts. As for Su Mingyao and the others, they hoped that the tribulation would end. Because everyone could see that Zichen was at the point of death. Any divine lightning could kill him. Everyone was more nervous than Zichen. All kinds of expressions appeared on their faces. It seemed that they had run out of luck, or that the prayers of the Earth Prime cultivators had worked. In the sky, lightning flashed again in the tribulation. This was the sign of the tribulation. Yeah, good, beautiful, domineering, mighty. Seeing the tribulation again, the Earth Prime cultivators couldn't help but become extremely excited. They clenched their fists and shouted. But as soon as they lost their composure, they felt a cold, murderous intent coming at them. They quickly closed their mouths and smiled apologetically. They were so excited that they lost their composure. Because Zichen was going to die. This was really something to be happy about. It was something to celebrate. The sound of thunder rumbled. Thousands of flashes of lightning flashed, and then a divine thunder fell from the sky. After seeing the divine lightning, the people of the Wuji sect were desperate. This divine lightning wasn't strong, but it was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. In addition, the law that Zichen had comprehended was destruction. This led to the destruction law, destroying all of Zichen's life-saving means. He couldn't mobilize the law of life, and his flame of life was suppressed by the destruction thunder tribulation and couldn't be ignited. Although this indirectly proved the power of the destruction law, it undoubtedly also caused Zichen to lose his final means of turning the tables. If Zichen died, it would be his own death. The dragon soul and the dragon soul spear cried and wanted to soar into the sky, but it had no strength. The flame patterns on the ancient long saber began to shine, but it still couldn't leave Zichen. As for Zichen, the divine lightning just now almost took away half of his life. When he saw the tribulation lightning fall, He could only hold the weapon in his hand, but he didn't have the strength to attack anymore. Shouts came from afar. Devil Ape and the others rushed towards Zichun crazily. They wanted to block the tribulation lightning for Zichun. However, a powerful force came from the lightning tribulation. This force was like an invisible barrier, blocking the Devil Ape and the others outside. At the same time, a powerful repulsive force sent the Devil Ape and the others flying. It's useless. Zichun will die. The other Earth Prime cultivators laughed sarcastically, but they were very happy. The 50th bolt of divine lightning fell on Zichun, but the expected sound didn't appear. The divine lightning fell on Zichun silently, and then Zichun's body began to glow. The light was dazzling. After the 49th bolt of tribulation lightning fell, Xing Daoli looked up at the sky without blinking. When the 50th bolt of divine lightning fell, his eyes lit up. His gaze followed the movement of the divine lightning. When the divine lightning struck Zichun, his body began to glow. His eyes also became bright. Finally, he blurted out, "The great Tao has 50, and the heavens have 49. The only variable is fortune, and also life." As soon as he finished speaking, a strong life force came from afar. This life force came from Zichun. Zichun, who was glowing, emitted a strong life force. This life force was given by the heavenly Tao. It was Zichun's unique fortune. Zichun's body was glowing. The black boxing gloves on his hands were also glowing. The dragon soul spear was also glowing. The ancient long saber was also glowing. The expressions of the people in the distance changed. In their eyes, Zichun was emitting a strong life force, but Zichun, who felt this power personally, felt another aura. This was a destructive aura, and it was the purest destructive aura. The surging life force that everyone felt actually came from Zichun's body. This was the life force that had been accumulated by absorbing many lightning tribulations. It was the life force that would erupt after the lightning tribulation ended. The destructive aura that Zichun felt was contained in the 50th bolt of divine lightning. This was the purest and most gentle destructive aura. It would not hurt Zichun at all. Instead, it would deepen his understanding of the law of destruction. At the same time, the law of destruction also poured into the weapons. From now on, they would be Zichun's earth weapons. Like Zichun, they also contained destructive power. Now, Zichun was like a desert traveler who saw sweet spring water. He was drinking to his heart's content. Originally, Zichun only understood a little of the law of destruction. But now, a complete law of destruction was placed in front of him. He quickly understood and comprehended it. In the sky, the tribulation clouds dispersed. Below, the life force was healing Zichun's injured body and Zichun's earth weapons. When the earth primes from the major forces saw this, they were once again filled with jealousy and resentment. At the same time, they cursed in their hearts. Why was Zichun so lucky? Why did he have to die every time? The tribulation clouds dispersed and the invisible barrier disappeared. Longhu and the rest rushed to Zichun and were on guard to prevent others from disturbing him. The light on Zichun's body gradually receded. He was completely naked, and his perfect figure was displayed in front of everyone. Su Mengyao blushed and pointed at Zichun. In a flash, a set of clothes automatically covered Zichun. At this moment, Zichun did not know what was happening outside. He was constantly trying to understand the law of destruction. The monk, who had nothing to do, circled around Zichun continuously, sizing him up from head to toe. "Monk, what are you looking at?" Lin Shui asked unhappily. "I'm trying to see if Zichun is human," Monk said. "How can Zichun not be human?" Lin Shui asked. Monk continued, "If he's human, why doesn't he do anything?" When Lin Shui heard that, she was furious. "Monk, how can you say that? You're the one who doesn't do anything." Monk said seriously, "He has comprehended so many laws. Is that something a normal person would do? How can that be considered human?" Chapter 1183. No matter how long a lightning tribulation was, it had to come to an end. No matter how special a lightning tribulation was, it had to come to an end. Zichun's Earth origin lightning tribulation finally came to an end after the 50th bolt of lightning. During this time, they had been puzzled, ridiculed, shocked, envied. In any case, this time, Zichen's tribulation hadn't disappointed them. Not only had it not disappointed them, but it had made them despair. Compared to Zichen's tribulation, even the monks who had comprehended the laws of good and evil had lost control of their emotions, let alone the other Earth Origins disciples. They all felt ashamed of their inferiority. They had an urge to bang their heads against the wall and kill themselves. Just by passing the lightning tribulation, Zichun stood above all the Earth Prime experts, surpassing everyone else. Zichun had advanced to the Earth Origin realm. This was a joyous occasion for the Everlasting Sect, but despite this, the Everlasting Sect didn't invite anyone to eat with them. It could be said that they were extremely stingy, which made the others dissatisfied. What do you think? The princess had watched from start to finish. Her expression had changed several times. Now, she finally spoke. "It's a very mysterious and powerful law," said the middle-aged devil. "I'm asking what kind of person he is," said the princess. The middle-aged devil was silent for a moment before saying, "He's very, very dangerous. If there's a chance, we have to kill him. Otherwise, he'll definitely become a great enemy of the devil race in the future. It's said that once he breaks through, he'll go to the martial war continent. We shouldn't have a chance to kill him. Furthermore, the martial war continent is so big. It's enough for him to wander around. This world is just a passing traveler to him," said the princess. The middle-aged devil smiled. "That's just your highness' guess. In truth, Zichun is a very sentimental person. He kills people like they're scything flax, but his heart is very soft. Furthermore, his experiences have all been dark, but his heart is always clear. He doesn't have the power to resist the entire devil race, so he can only protect this region. But once he has the power, he'll definitely protect the martial heaven continent like he did here. At that time, we'll be chased out." The middle-aged demon glanced at Zichun and said, "Zichun is very good to women and has many women around him. He is very protective of the fairer sex. However, he has tried to kill your highness several times. I believe that if given the chance, he will not hesitate to kill your highness. People like him value their positions very much. He is very dangerous and has high potential. If given the chance, you should kill him." The princess looked at Zichun with a strange light in her eyes and said, "Indeed, this is a dangerous guy. But now, he is almost invincible in this world. Who would have the chance to kill him? With that Heaven Prime expert, no one will be able to kill Zichun." Just as the two of them were talking, Zichun opened his eyes. The instant he opened his eyes, Zichun released a powerful aura. This was the aura of an Earth Prime expert, and it was an aura that caused many Earth Primes to tremble. In the past, Zichun and the Everlasting Sect had been suppressed miserably by Earth Primes. Back then, just one Earth Prime expert was enough to cause the entire Everlasting Sect to be on guard. Under the pressure of Earth Primes, Zichun had been very eager to break through. For this reason, he had been working hard on his cultivation. Today, he had finally broken through. Today, Zichun could finally look down on the Earth Prime existences that were once unreachable. Zichun's gaze swept over those Earth Primes that had yet to leave. They subconsciously lowered their heads, not daring to meet Zichun's gaze. Zichun slowly withdrew the powerful aura around him. Then, he released his perception and sensed the 3 Earth weapons. Among the 3 Earth weapons, only the Dragon Soul Spear was an Earth Spirit weapon. It contained the Dragon Soul. Originally, the Dragon Soul Spear had been severely injured, and there were cracks on the surface of the Dragon Soul Spear. However, with the eruption of vitality in Zichun's body and the last rule of destruction, not only did the Dragon Soul Spear repair itself, but the Dragon Soul Spear had also strengthened and transformed. If Zichun used the Dragon Soul Spear to attack, it would be even more powerful. As for the other 2 Earth weapons, one was the black boxing glove that Zichun had obtained, and the other was a long saber that suppressed power. As for the other Earth Primes, the Sky Piercer, and a few other ancient weapons, they were all shattered. However, Zichun was still very satisfied to be able to obtain 3 Earth weapons under such a frightening lightning tribulation. Putting away the Earth weapons, Zichun once again controlled his spiritual senses to recall the 9 sword steels that had flown into the distance. This lightning tribulation had far exceeded his expectations. Previously, Zichun did not need the sword steels. However, when he needed them, the sword steels could not unleash their full power. The sword steels only blocked 2 lightning tribulations before they were blasted far away. However, it was undeniable that the sword steels were still very powerful. They were just not suitable for lightning tribulations. Around him, everyone congratulated him. Similar words of congratulations could be heard continuously. Why? Why? When it was Monk's turn, the latter stared at Zichun with bloodshot eyes. What do you mean, why? Zichun looked at Monk in confusion. How did you comprehend the good and evil rule? Monk asked with widened eyes. Is it that difficult? I only used a little over 100 years to comprehend it, Zichun said again. Monk shouted angrily at the sky. If he had hair, it would have been standing on end. He shouted unwillingly. Why? Good and evil rule should be my exclusive rule. What right do you have to comprehend it? Zichun looked at the crazy monk seriously and asked, Are you sick? Beside him, Demon Ape laughed and said, He was provoked. It can be considered sick. Others laughed when they heard this. Zichun, congratulations on your breakthrough. A cold voice sounded from not far away. The princess came forward with the middle-aged demon. Zichun looked at her and nodded, saying, Thank you. Since you've successfully transcended the tribulation, let's return to the Wuji sect first, Wang Qiong said. Everyone began to return. When they returned to the Wuji sect, the news had already spread. Many people came to congratulate them. On the same day, Xing Daoli came to bid farewell. Senior is leaving. Zichun was surprised. Xing Daoli patted Zichun's shoulder and said, You're not bad. After going to the Zhanwu continent, be careful. Your chances of survival will be very high. Remember, staying alive is the most important thing. Only by staying alive can you become strong. Zichun nodded solemnly. Seeing you break through this time, I felt a lot. I want to go out for a walk. Senior, where are you going? I'll go to the Martial Heaven continent first. If I can't find the direction, I'll go to the Zhanwu continent. If we're really fated, we might meet there. Zichun smiled. If that's the case, I'll have to rely on you in the future. Xing Daoli laughed. Zichun suddenly thought of something and asked, Senior, do you know anything about the demon race? The demon race. The continent where the demon race lives. You're going to the dark region? Xing Daoli looked at Zichun. It's the devil ape. He's going back to get something. I'm not at ease, so I'm going with him. Senior, have you been there before? Asked Zichun. The dark region is also a continent, but it's not as large as the Martial Heaven continent. It's said that it extends from the Martial Heaven continent. Other than that, there are many other regions around the Martial Heaven continent. Currently, I haven't found any place connected to the Martial Heaven continent. This was the first time Zichun had heard of such a thing. He immediately asked, Senior, are you saying that there are other regions in this world besides the demon race's region? Xing Daoli nodded. Of course. If the Martial Heaven continent had so many Earth primal experts, then the peak powers of the Martial Heaven continent wouldn't count for anything in the Zhanwu continent. There are many regions around the Martial Heaven continent. It's said that these regions are connected to the Martial Heaven continent, but for some reason, they automatically separate from the Martial Heaven continent. Up until now, we've only found the channel between the Martial Heaven continent and the demon race. Zichun curiously asked, Then what's so special about the other regions? Are the people living there also humans? There are humans, but there are also other races. For example, the beast race, the dragon race, the bird race, the winged race, and so on. Zichun's eyes widened. There are so many races? That's still a lot. There are still many higher races that I haven't mentioned. The Martial Heaven continent was large enough that Zichun hadn't been able to explore every region in his 1,000 years. However, Zichun hadn't expected there to be other regions outside of the Martial Heaven continent. Furthermore, there were other races living there. In his mind, the Zhanwu continent had become even vaster. With so many races entering the Zhanwu continent, the conflicts would stop. Zichun was filled with anticipation. Do you know why I came to the Martial Heaven continent? Asked Xing Daoli suddenly. Zichun said, Senior, You're originally from the Martial Heaven continent. Xing Daoli smiled. That's only one reason. The other reason is because the Martial Heaven continent belongs to the lower races. As for the answer I'm looking for, it's either the highest or the lowest Martial Heaven continent. The lowest. Zichun was speechless. Once you reach the Zhanwu continent, you'll naturally understand. In the present world, other than the human race, there are many other races. And those races are undoubtedly stronger than the human race. Humans are born without any power, so they are called lower races. As for the higher races, they are born in the Earth origin realm. Just as Zichun was shaking the Zhanwu continent, Xing Daoli changed the topic. I haven't been to the dark region, so I don't have any good advice for you. However, if you really want to go there, you have to be careful. The details of your tribulation have probably already spread. There are many people who don't like you, especially the devil race. Practically every one of them wants to kill you. So you have to be careful. After pausing for a moment, Xing Daoli continued, well, before I leave, I'll give you a life-saving item so you don't die there. Xing Daoli spent 3 days refining a life-saving item for Zichun before leaving. Chapter 1184. You're leaving so quickly? Asked Zichun courteously. In the past few days, his attitude toward the princess had clearly changed. It couldn't be called good, but it also wasn't hostile. Zichun was currently brewing tea. For some reason, ever since the princess had heard about the way of tea from Zichun, she would feel uneasy whenever she saw tea. She was unable to calm down when she saw Zichun brewing tea. I came here to see the Longhu sovereign break through. Now that I've seen you undergo your lightning tribulation, I naturally have to leave. But before I leave, I'm a bit curious. When will you go to the martial war continent? Asked the princess. Zichun placed a cup of tea in front of her. Soon. However, I'm also very curious as to what your devil race is like. The princess sensed something and asked, You're interested in the devil race's territory? Zichun smiled and said, I'm just curious, that's all. Up until now, all the people who have come out of the demon race have been extremely strong. Furthermore, they have far surpassed the Tianwu continent's experts. It seems that your territory is not bad, but why would you attack the Tianwu continent? If I said it was because of ambition, would you believe me? Asked the princess. Of course not. Earth primes will leave this world and go to the martial war continent. If they really had ambition, they would have ruled that place. Not the lowest level of the martial heaven continent, said Zichun. The princess put down her cup and seriously looked at Zichun. It seems you know quite a bit. Zichun smiled but didn't say anything. The princess pondered for a moment before saying, in truth, our territory is very suitable for cultivation, but it's also very dangerous. Opportunity and danger coexist. Isn't that a good thing? Danger once or twice is fine, but if you're constantly on edge, you'll be happy. What danger? Asked Zichun curiously. It's a kind of dark storm. It's very terrifying. Only in this storm can people survive. The princess glanced at Zichun. Each year, the number of people who die in the storm is no less than the number of people who die in battle. Zichun frowned. Is there no way to stop it? The princess said, without the storms, the demons would not be able to rise again, because the energy of heaven and earth in the demons is all provided by the storms. As a member of the royal family, you should be able to mobilize a lot of resources. Could it be that even a member of the royal family can't solve this? In the demon race, there are many royal races. I am only the royal race of the power demon race. Apart from that, there are also shadow demons, flame demons, divine demons, and other races. It seems that the demon race is very unified, but in fact, there are conflicts among us. Looking at Zichun, who was deep in thought, the princess said, actually, there is a solution to stop the storm. Ask a heaven's origin cultivator at his peak to sacrifice his life and forcibly open a channel. Let the dark energy surge into this area, but it can only protect this area, just like your sanctuary. Hearing this, Zichun was a bit speechless. Whether the princess was talking about Xing Daoli or a real heaven's origin cultivator, it was extremely unrealistic to ask them to voluntarily give up their lives at their peak. All life in the world was selfish, especially powerful cultivators. It was impossible to ask a Heaven's Origin cultivator to voluntarily give up his life to save a group of unrelated people. Not to mention Heaven's Origin cultivators, even if it was the current Zichun. If he had to choose his own life to save the sanctuary, Zichun would definitely not agree. Under Zichun's deliberate guidance, the princess told him many things about the demon race. After that, the princess left with a few Earth's Origin cultivators. On the way back, the princess suddenly said, "Go back and check on the situation of the sky-splitting battle ape." Check on the sky-splitting battle ape. That's right. I suspect that Zichun might be going to the darkness continent. The sensitive princess sensed Zichun's abnormality and quickly guessed that it was related to the sky-splitting battle ape. Isn't Zichun going to the war martial continent? Why is he going to the darkness continent? Go and check on the sky-splitting battle ape. Perhaps the answer is with him. Remember, be quick. The princess led them through many transportation formations and arrived at the Devil Sect City. After arriving, they recorded the news of the sky-splitting battle ape on a piece of paper and placed it in front of the princess. Looking at the records, a smile appeared on the princess's face. After a while, she said, "Men, a demon guard walked in through the door. Send a message to the darkness continent. The strongest human of the Tianwu continent, Zichun, is going to the darkness continent to find the sky-splitting battle ape." The demon guard nodded and sent someone to deliver the message. Half a day later, another piece of news reached the demon race. This piece of news was about Zichun's deeds and how Zichun could change the appearance of demons. Furthermore, the news clearly stated that the other party was very likely to be the two of them. What Zichun didn't know was that before he went to the darkness continent, the news of him going to the darkness continent had already spread. At the same time, the details of Zichun's tribulation also spread throughout the Tianwu continent. Zichun, who had disappeared for 1,000 years, once again attracted the attention of many powers. This time, Zichun's name spread throughout the Earth realm. Even many Emptiness Realm experts had no choice but to pay attention to Zichun. On the second day after the princess left, people from the Floating Mist sect came. They were several old fellows. They said that they wanted to take Su Mingyao away and let her walk on the true Tao. Su Mingyao couldn't make up her mind. Thus, these old fellows came to find Zichun. When Zichun heard this, he immediately refused. No, definitely not. Why? Mengyao's light can only truly shine in the war martial continent. Furthermore, there are experts from the Floating Mist sect there. You don't need to worry about her safety there. That's right. She has comprehended the most perfect floating mist Tao. If she continues to stay in the Tianwu continent, it will only be a waste of her talent. The group of old fellows were very emotional. However, no matter what they said, no matter how much they said, Zichun only had one word. No. You're selfish. Zichun, you're a despicable person. A truly selfish, despicable person. The group of old fellows were so angry that they forgot their own strength. They relied on their age to criticize Zichun. Knowing that they were truly concerned about Mingyao, Zichun wasn't angry. He called Su Mingyao over and said, "You can follow them back to the Floating Mist sect. However, before you break through to the Emptiness Realm, I will definitely not allow you to go to the war martial continent." The few old fellows were unhappy and wanted to say something. However, Zichun coldly said, "You all are thinking about the future of the Floating Mist sect. However, in my eyes, whether the Floating Mist sect has a future or not is not important. What I want is for Mingyao to live. Even if she loses a little bit of her talent, I don't want anything to happen to her." Zichun's attitude was firm, and his words were unyielding. The few old fellows were helpless, but they could only agree. Zichun looked at Su Mingyao and solemnly warned, "Remember, before you break through to the Emptiness Realm, you are not allowed to go to the war martial continent. Even if they say that I will wait for you at the Floating Mist sect in the war martial continent, you are not allowed to go." Su Mingyao nodded seriously and said softly, "I know." Zichun held Su Mingyao in his arms. The group of old fellows tactfully left. "Are you leaving?" Su Mingyao asked. "I am going to the Dark Continent with the demon race. After taking something, we will go to the war martial continent." Zichun whispered in Su Mengyao's ear, "I will wait for you at the war martial continent. At that time, I will eat you." Hearing this, Su Mingyao's face instantly turned red. However, she still nodded gently and followed the few old fellows to the floating mist sect. In the next few days, Zichun spent his days with the 3 women and his nights with Shangguan Yuer. As for the other 2 women, Zichun didn't have any thoughts of eating them because he was about to leave. No matter what, he couldn't just leave after eating them. Just like how he warned Su Mingyao, Zichun warned them that before they broke through, they were not allowed to enter the war martial continent. This naturally included Longhu, barbaric dragon, flying divine tiger, and the other earth primes of the everlasting sect. Of course, Tyrant didn't need to be warned. Once, after drinking, Tyrant said that the reason these old monks followed him wasn't just to help Zichun, but to watch him in case he suddenly went to the war martial continent. To be safe, Zichun chose to stay in the war martial continent like the other earth primes. He would only allow them to enter after he broke through. This way, they could intimidate the other forces and give the everlasting sect more time to develop. A few days later, Zichun and the Devil Ape left the everlasting sect and entered the ancient trial road with the ancient token. With the ancient token, Zichun was the supervisor of the trial road and could pass through it at will. Next, Zichun mainly focused on the worlds where the devil race existed, and then sensed and listened to their communication. The battle was still going on, and the passage of the devil race would open from time to time. Zichun was looking for an extremely suitable passage. 10 days later, Zichun found a team of mortal primes of the devil race. Through the conversation, Zichun learned that they were returning to the devil race with a batch of core primes. A beam of light shot out from the ancient token, and the light enveloped the 2 of them. The next moment, they disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already above the team. 1 for each of us. Zichun pointed at the 2 mortal primes below. The Devil Ape nodded. This was a team of 20 people, and they were waiting in a trial world. Suddenly, the space where they were waiting cracked, and a powerful force descended. The group of primes of the devil race panicked and retreated in all directions. During this time, the air trembled, and the 2 devils disappeared into thin air. Zichun and the Devil Ape subdued them in an instant, and then searched their memories as quickly as possible. They obliterated their bodies, and then transformed into the other party's appearance. When the change happened, the group of devils dodged in time. There were only 1 or 2 minor injuries, and there were no signs of death. Zichun and the Devil Ape stood together, and everyone gathered again. Half a day later, a group of devils came and led a team to a place completely controlled by the devil race. Chapter 1185. A cross-realm passage was no different from a teleportation portal. In just a short moment, they could reach another realm. A group of 20 demons appeared on a huge black platform. The bottom of the platform was engraved with dense black patterns, like a super-large teleportation portal. The world was dark and bright. A black sun hung in the sky. The black sun emitted a cold light, illuminating this world that was mainly black. As soon as Zichun appeared, he sharply sensed the aura of more than a dozen Earth Prime demons. They were scattered around the platform. Above the platform, there was a huge black light shield supported by many Earth Prime demons. After the group of demons appeared, the leader of the demons took out a token and led everyone away from the platform, flying into the distance. During this time, they were interrogated once, but it was just official business and they passed easily. The black light barrier was at least 100 miles in size. After walking out of the light barrier, Zichun noticed that the other demons' expressions had become vigilant. After searching the memories of the demons, Zichun knew that they were out of the safe zone outside the light shield. They were in a place where the storm could appear at any time. In the memories of the demons, dark storms were everywhere. Along the way, Zichun released his spiritual thoughts to sense the abnormalities around him. Along the way, Zichun saw mountains, trees, rivers, and even some magical beasts. But without a doubt, all of these things were black in color. The main style of this world was black. Other than that, there were no other colors. Heaven and earth were filled with extremely dense demonic power. It was much denser than the holy region where Zichun was. Zichun sighed in his heart. This was indeed the most suitable place for cultivation. It was indeed the place that nurtured so many powerful demons. But just as he sighed, the void where they were broke open silently. A black hole that took up half the sky appeared. And in the black hole, a huge dark storm appeared. Boom! The storm was in a violent state as soon as it appeared. The black hurricane tore apart the space around it. The rolling sound was like thunder exploding. Sand and stones flew and covered the sky. Pong! A black mountain was uprooted by the storm. The moment the mountain was raised, it was torn apart by a wave of energy. The mountain was instantly shattered. Large patches of black forest were also directly turned into dust under the ravaging of the storm. Within the black storm, there was an extremely powerful destructive force. As soon as it appeared, it shattered everything. Many magical beasts did not even have time to cry out before they were crushed by the energy within the storm. However, within the terrifying storm, there was also a dense, nearly tangible mana. The entire black storm was composed of black mana, and as the storm swept, the mana drifted in all directions before finally surging toward this area. Because of the appearance of this storm, the already dense magic power in the world became even denser. The storm appeared very suddenly, but the group of demons did not panic. They quickly mobilized the power in their bodies to form layers of defense, and then curled up together like a black stone, allowing the storm to create a hurricane that moved their bodies. Zichen exchanged glances with the devil ape. Then, the two of them passed through the center of the storm and disappeared from sight. As for the other demons, they were swept away by the energy and sent flying in all directions. Tens of thousands of miles away, the two of them stopped. The devil ape who felt the storm for the first time sighed, "What a strange storm. I actually did not sense it at all." Zichen nodded and said, "It is indeed very strange. The storm's power is very strong. Even if it is a mortal yuan, if they are unlucky, they will be in danger of dying. No wonder the demons here would attack the Sky Martial continent. It is really too dangerous here." The devil ape soared into the sky and released his spiritual sense to explore the surroundings. After a moment, he landed and said, "If we continue forward, we will reach the Shadow Devil's territory. We need to pass through here, then pass through the Flame Devil's territory to reach the place I mentioned." Shadow Devil. Zichen smiled and said, "The demons have a strong sense of territory. If we want to pass through smoothly, I am afraid we will encounter some trouble." The devil ape said, "There should be some trouble, but if we go through the forest, we should be able to save a lot of trouble." In the forest, there were only a few magical beasts and very few demons. Zichen and the devil ape were both very strong, so they naturally would not care about some magical beasts. The two of them flew through the forest. The news from the Power Demon Tribe's princess had already reached the Shadow Devil's territory. Hearing that the first human Earth Yuan expert had arrived, the Shadow Devil's people were excited and had already sent people to secretly observe. Remember, if you see two demons traveling alone, stop them. If they resist, kill them without mercy. As the news spread, the Shadow Devil's people paid attention to the two demons. A few days later, the news reached the Shadow Devil's royal family. What? Two power demons were found in the Shadow Devil Mountain? What are their realms? In a black hall, a tall demon wearing black armor asked, "Mortal Yuan." The demon below him replied respectfully, "Did you manage to stop them? They are very strong. I could not stop them. Then send an Earth Yuan expert." "Yes, Your Highness." The demons left, leaving only the seventh prince in the hall. He looked at the demon statue in front of him and sneered, "Human, if it is really you, don't even think about leaving alive." Half a day later, the news came that an Earth Yuan expert had been killed. A human Yuan expert can kill an Earth Yuan expert. Humph, it must be that human. I didn't expect him to appear here. Tell them to follow me. The seventh prince shouted and left the hall with the Earth Yuan experts. The Dark Continent was not big, but it was a quarter of the Tianwu continent. Zichen and the demon ape walked for a few days, but they were still unable to pass through the forest. During this time, the two of them encountered several storms, but they were all seen from afar. On the third day, they encountered the Shadow Devil's people, who tried to stop them. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, the demon ape killed the demons. They thought that the trouble was over, but they did not expect to encounter another demon half a day later. And this time, it was an Earth Yuan demon. "Come out." "Zichen, who was walking forward, frowned slightly. The demon ape roared and looked in a certain direction with its blood-red eyes. "You do have some skills." A cold laugh rang out, and a figure walked out of the void in front of them. "Encountering demons twice in a day, our luck is really bad." Zichun could not help but smile bitterly. "Who are you?" The demon ape stared at him coldly. The Earth Yuan Shadow Devil laughed and said, "You came to the Shadow Devil clan. I should be the one asking who you are." Zichun frowned and said, "We are just passing by." Passing by. The Earth Yuan Shadow Devil's expression turned cold. "Without the permission of the Shadow Devil clan, you can't even pass by. What do you want?" Zichun looked at him. "Nothing. I just want to invite the two of you to visit the Shadow Devil clan," said the Earth Yuan Shadow Devil. "What should we do?" The demon ape looked at Zichun. Zichun said calmly, "Kill." As soon as Zichun finished speaking, the demonic ape nodded. Primordial Shadow Demon's expression changed greatly. He turned around and tried to escape. Originally, he wasn't sure of the two's identity, but after Zichun said the word kill, he was sure. Therefore, he was scared and turned around to run. The message clearly stated that the two were Earth Yuan experts, and they were very strong. "Oomph!" The devil ape coldly snorted, then made a grabbing motion in the air. Numerous black streams of air appeared on the Earth Shadow Demon's body. The streams of air were like materialized chains, binding the Earth Shadow Demon tightly, then bringing his body back. Under the imprisonment, the Earth Yuan Shadow Devil's power was rapidly draining away. He was so frightened that he shouted, "This is the Sky Breaker clan's imprisonment ability." A black light shot out from the demon ape's fingers and hit the demon's forehead. The Earth Yuan Shadow Devil's vision darkened, and his spiritual sense dissipated. The Earth Yuan Shadow Devil died, and the imprisonment around him disappeared. His body fell to the ground. A fiery light suddenly shot out from Zichun's body. The fiery light was like a spirit snake. It wrapped around the Earth Shadow Devil's body and pulled him back, disappearing from Zichun's sight. Zichun held a small pill cauldron in his hand. "Let's go." The Earth Yuan Shadow Devil's body was sucked into the Wuji cauldron. Zichun put away the cauldron, and the two set off again. Zichun had no plans to go back this time, so he took the Wuji cauldron and left the Castle of Time in the Wuji sect. In the tens of thousands of years in the Castle of Time, the Wuji cauldron had refined many pills. In addition, the Wuji sect had nurtured many alchemists, enough to keep the Wuji sect running normally. After leaving the Shadow Devil royal clan, the seventh prince led his people straight to the Shadow Devil forest. Zichun thought that his plan was flawless, leaving no loopholes. Little did he know that his every move was under the surveillance of the Shadow Devil royal clan. In the Shadow Demon forest, there were many demon beasts. When Zichun and the demon ape flew across the sky, they would raise their heads and look at them. Then, they would pass on their movements to the king of the forest, and then to the Shadow Demon royal family. "Your Highness, are those two humans very strong?" Along the way, an Earth Yuan Shadow Devil asked. At the front of the group, the seventh prince said indifferently, "The news was sent by Emochi according to his previous behavior. This human must have a grudge with him. As for how strong he is, I don't think so. But to be able to follow the sky-splitting battle ape, he can't be weak. But to say that he's the strongest human, I don't believe. Just like us, there are many experts, but no one dares to arrogantly claim to be the strongest." Didn't the sky-splitting battle ape disappear a long time ago? An Earth Yuan Shadow Devil asked in surprise. "They disappeared in our world, but one appeared in the human world. Now that he's back, he should be trying to get the inheritance of the sky-splitting battle ape. But it won't be so easy to get the inheritance." Because of the precise route, the Shadow Devil royal clan headed straight for Zichun's group, blocking the path of Zichun and the demon ape. Chapter 1186. The two previous encounters with the Shadow Demon clan had left Zichun somewhat puzzled. Now that he saw more than 10 Earth Prime 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 Earth. Before he could open his mouth, the seventh prince said, "Should I call you human, or should I call you Zichun?" Zichun and the devil ape's expressions changed instantly. "What do you mean? We don't understand," Zichun said calmly. The seventh prince mocked. "Are you pretending to be ignorant or not? Hee hee. Since you're hiding and don't dare to show your true face, it's fine. Let me introduce myself first. I'm the Shadow Demon Seventh Prince. You can call me Your Highness or Seventh Prince. I'm here because I'm waiting for someone called Zichun." The seventh prince looked at Zichun and asked mockingly, "I want to find him and kill him. May I ask if you're Zichun?" The devil ape said telepathically, "What's going on? How did they know we were coming here?" Zichun instantly recalled the scene when he was chatting with the princess. He was still a little puzzled as to why she was so talkative all of a sudden. It turned out that she had already guessed his intention. This woman's intelligence is indeed terrifying. Zichun sighed in his heart. He looked at the seventh prince and said, "So what if I am, and so what if I'm not?" The seventh prince smiled and said, "If you are, I'll kill you. If you aren't, I'll let you go, but you have to leave through here." As he spoke, the seventh prince pointed at his crotch and looked at Zichun mockingly. Zichun's body flashed and his true form appeared. He was wearing black clothes and had an indifferent expression. Beside him, the devil ape also revealed his true form. "Hello, seventh prince," Zichun greeted. "Hello, Zichun," the seventh prince said calmly. "It must be the princess of Power Demon who sent you the message. You're very smart." Hearing the seventh prince's silent acknowledgement, Zichun said, "I want to know how you found us." The seventh prince pointed to the dense forest below and said, "Do you see the demonic beasts here? These are all our people." Zichun was immediately relieved. Just like how the seventh prince could mobilize the demonic beasts here, Zichun could also mobilize the demonic beasts in the sanctuary. As long as he was willing, all the demonic beasts could provide him with clues. Furthermore, with the information that the princess had sent back earlier, it was normal for the other party to be able to find them. Furthermore, the princess must have guessed that the devil ape wanted to return to the demon race. The demon race belonged to an unknown place. Zichun could come here for the devil ape, but he definitely wouldn't allow anyone else to come here rashly. Therefore, she had already guessed that there would be two people. Thinking back to when the two of them first met, Zichun was still a demon. But once he made a move, he would be exposed, so the princess had sent people to find two demons. Zichun looked at the dozen or so Earth Prime cultivators in front of him. With a sweep of his spiritual senses, Zichun took in all of their realms. These were all Earth Prime cultivators. Perhaps they were very strong and not ordinary, but in Zichun's eyes, as long as they were Earth Prime cultivators and not Emptiness Realm cultivators, there was no difference. As he expanded his spiritual senses again, Zichun didn't find any Emptiness Realm cultivators hiding in the surroundings. He asked, "I want to ask if there are still many people waiting for me along the way." The seventh prince smiled and said, "Of course, there are many princes and princesses waiting for you. However, since I have found you, they no longer have any chance. Your path forward will end here." Zichun nodded and said, "You are confident that you can stop me. I have already guessed that you are very strong, but I still want to know what the Princess of Power Demon said about me." "The strongest Earth Prime cultivator of the human race," the seventh prince answered sincerely. Zichun smiled and said, "She is telling the truth, but you don't seem to believe her. Of course, there are only strong cultivators in the world. There is no such thing as the strongest cultivator. Moreover, as a member of the Shadow Demon royal family, I am confident that I am stronger than humans. Even if a human spiritual body comes, I will not lose," the seventh prince said confidently. Zichun nodded again and said, "It seems that you are very smart. So, do you want to fight me as a group or one-on-one?" "I want to see the strongest cultivator of the human race. Naturally, I will choose one-on-one." "Okay." Zichun nodded and looked at the demon ape. The demon ape nodded as well. After nodding, the demon ape retreated dozens of meters. Then, its body began to glow. Rays of light shone brightly. Then, each ray of light turned into a figure. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of figures appeared around the demon ape. Then, these figures rushed in all directions. After a while, screams came from the forest. The screams came from the demonic beasts that were preparing to watch the battle. The clones were killing the demonic beasts, one at a time. As Earth Prime cultivators, none of them were fools. After seeing this, the seventh prince and the other Earth Prime cultivators became very serious. Obviously, they guessed Zichen's intention. The seventh prince said, "You want to kill all of us? Of course, I won't let any of you go." Shameless boasting. The seventh prince roared and disappeared in a flash. Looking at the seventh prince who suddenly disappeared, Zichen sneered. He turned around and punched behind him. This punch was just pure power. Even the rules were not used. Boom. The void was punched through by the punch. The terrible power gushed forward. The seventh prince's figure just appeared and was facing the power of Zichen's attack. His expression changed. He raised both his palms to meet the attack. With another bang, the seventh prince flew backward. His expression changed again and again. He sighed and said, "The strongest cultivator of the human race is indeed extraordinary. But I have changed my mind now. I want to fight as a group instead of one-on-one." Zichen shrugged and said indifferently, "It doesn't matter. Demon ape, kill all the demonic beasts within 100 miles. The demon ape nodded and left in a flash. Around them, the Earth Yuans looked even more serious. Some of them immediately took out their Earth spiritual weapons. Zichen's move was obviously to kill everyone and ensure that his whereabouts would not be exposed by the demonic beasts. He dared to do this in the face of so many Earth Yuans. Obviously, he was very confident. Therefore, the Earth Yuans became very cautious. They all mobilized the power of rules and surrounded Zichen. "Kill!" Shouts rang out. Terrifying energy began to ripple. Earth Yuans came from all directions. Poof! Zichen's two fingers formed a sword and slashed forward. The sword chi formed by the destruction of rules slashed forward. The power of an Earth Yuans who came forward was instantly dispersed. His defense was broken and his body was split in two. After his body was split, Zichen spat out a ball of fire from his body. The fire wrapped around the Earth Yuan's body and kept him in the Wuji cauldron. Not long after, a sphere of laws would be successfully refined. After the first strike, Zichen's figure flashed. He was much faster than the Shadow Demon. He dodged several attacks and arrived before the second Shadow Demon. He pointed his finger again. A sword chi pierced through the Shadow Demon's forehead and extinguished his soul. Boom! The void exploded. A powerful shockwave spread out. Many Earth Yuan's attacks exploded. However, they could not harm Zichen at all. Zichen's figure flashed again and arrived before the third Earth Yuan's. Poof! The third Earth Yuan's did not have time to react and was killed. After a round of attacks, the Shadow Demon's side lost 3 Earth Yuan's. The others gathered together and looked at Zichen in fear. "You are so powerful." Deep fear appeared in the seventh prince's eyes. At the same time, he regretted that he had underestimated the humans and did not bring any emptiness realm experts with him. "Zichen, if you have the chance, capture some Earth Yuans alive. That way, the fragments of rules you refine will be complete." Cauldron Spirit's voice transmitted into Zichen's mind. Looking at the terrified Earth Yuans, Zichen mocked. "What's wrong? Scared?" The Shadow Demon's Earth Yuans did not reply. They all looked at the seventh prince. The seventh prince transmitted, "Find a chance to escape. Since none of you are going to make a move, it's my turn." Upon finishing those words, Zichen moved at extreme speed. He appeared before an Earth Yuans like a ghost. He knocked the Earth Yuans unconscious with a single palm strike. He then kept the Earth Yuan's body in his cauldron. Bang! Zichen's figure flashed again and the second Earth Yuan's collapsed. Thump! Zichen clenched his fist and smashed the third Earth Yuan's unconscious. With Cauldron Spirit's instructions, Zichen no longer killed. He knocked the Earth Yuans unconscious and kept them in his cauldron. In a short period of time, all the Earth Yuans had entered Zichen's cauldron. Only the seventh prince was left. The seventh prince was terrified. But in the face of Zichen's phantom-like speed, it was impossible for him to escape. "I'll kill you," the seventh prince shouted. He then took out his Earth Soul weapon and swung it at Zichen. Heaven and earth were split apart by this attack. Powerful energy surged as if it was going to destroy everything. Zichun held the cauldron in his left hand and clenched his right hand into a fist. He punched towards the sky. Boom! Golden light flashed. This extremely domineering punch struck the Earth Soul weapon. A deafening explosion sounded between heaven and earth. The powerful energy contained in the Earth Soul weapon was shattered by Zichun's punch. However, when the Earth Soul weapon collided with Zichun's fist, a loud clang was heard. Then, a repulsive force came from the Earth Soul weapon and sent the seventh prince flying. When they looked at Zichun, they saw only a white mark on his fist. What? How is this possible? Looking at the white mark, the seventh prince widened his eyes in disbelief. He was attacked by the Earth Soul weapon and his defense was not broken. What kind of physique did he have? Zichun laughed mockingly. He rushed towards the seventh prince and punched again. Don't let them escape. Let my big brother take revenge for me. Just as Zichun rushed over, the seventh prince suddenly shouted towards the sky. He knew that he was going to die, so he sent a message. His voice traveled over 100 miles. Then, he held the Earth Soul weapon tightly and launched a crazy attack at Zichun. Bang! Moments later, the seventh prince's Earth Soul weapon exploded, and the seventh prince entered the everlasting elixir cauldron. As a prince, his strength was not bad. However, he was still far from the Power Devil Princess. Zichun only had to use a little effort to kill him. The devil ape flew over from afar and smiled bitterly. All the demonic beasts within 100 miles were killed. However, that shout just now traveled over 500 to 600 miles. I'm afraid the news has already spread. It's fine. Let's speed up and pass through here. Zichun waved his hand and said. Chapter 1187. It took 3 days for the news of the death of the seventh prince to reach the first prince of the Shadow Demon clan. What? The seventh prince is dead? Hearing the news, the first prince's face was filled with shock and disbelief. The news came 3 days ago. He went to kill humans, but soon the demonic beasts heard the seventh prince's request for help. They asked for your help to avenge him. An Earth Prime Shadow Demon in the hall said. What happened? The first prince's shock disappeared, and his face became gloomy. There was no battle. All the demonic beasts within 100 miles were killed. It's all because of that damned Emo Yen. It's all because of her. The first prince's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He slowly recovered and asked, how many people were there? And how many people did my brother bring? There were only 2 people. One was a human, and the other was a sky-splitting battle ape. No one could tell the details of the battle, but according to the demonic beasts, the sky-splitting battle ape didn't attack. It was only the human. The seventh prince brought 14 Earth Prime Shadow Demons. Hearing the Earth Prime Minister's words, a sinister smile appeared on the first prince's face. Just one person, but he managed to kill 14 Earth Prime Ministers. He's the strongest human in the Earth Prime Ministers. Haha, that bitch Emochio. She had predicted all of this. The Earth Prime Shadow Demon asked curiously, what do you mean? That be *TCH. She does have a grudge against humans, but she didn't lie. Humans are indeed strong. She told us the truth because she thought we wouldn't believe her. That's why we underestimated humans and suffered a great loss. The first prince said coldly. So you mean that humans are very strong? The first prince coldly snorted. Humans are the weakest creatures in the world, but they are also the strongest. Among them, the weak are very weak, while the strong are very strong. This human named Zichun is clearly one of the best among the humans. Perhaps his combat strength even exceeds that of a human spirit. Stronger than a human spirit? That's bad. The first prince frowned. What's wrong? When the third prince heard the news, he was furious. He brought people to surround the humans. What? How many people did he bring? Did he bring any virtual realm masters? He only brought 5 people. He didn't bring an emptiness realm expert, but there was a half-step emptiness realm expert. Not good. The first prince's expression changed as he said, go and find Mr. Zune. We'll go there first. After saying that, the crown prince left the palace. He seemed to have teleported. A pair of wings appeared on his back. They were pitch black and emitted a dense devil chi. Occasionally, silver light would flash through them. That silver light was the lightning energy that only existed in the martial heaven continent. The first prince grabbed Di-Yuan and flapped the wings on his back. The next moment, he disappeared from the hall. With the addition of the shadow demon's wings, it was like adding wings to a tiger. There were magical beasts on the ground that could walk. There were magical beasts in the sky that could fly. Therefore, Zichun and the devil ape were constantly under surveillance as they hurried on their journey. 3 days passed very quickly. The two needed to maintain their stamina, so they barely made it out of the dense forest. Since they were unfamiliar with this place and did not have any teleportation arrays, they could only rely on flying. The speed of the two could be said to be much slower. In these 3 days, the two encountered 4 storms. 2 of them appeared right in front of them. If the two were only mortal Yuan or core Yuan, they would have been seriously injured even if they did not die. After staying here for more than 10 days, the two finally felt the living environment of the devil race. Compared to the martial heaven continent, the energy of heaven and earth here was denser. It was more suitable for the devil race to cultivate, but it was too dangerous. Even though Zichun had experienced many life and death situations along the way, it was still child's play compared to the devil race. Rumble. A black hole appeared in front of the two. There was a storm in the black hole, and the storm was mixed with devil chi. Seeing this scene, the devil ape shouted, again. Zichun sighed, twice in one day. What kind of luck is this? Zichun's voice was instantly drowned out by the storm, and in the storm, there was a sharp whistling sound. This was the sound of some black crystals rotating at high speed. This sound was like a hidden weapon, cutting through space. These crystals were very powerful. If a mortal Yuan was hit in the head, his defense would be broken and he would definitely die. Whoosh! The sharp whistling sound rang in Zichun's ears. Zichun reached out and grabbed a black crystal. On the other side, the devil ape also reached out and grabbed a few black crystals. The storm could not do anything to the two. The two passed through the storm in a straight line. After passing through the storm, the two held a handful of black crystals in their hands. Looking at the black crystals, the devil ape laughed. Brilliant devil crystal. I didn't expect the brilliant devil crystal to be produced in these storms. And it can be seen everywhere, like cabbages in the human world. Zichun also nodded and said, most of the Earth Yuan demons have Earth spirit weapons in their hands. It is also closely related to the brilliant devil crystal that can be seen everywhere. Yes, this area is dangerous, but there are also opportunities. Danger and opportunity coexist. It seems that it is also a kind of law of the world. Zichun laughed easily indeed. You can try to comprehend this law. Zichun's smile froze in the next moment. He kept the brilliant devil crystal in his hand and looked ahead. The devil ape also sensed the abnormality and turned to look ahead. There were 5 Earth Yuan demons standing there. Zichun was still in his human form, so it was easy to recognize him. The third prince stared at him and said coldly, you killed my 7th brother. Zichun looked at him. You're here for revenge? I'm here for you to be buried with my 7th brother. Zichun spread his hands and said, sorry, I'm afraid your wish will not be fulfilled because your 7th brother can no longer be buried. Then, Zichun took out a law sphere and said, this is it. This is your 7th brother. The third prince's face became incomparably cold. The other 4 Earth Yuan demons also emitted a crazy killing intent. One of the Earth Yuan demons even had a fluctuation similar to the emptiness realm around him. It was obvious that he had touched the threshold, but had not truly broken through. Pay for my 7th brother's life. The third prince shouted. The power of law surged around him. He held a long sword in his hand and charged at Zichun. At the same time, the other 4 also took out their earth weapons and charged at Zichun. Beside him, the devil ape looked at Zichun and asked, should we kill them all? Forget it. We'll be found out sooner or later. Don't kill too many people. Besides, their lives are not easy. Let them live a little longer. As soon as he finished speaking, a long sword appeared in Zichun's hand. It was an ancient weapon that had passed the heavenly tribulation but had no spirit. Zichun held the long sword and said, you can't play with a sword like that. As he spoke, Zichun held the sword and slashed forward. As the sword fell, the sword light appeared. The destructive power of law wrapped around the sword light. The third prince felt that Zichen's sword contained a special power. The sword seemed to have sealed off all the space around it. Facing this sword, he only had two choices: advance or retreat. If he advanced, he would have to face the sword light. If he retreated, he would be in a passive position. Facing this strange feeling, the third prince shouted. Then, he held the long sword tightly and slashed forward. The black sword light flashed, and he could vaguely hear the angry roar of the spirit in the sword light. Bang! Clang! The sword light collided and exploded, followed by the clang of the long sword. Zichen's black sword light flashed and disappeared. At the same time, Zichen tapped his foot and retreated. Just as he retreated, for sharp attacks cut through the space where he was originally standing. Just as Zichen retreated, the third prince was also pushed back by a powerful force. As he retreated, the long sword in his hand made a cracking sound. Then, the long sword split into two from the middle. The fracture was smooth and clean. In just one blow, the earth weapon in his hand was cut in half. Zichen's earth weapon had gone through many lightning tribulations and contained the destructive power of law. It was too easy for it to destroy ordinary earth weapons. But the third prince didn't know that when he saw this, his expression changed drastically. He finally realized how strong the human in front of him was. He got to know Zichen again, but he wasn't afraid because they had the advantage in numbers. But Zichen's next move told him that sometimes numbers could be decisive, but sometimes numbers didn't matter at all. Zichen retreated a few steps and dodged several attacks. Then, without waiting for the shattered space to recover, Zichen stepped forward. With one step, he covered dozens of meters and arrived in front of the four earth primes. Holding the black sword in his hand, he slashed forward. Puff! The sword light flashed and an earth primes was beheaded. Blood spurted from the neck and the head flew into the distance. Puff! Another saber fell, and the saber light flashed and disappeared. The second head flew high into the air. Puff! The third sword light fell, and the third earth primes was killed. Clang! The fourth earth prime was very powerful. He was a half-step ethereal realm expert. He blocked the purple imperial long saber's attack. However, when the attack landed, the earth weapon in his opponent's hand was cut open and the spirit soul in it was immediately destroyed. Puff! The second sword light fell, and the half-step virtual realm in his body was instantly destroyed. But he was still alive. The earth prime's expression changed drastically. His face was filled with fear. He threw away the remaining half of the earth weapon in his hand and fled. But as soon as he turned around, he saw the human in the distance suddenly appear in front of him. Then, a black sword light mixed with some flames lit up in front of him. Puff! The fourth earth prime's head rolled. In the blink of an eye, Zichen killed four earth primes, including a half-step to the virtual realm. Such an easy way of killing shocked the third prince so much that he didn't immediately run away. He only reacted when Zichen's cold eyes fell on him. He screamed in horror and fled. Zichen glanced at the third prince coldly. Then, he put away his sword and took out the everlasting pill cauldron to collect the four earth primes' corpses. It was a pity that Zichen couldn't control himself once he started using the saber. He would naturally kill people instead of knocking them out. Chapter 1188. The brothers and sisters of the royal demon clan were the same as the humans of the Tianwu continent. They were filled with all kinds of internal strife. The shadow demon clan was the same. The seventh prince's death had caused many princes to secretly rejoice. Many princes fought and schemed against each other. However, the third prince, seventh prince, and first prince were true brothers. They had a good relationship since they were young. When they grew up, they stood on the same side. When the third prince heard that his younger brother had been killed, he was furious and came to find Zichen to seek revenge. He was stronger than his younger brother and had brought along a half-step ethereal realm expert and 3 powerful earth realm experts. His lineup was stronger than his younger brother's, so he was confident that he could kill the humans. Before he came, he had already guessed that the humans were strong, so he brought along 4 people. However, when the battle started, He knew that the humans were actually so strong. The humans' super strong combat power had completely exceeded the third prince's imagination. When the battle started, he was all alone. The four people beside him had all died. Even the half-step ethereal realm expert had died. Is he still human? How can there be such an existence among the humans? At this moment, the third prince was running away in fear. In the distance, some demonic beasts saw the powerful shadow demon Earth Realm expert running away. They were so frightened that they ran away. The birds in the sky also spread their wings and flew away. Zichun quickly caught up. He kept his long saber and formed a sword with 2 fingers. A sharp sword chi slashed towards the third prince. Help! The sword chi was blocked by the third prince. He screamed in fear and ran away again. Zichun walked behind him with a cold expression. This scene was destined to be spread to the outside world through the demonic beasts. It would spread to the various powers. Zichun's action was obviously to intimidate. Whether it was effective or not, Zichun had to intimidate them. He was a human and had no conflict of interest with the royal demon clan. In the world, as long as there was no conflict of interest, they could not be considered enemies. Zichun had killed the 7th prince and was now chasing the 3rd prince like a dog. He wanted to show off his strength. When the news spread, if the others wanted to surround and attack Zichun, they would first have to consider the losses. Was it worth it to lose so many Earth Realm experts for a human with whom they had no enmity? The 3rd prince continued to run. His cries for help and his screams continued to ring out, "Help! Help!" Under Zichun's deliberate urging, the 3rd prince ran for tens of thousands of miles. Many magical beasts within those tens of thousands of miles were frightened by this scene. Zichun released a powerful aura around him. Wherever he passed, all beasts prostrated themselves before him. "Stop!" An explosive shout came from the horizon behind them. The shout was filled with endless killing intent. Zichun turned his head and saw a winged shadow devil flying towards him. The moment he saw the shadow devil, Zichun's eyes lit up. The 3rd prince's eyes also lit up. He shouted, "Big brother, save me!" "Stop!" The 1st prince, who had come forward, shouted again. His body was emitting the aura of a half-step virtual realm expert. "Pooh!" Zichun retracted his gaze from the 3rd prince's wings, and then indifferently glanced at the 3rd prince. The sword chi in his hand slashed out, and the 3rd prince's miserable shriek came to an abrupt end as a head flew high into the air. The powerful shadow demon 3rd prince was like a little chick in front of Zichun. He was easily killed. Damn it! The 1st prince's eyes emitted cold killing intent. A black light flashed and a black spear appeared in his hand. He gripped the spear tightly, shook his wings, and rushed towards Zichun. His opponent's speed was very fast. Everywhere he passed, there were only afterimages. Pooh! The spear pierced through Zichun's body. A burst of energy erupted from the spear and crushed Zichun. What was crushed was only the doppelganger. Zichun's real body appeared 100 meters away. He looked at the 1st prince's wings, and the light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. With the wings, the 1st prince's speed was definitely the fastest among the shadow demons. And the shadow demons were also the fastest among the demon race. In other words, the 1st prince was the fastest among the demon race. However, his full-speed attack was easily dodged by his opponent. This made the 1st prince angry, but there was a trace of surprise on his face. After a short exchange, the two retreated and opened up a distance. The demon ape stood in the distance and did not approach. "Human, I want you to die." The 3rd brother's headless body fell to the ground. The 1st prince's face was full of hatred. He shook the spear in his hand and rushed towards Zichun again. Zichun stood in the same place. As the 1st prince approached, he clenched his fist and punched forward. The golden fist light illuminated the world. Zichun's figure suddenly became incomparably tall. This fist gave off an extremely domineering feeling. Pooh! A powerful force was released where the fist light passed. The 1st prince coughed up blood and flew backwards. The anger on his face completely turned into shock. He pointed at Zichun and said in shock, "You." Zichun looked at the 1st prince and pointed at the wings on his back. "Let me ask you a question. Where did you get these wings?" These are the supreme treasures of our royal shadow demon clan. Hearing this, Zichen's mouth had a trace of ridicule. The supreme treasures of the royal shadow demon clan. These are clearly the supreme treasures of the Thunder clan. Nonsense. These things have been in our royal shadow demon clan for hundreds of thousands of years. The first prince said. Zichun sneered. A light flashed on his back, and the heavenly thunder wings appeared. The moment the heavenly thunder wings appeared, the first prince's expression immediately changed. He was shocked, surprised, and pleasantly surprised, because both the wings emitted waves of suction, as if they were originally one. The first prince looked at the 4 heavenly thunder wings on Zichen's back with greed in his eyes. Zichun said indifferently, "This is the Thunder clan's supreme treasure, the heavenly thunder wings. With them, it is equivalent to having the fastest speed in the world." The first prince nodded with a satisfied expression. "Very good. Thank you for bringing me such a supreme treasure from the human world." Zichen said, "You're welcome. I also didn't expect to have such an unexpected harvest." As soon as he finished speaking, Zichun took a step forward. With a flap of his lightning wings, his figure disappeared from the spot. When Zichun disappeared, the first prince's pupils shrank. Then, a powerful force appeared before him. A huge fist rapidly enlarged in his eyes. On this fist, there was a mysterious power of the natural order. The first prince shouted and flapped his wings. He retreated while holding his spear tightly. Mobilizing the power of the natural order, he blocked the fist. Pung! With a loud bang, a powerful force raged. A huge black hole appeared in the void. Zichun stood in the black hole. The powerful suction force couldn't do anything to him. As for the first prince, he was sent flying by Zichen's punch. He coughed out blood. However, as the first prince, be it in terms of attack or defense, he was an extremely powerful existence. Zichen couldn't kill him with a single blow. Half-step void energy circulated around the first prince's body. The powerful destructive force of Zichen's attack was being neutralized by him. After retreating a few hundred meters, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sighed. What a strong attack! He shook the spear in his hand and mobilized the power of the natural order again. Then, he shouted, "Shadow Demon's secret technique." As he shouted, thousands of black lights suddenly rushed out from the first prince's body. When these black lights reached the sky, they turned into clones. These clones were like the first prince, holding spears in their hands. Hundreds of clones appeared at the same time. They emitted the same aura. It was impossible to tell which was the real one. Die. Hundreds of people spoke at the same time. Their cold and indifferent voices sounded. Then, hundreds of people holding spears rushed towards Zichun. This was a clone attack. Each one of them was a real body. Zichun didn't need the yin-yang eye to sense it. Looking at the hundreds of figures approaching, he just smiled indifferently. Then, he clenched his fists and took a step forward. He had already used the combo technique. All the clones had just approached Zichun. Before they could launch a powerful attack, Zichen's combo technique would arrive first. After the combo technique, Zichen's footwork changed. His body would immediately leave his original position and appear in another direction. Then, several more combo techniques bloomed with a bright golden light. Looking from afar, Zichen, who was emitting a golden light, was completely surrounded by the first prince. The space left for Zichun to move was very narrow. However, in this narrow space, one explosion after another rang out continuously. Bang! Bang! After the combo technique, a golden light would enter the clone's body. Then, the clone would explode. Zichen's combo technique was very fast. In an instant, he could unleash dozens of combo techniques. Therefore, these hundreds of clones couldn't get close to Zichun. When all the clones were destroyed, Zichun clenched his fists and punched towards the chest of the last figure. Boom! Boundless golden light surged into the body of the last figure. Dazzling golden light spread from the inside out, and finally, the figure exploded. The moment the figure exploded, the void behind Zichun broke open silently. A spear appeared and pierced through the gap in the lightning wings, stabbing towards Zichen's back. The one holding the spear was the first prince with a ferocious expression. He had been hiding all this while, waiting for this moment to attack. In his opinion, this attack was foolproof. The human would definitely die. However, in the next moment, his expression froze. The human had turned around at some point. His cold eyes seemed to be saying, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Zichun grabbed the spear that contained the power of the void with his left hand. A pitch-black glove appeared on his left hand. The first prince couldn't break free from the spear. His expression changed drastically. However, before he could give up, a ghastly saber light appeared in front of him. He shouted and blocked with the spear in his hand again. At the same time, he activated the power of the void to protect his body. Pooh! Where the saber light passed, the spear was instantly cut in half. At the same time, the arm that the first prince used to hold the spear was also cut off. The saber light continued to rush forward, leaving a long wound on his chest. However, because of this, he managed to survive. He quickly retreated several hundred meters. Although he was heavily injured and his Earth's spiritual weapon was destroyed, there was no fear on his face. Instead, there was a hint of surprise and joy. "Haha, Zichun, I have to thank you." Chapter 1189. The earth weapon was cut open, and one of the first prince's arms was chopped off. However, the first prince suddenly laughed loudly. This puzzled Zichun. However, when he saw the sudden appearance of these powers in the void, he couldn't help but frown. He said in shock, "He actually broke through." The first prince's half-step void power had turned into the true power of the void. The first prince had broken through to the emptiness realm at such a critical moment. This surprised Zichun and even the first prince himself. Therefore, he laughed proudly. Zichun had given him too much pressure. If he didn't do well, he might have died. It was this pressure of life and death that allowed him to break through the bottleneck. The Earth Prime Realm comprehended the rules and mobilized the power of the rules. As for the emptiness realm, they mobilized the power of the void. This was evolved from the rules. Of course, it was of a higher level than the rules. Zichun had seen and fought with emptiness realm experts when he was in the human prime realm. However, he had never seen anyone break through to the emptiness realm. He looked in front of him curiously. With the first prince as the center, the power of the void within a 1,000-meter radius was mobilized and gathered towards him. This power of the void merged with his body and healed his injuries. Even his severed arm was growing on its own. At the same time, the void within a 1,000-meter radius seemed to be isolated and merged with his body. A black light flashed, and the demon ape appeared in front of Zichun. It looked at the first prince who was hundreds of meters away and said in surprise, as expected of the first prince of the Shadow Demon clan, "The emptiness realm that he formed for the first time is actually 1,000-meter wide." 1,000-meter wide? Is it different? Zichun asked in confusion. He didn't know much about the emptiness realm. The demon ape shook its head and said, "It's not the same. Everyone breaks through to the emptiness realm and forms a different emptiness realm space. This has a lot to do with the rules that they comprehended. For those who comprehended normal rules, their emptiness realm space is probably only dozens or dozens of meters wide. For those who comprehended extraordinary rules, their emptiness realm space can be hundreds of meters wide. This 1,000-meter wide emptiness realm space is already very unique." Zichun nodded and said, "Since he is the first prince of the shadow demons, he naturally has some tricks up his sleeve. It's normal for him to be stronger than normal emptiness realm experts." The demon domain laughed and said, "There are big and small emptiness realm spaces. However, there are pros and cons." "What do you mean?" Zichun asked. The demon domain explained, "When one breaks through, the emptiness realm space is very large. Naturally, when one is in the emptiness realm, one's combat power will be much greater than that of others of the same level. However, it is precisely because the emptiness realm is so large that it requires a lot of resources, time, and energy to successfully transform the emptiness realm space into a reality realm space. A small emptiness realm space can be broken through very quickly, but a large emptiness realm space will require a very long period of time. At that time, When the reality realm is against the emptiness realm, with a difference of 1 level, the emptiness realm will definitely die. Is that so? Zichun was surprised. This is something from my inherited memories. There shouldn't be any mistake, the demonic ape said. Suddenly, Cauldron Spirit's voice sounded in the 2C of consciousness. In the Zhanwu continent, there were many cultivators who wanted to survive and advance their realms quickly. They would deliberately shrink their virtual realm and realms. In the early stages, their realms would advance quickly and their combat strength would be very strong. But in the later stages, their potential would be greatly affected by their lack of physical strength. Such people would never have the chance to become experts. Zichun and the demonic ape nodded. Of course, there were pros and cons. The two of them were well aware of this. Zichun, your chance has come, Cauldron Spirit said again. What chance? Zichun asked. Kill this guy who has just made a breakthrough, and I will help you refine his emptiness realm into an Edict of Void. By absorbing the energy of the Edict of Void, you will be able to strengthen yourself and comprehend your own emptiness realm. Zichun's eyes immediately lit up when he heard that. He asked, What do you mean, Elder? That's right. This is a shortcut to the emptiness realm, but it is prepared for experts who can kill enemies of a higher level, Cauldron Spirit transmitted. The edict you have comprehended is very special. You have also comprehended many other edicts. It will take you a very long time to make a breakthrough to the emptiness realm with your own strength. It might take 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or even longer. But now that you have the Edict of Void, as long as you can refine enough Edicts of Void, you will be able to greatly shorten your cultivation time. Zichun's expression immediately became excited. When he looked at the first prince again, his eyes were filled with undisguised greed. It was as though he was looking at a naked beauty. It must be said that at this moment, Zichun found the first prince to be very pleasing to the eye. Not only did this guy deliver a part of the heavenly thunderwings to him, he even made a breakthrough to the emptiness realm right in front of him. And his own emptiness realm was of great use to Zichun. It was obvious that this person was here to deliver a treasure to Zichun. Zichun sighed in his heart. This was truly a person with noble sentiments, fearless, and selfless dedication. In order to fully form the emptiness realm, a large amount of void energy must be extracted. This void energy must first be refined, and then integrated into the emptiness realm through the body. Zichun was not in a hurry as the breakthrough continued. Instead, he hoped that the first prince would make the breakthrough slowly, so that he could absorb more void energy. Cauldron Spirit had said that the stronger the emptiness realm, the more edicts of void one would be able to cultivate and absorb. While they were waiting, the first prince's reinforcements finally arrived. The reinforcements were 3 shadow demons. 2 of them were in the Earth Yuan realm, and the last one was in the emptiness realm. When the 3 saw the first prince making a breakthrough from afar, a trace of astonishment immediately appeared on their faces. But soon after, that astonishment turned into ecstasy. Breakthrough. The first prince actually made a breakthrough. Who would have thought that the first prince would make a breakthrough at this moment? This is just too timely. With 2 emptiness realm experts joining hands, no matter how powerful this human is, he will still die today. The 3 were both surprised and excited, but just in case, they quickly rushed to the first prince and protected him in the middle. When they arrived near the first prince, one of the Earth Yuan experts said, Strange. The first prince is making a breakthrough. If he doesn't attack, he should be running away. Why are the 2 of them standing there? The second Earth Yuan expert said disdainfully, Of course they are stupid. Look at their stupefied faces. They must have never seen an emptiness realm expert make a breakthrough. They are probably in a state of shock and won't be able to run away. The emptiness realm expert suddenly saw the third prince's corpse on the ground and the human head in the distance. He coldly said, This human must die. The first prince's breakthrough lasted for a full 15 minutes. The surrounding void energy continuously converged towards the first prince. At the same time, with the first prince as the center, an emptiness realm with a radius of 1,000 meters appeared. What shone between heaven and earth was a black radiance. But within the emptiness realm, it was a white space. At this moment, everyone, including Zichun and the demonic ape, was within the emptiness realm. Following the first prince's breakthrough, Zichun could clearly feel an additional pressure within the white emptiness realm. This was caused by the void energy. The three shadow demons were still admiring the size of the first prince's emptiness realm. At the same time, they stared at the two people in front of them vigilantly. Zichun and the demonic ape looked at the first prince quietly until he made a breakthrough. After the first prince made a breakthrough, the aura around him became 10 times stronger. As he opened his eyes were filled with joy. At this moment, he was feeling his own body in the emptiness realm. In an instant, he felt everything. Then, he saw the three shadow demons beside him. The three of them repeatedly congratulated him. The first prince smiled and nodded. He had made a breakthrough and recovered from his previous injuries. His only regret was that his earth weapon was completely destroyed. As his gaze moved, the first prince saw Zichun in front of him. He was obviously surprised. He said, "You didn't take the opportunity to run away." Zichun felt strange and asked, "Why should I run?" The first prince said coldly, "Indeed, it doesn't matter whether you run or not, because you won't be able to escape from here. You will die. I want to avenge my two brothers. Also, the wings behind your back are mine." After he finished speaking, the first prince pointed a finger at Zichun. In the emptiness realm, waves of void energy appeared. The void energy came from all directions and pressed down on Zichun. It was like a huge net that enveloped him. "This is my world. I have the final say." Zichun's body was imprisoned by the void energy. The first prince's cold voice sounded. Zichun's expression was calm, but there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. At the same time, the first prince pointed a finger at the demonic ape. The demonic ape's body was imprisoned as well. "Accept your fate. You are one realm apart. You will definitely die," another emptiness realm expert said indifferently. Zichun didn't speak. He just looked at the first prince. "Die. Your wings are mine." The first prince shouted angrily. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes. At the same time, he mobilized the void energy around him. The void energy turned into a long spear in the emptiness realm. The first prince held the long spear in his hand and charged at Zichun as one with the spear. At this moment, Zichun was imprisoned by the emptiness rules and couldn't move. The first prince was confident that he could kill him. However, as he got closer, he saw Zichun's expression. It was a very calm expression. As he got closer, a hint of mockery slowly appeared in Zichun's eyes. His calm face also had a hint of pity. The first prince suddenly felt that something was wrong. However, he didn't know what the problem was. He thought that it was an illusion. Therefore, he secretly increased his strength to kill Zichun. As the long spear approached, the dense killing intent on the tip of the spear made one's heart tremble. Zichun's body suddenly began to glow. The destruction rules appeared. Bang! Under the destruction rules, the void energy around Zichun was instantly shattered. Zichun raised his hand. A long saber appeared in his hand. The long saber was as black as ink. Some flame patterns were engraved on the surface of the saber. Then, Zichun raised the saber. The flame patterns began to glow. A hint of golden light appeared on the surface of the pitch-black long saber. Then, Zichun raised the saber. He swung the saber and slashed down. Swoosh! The long saber slashed down. The surrounding void energy was instantly shattered. At the same time, a saber light like a waterfall met the incoming long spear. Bang! There was another loud sound. The long spear shattered. The saber light continued to move forward and hit the first prince's chest. The first prince screamed in pain. His body flew backward. Chapter 1190. After the first prince attacked, the three shadow demons looked at Zichun with ridicule. There was a difference of one level between them. In their eyes, the human Zichun would definitely die. They were waiting to see Zichun die, but obviously, they were disappointed. Zichun only moved slightly, and the void law that imprisoned him was broken. They were very surprised and shocked. Then, Zichun took out a long blade and slashed. The spear formed by the void law shattered, and the first prince was sent flying. This happened so quickly that the three of them didn't have time to react. The void law vibrated in the void realm, and the first prince, who was sent flying, rose into the air again. At this moment, there was a long wound on his chest, and dark red blood was spurting out from the wound. The first prince looked at Ziqian from afar, and his face was full of shock. Difference. He felt the difference between the two of them from the previous attack. The difference was even greater than before he broke through. Ziqian was only at the Earth Prime realm, but the density and purity of his origin energy was even greater than that of the first prince, who was at the Void realm. In addition, the law that Ziqian comprehended was a very strange power that seemed to be able to restrain his power. The high-level Void law flowed on the surface of his body, expelling the Void law from his wound, but the effect wasn't ideal. Seeing this, the second Void realm expert's expression became serious. His figure flashed, and he appeared in front of the first prince. Then, he activated his Void realm law to heal the first prince. Ziqian stood in the distance with his blade. He glanced at the two Earth Prime realm experts and said indifferently, "These two aren't of much use. Kill them." After Ziqian finished speaking, the devil ape turned into a ray of black light and rushed forward. As a member of the sky-splitting battle ape bloodline, the devil ape was extremely powerful in terms of speed and combat power. It was also considered a high-level life form in the Darkness continent. As it rushed forward, the devil ape held the black rod in its right hand and grabbed at the two demons with its left hand. Just like how the first prince dealt with the two demons, streaks of black energy appeared in the sky. These energies were like a large net of laws, instantly enveloping the two demons. This was a unique ability of the devil ape lineage. The power of the two devils began to recede like a tide. Fear immediately appeared on their faces. In the next moment, the pitch-black shadow of the staff enlarged in front of them. Boom! Boom! Two explosions resounded in the sky. The two powerful Earth Prime stage cultivators were killed by the demonic ape's black stick before they could even react. The sky-splitting battle ape had disappeared for more than 100,000 years. Therefore, in the Darkness continent, there were no records of the sky-splitting battle ape's combat strength. With the help of the Emptiness Realm expert, the first prince's injuries quickly recovered. However, in this short period of time, the devil ape had killed two Earth Prime experts and returned in a flash. At the same time, he took the opportunity to not only collect the two corpses, but also the corpse of the third prince. The first prince and the Emptiness Realm expert beside him were furious. The killing intent in their eyes became even stronger. "Your Highness, let's use the Emptiness Realm to suppress Ziqian. As for the sky-splitting battle ape, it seems like it has no intention of interfering. Let's kill Ziqian first," the Emptiness Realm expert said with the use of the sound transmission technique. The first prince replied, "Okay, let's end this quickly." Another Emptiness Realm opened up. The two types of emptiness space overlapped with each other. Two types of emptiness law descended and pressed down on Ziqian. With the two of them working together, Ziqian could clearly feel the immense pressure. His movements became sluggish. However, his expression remained calm. The two of them used the Emptiness Realm to suppress Ziqian. After making Ziqian unable to move, they charged towards Ziqian at the same time and launched powerful attacks. Ziqian held the long saber in his hand and looked at the two of them. A cold smile gradually appeared at the corner of his mouth. The Destruction Law appeared around him again. When the Emptiness Law came into contact with the Destruction Law, it instantly shattered. Ziqian instantly regained his freedom. Boom! Suddenly, a tremor came from the Emptiness Realm. A loud and clear sound of a sword rang out. A huge sword steel appeared before the first prince. The sword steel was as big as a mountain. The Destruction Law flowed on the surface of the sword steel. It blocked the first prince like a wall. Clang! The Emptiness Law transformed into a long spear and stabbed the sword steel fiercely. A sonorous sound erupted. The sword steel shone with golden light. Every ray of golden light was a ray of sword chi. These sword chi worked together with the Destruction Law and dissolved the Emptiness Law. As the two types of energy were in a stalemate, the sky trembled continuously. In the end, the sword steel was no match for the first prince and was sent flying. However, the powerful force contained in the first prince's attack was also dissolved by the sword steel. After sending the sword steel flying with one strike, Before the first prince could make a second strike, Zichun had already made his move. He held his saber and slashed forward. The saber light lit up again like a waterfall. The saber light was dazzling. It slashed toward the emptiness realm expert in front of him. The saber light flashed and disappeared. After the saber light disappeared, a tremor came from the emptiness realm. After the tremor, the two emptiness realms trembled. After a while, only one of the two emptiness realms was left. Such an unforeseen event caused the first prince, who had just sent the sword steel flying, to be surprised. He turned his head and glanced to the side. In an instant, the surprise on his face turned into horror. He saw that the emptiness realm expert, who had just joined forces with him, was now a headless corpse. Before the head fell, the corpse had already fallen to the ground. A powerful emptiness realm expert was killed with a single strike. Zichun killed an enemy above his level. The original guess of the Earth Prime forces in the Tianwu continent had become a reality today. Mr. Zun, the first prince shouted loudly. His expression was full of horror. It should be known that Mr. Zun had stepped into the emptiness realm for thousands of years. He was extremely powerful. Among the shadow demons, he was also extremely famous. However, today, he was killed by an Earth Prime expert with a single strike. Naturally, this was not because Mr. Zun was weak. It was because the opponent was too strong. The first prince had never seen an expert before. He was shocked and frightened. Hence, he decided to run away. However, it was too late. Swoosh. At this moment, Zichun turned into a ray of light and rushed toward the first prince. On his back, the thunder wings vibrated. His speed was even faster than before. The first prince, who was shocked, wanted to run away. However, it was too late. Zichun flashed in front of him and slashed with his saber again. The saber light flashed once again from the emptiness realm. Slash after slash, each slash landed on the first prince's body. Outside the emptiness realm, many demonic beasts only felt a powerful aura appear. Then, the emptiness realm was isolated. They could not see what was happening inside. However, in less than a moment, there was a loud bang. The emptiness realm suddenly exploded. The figures that had just disappeared appeared again. However, this time, there were only 3 people left in the emptiness realm. 2 of them belonged to the human side. The last one was the first prince of the shadow demons. At this moment, there were several wounds on the first prince's body. Each wound was so deep that his bones could be seen. Blood flowed out from the wounds and splattered on the ground. The emptiness realm was broken. The first prince appeared. His face was still full of shock and fear. He slowly raised his hand and pointed at Zichun. However, he only said one word before he lost all his strength. His body fell to the ground. The long saber in Zichun's hand disappeared. Then, he pointed at the first prince. The first prince's body was wrapped in energy and flew up again. He flew in front of Zichun. Zichun pointed at the first prince again. The black wings on the first prince's body separated from his body and were caught by Zichun. As for the corpse, like the previous emptiness realm expert, Zichun stored it in the Wuji pill cauldron. Zichun held the thunder wings with one hand and released his spiritual sense. After a while, Zichun sighed. What's wrong?
Beside him, the devil ape asked.
Just as the first prince said, the thunder wings have existed in the demon clan for hundreds of thousands of years. During this period, who knows how many masters it has had? The lightning power in it has been suppressed by the demon chi. I'm afraid it won't be able to exert its power in a short time, Zichun said. Then what should we do? The devil ape asked again. The most important thing now should be to dispel the demon chi in it, Zichun said. The devil ape nodded. All right, I'll hurry on my way. You dispel the demon chi and refine the thunder wings. That's good too. The 4 thunder wings have extraordinary speed. As the treasure of the lightning clan, the 6 thunder wings should be even stronger. It's a pity that I didn't bring the ancient time castle. Otherwise, I would have been able to refine it quickly. After saying that, Zichun transformed into a ray of golden light and disappeared. He had entered the purple gold gourd. The devil ape would travel alone for the rest of the journey. Their whereabouts were constantly being monitored, so there was no point in hiding. Relying on the memories of the original demon clan members, the devil ape advanced in a straight line. In just a few days, news of the 3 princes of the Shadow Demon Clan had been killed spread. That was especially true of the Shadow Demon Clan's first prince. He had broken through in the middle of the battle, and there was also Mr. Zune. For a time, the powers of the Darkness continent that hadn't gone to the Tianwu continent were all paying attention to Zichun. It was just as Zichun had expected. After displaying his great power, whoever wanted to kill him would have to carefully consider the gains and losses, especially when 2 Emptiness Realm experts couldn't kill a single human. Zichun's power made them even more fearful. At this moment, everyone had no choice but to believe that Zichun was the #1 expert of the Earth Primal Realm in the Tianwu continent. The Devil Ape's following journey was very smooth. Although the Shadow Demons were furious, they were unable to chase after the Devil Ape to the Flame Demon Clan's territory. In the Flame Demon Clan's territory, the Devil Ape had only encountered one battle. It had, coincidentally, encountered an Emptiness Realm expert who had fought fiercely with the Devil Ape. Relying on many divine abilities and the Black Rod, the Devil Ape had been able to kill the Emptiness Realm expert. There were people who had personally witnessed this battle. Therefore, when the news spread again, it caused an uproar. The heaven-splitting battle ape that had disappeared for more than 100,000 years had reappeared. Its power was actually able to kill enemies that were stronger than it was. Furthermore, there was also Zichun. Zichun, who could kill enemies that were stronger than him, and the Devil Ape, who could kill enemies that were stronger than him. When the 2 of them joined forces, they intimidated many members of the royal family. As a result, the Devil Ape's following journey became a truly smooth road. During this time, not a single person came to cause trouble. 2 months passed quickly. The Devil Ape successfully reached its destination. The attention of many members of the royal family had been on the Devil Ape. When they saw that the Devil Ape had reached its destination, they also moved. Chapter 1191. The Heavenly Stream Mountain Range. This was the birthplace of the heaven-splitting battle ape bloodline. It was also their former base. However, over 100,000 years ago, the heaven-splitting battle ape bloodline had followed the other devil races into the martial heaven continent, sealing this place. Other than the heaven-splitting battle ape bloodline, no one else, no matter how strong they were, was able to break this seal. Back then, many royal races had coveted the things left behind by the heaven-splitting battle ape bloodline. Regretfully, no one had been able to break through the seal. As time passed, this place became an uninhabited region. But today, there were many Earth Yuan experts gathered outside the Heavenly Stream Mountain Range. They came from the various royal races of the Darkness continent. The Power Devil race, the Shadow Devil race, the Winged Devil race, the Flame Devil race, and other royal races. There were many princes here. They were all gathered around one person. That person was the center of attention. Moat, I heard that you've already conquered many regions in the human world. They're much larger than the Power Devil race's current base, said one of the princes who had never been to the Martial Heaven continent. Moat was a prince of the Power Devil race. He had stayed in the Martial Heaven continent for a long time. He was Mo Cun's older brother, as well as the prince who had his spirit ring stolen by Zichun in the Holy Burial Ground. He had also fought against the Everlasting Sect for 1,000 years. Other than the prince who had spoken, the other princes all looked at Moat. He smiled modestly. I've conquered some regions, but they're not worth mentioning. The spiritual chi here is too little. It's fine as long as there aren't any storms. Speaking of which, how big is the region you've conquered? Asked another prince. Moat shook his head. It's not that big. Not counting those independent minor worlds, it should be around 40 to 50 regions. What? 40 to 50? And that's not counting the minor worlds? Everyone was startled. There were no minor worlds in the Darkness continent. Moat rolled his eyes and thought for a moment before saying, no matter how you look at it, there should be at least a few hundred power magic regions. The princes were stunned. Lord Devil swept a glance at everyone, and the smugness in his eyes was obvious. He waved his hand and said, this is nothing. Recently, I've taken a fancy to a piece of land. The density of spiritual energy there is second only to the Darkness continent. Therefore, I've decided to find some time to conquer it. There's such a place in the human world? A prince asked in surprise. Of course. That's where the saints were buried during the war with the demon clan. Not only is the heaven and earth spirit chi rich, but there are also hundreds of spacious small worlds. The total area is probably comparable to thousands of power demon regions. The crowd, who were already extremely shocked, was obviously stunned again. Are there any experts overseeing that area? Moat said disdainfully, if Earth Prime is considered a strong warrior, then there are a few. But the strongest is only Earth Prime. There are no ethereal stage warriors. The prince's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Is there such a good thing? Then doesn't that mean as long as we find a corporeal expert, we'll be able to conquer that region?
Lord Devil's mouth twitched, and then he nodded awkwardly.
That's true. That's true. However, I don't want to use any experts for now. I want to rely on my own power to conquer that region. This can also count as training. Everyone's gazes towards Moat were filled with admiration. But only Lord Devil knew that this wasn't training. It was just that they didn't dare to use any experts that exceeded their power level. This matter had started when the Demon Clan had first invaded the Martial Heaven continent. At that time, the Demon Clan had relied on their powerful experts to easily slaughter human cultivators, conquering one region after another. But very quickly, an expert from the human race had appeared. With just a slap, he had killed the Demon Clan's experts who had been wantonly slaughtering the Demon Clan. That scene could be said to have shocked everyone present. When the human experts' cold gaze swept over them, the Demon Clan's experts all lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. They had been terrified, thinking that this human expert would also kill them. But unexpectedly, he had only snorted coldly and turned to leave. Humans were very selfish, especially those experts. But they also had things that they had to uphold. When that human expert had left, he had also killed the Demon Clan's experts who had attacked, those who hadn't stayed alive. Thus, from that day onwards, the battle had always been under control. The experts were in charge of intimidating others, while the others were in charge of fighting. Right, Lord Devil? Did you specially rush back from the human world because of Ziqian or because of the sky-split battle ape? Asked one of the princes. Lord Devil paused for a moment.
Both.
Just who is Ziqian? He actually made you make a trip back, and you even brought a corporeal realm expert with you. The corporeal realm was the strongest expert in this world. There were only a few people at this level who were still in the darkness continent. Even within each royal family, there were only one or two corporeal realm experts. They never personally fought. Most of the time, they acted as a trump card to intimidate others. Lord Devil glanced at the Shadow Devil's people. This person is very strong. Extremely strong. He is the strongest human expert in the Earth Yuan realm. Hearing this evaluation, the other princes burst into laughter. However, the shadow demons had ugly expressions on their faces. This was because they had used the lives of 3 princes and 1 emptiness realm expert to prove how powerful Ziqian was. Lord Devil's expression was stern. He is very strong. That's publicly acknowledged in the Martial Heaven continent. This time, he came to the Darkness continent because I felt like it was an opportunity to kill him. That's why I had my sister send the news back. Furthermore, I personally rushed back. But I didn't think there would still be people who didn't believe me. Back when Ziqian was at the mortal realm, he was already able to kill Earth Yuan experts. What? Everyone's expressions changed. The difference between the mortal and Earth Yuan realms was like heaven and earth. One understood the laws, while the other was still a human. But how could the latter kill the former? He has the human race's strongest physique, the perfect body. He has 3 pages of the heavenly book. His essence, chi, and spirit are all in a perfect state. He doesn't have any weaknesses. When he was at the mortal realm, he was already able to kill Earth Yuan experts. Furthermore, he was able to kill them instantly. When he underwent his Earth Yuan lightning tribulation, he comprehended dozens of laws. He experienced hundreds of lightning tribulations, including the laws of nature, the laws of good and evil, the laws of life, and so on. Every time Moat said something, everyone's eyes would widen and their expressions would become more and more shocked. In the end, They were so shocked that their eyes were wide open and their mouths were agape. They couldn't believe what they were hearing. That was because they weren't sure if Lord Devil was talking about the same person. In the Martial Heaven continent, there are too many factions that want to kill him. However, no one has been able to kill him. No one has had a chance. Furthermore, those who have opposed him have never had a good ending. This time, he came to this world with great difficulty. This is our only chance to kill him. Do you think such a person should be killed? Lord Devil looked at everyone. Yes, he really should be killed. This person is too powerful. He will definitely become a famous existence in the future. He will be a huge threat to our demon race's invasion of the human world. He should be killed. I haven't seen the heavenly book of a human yet. Let's kill him and take it out. The princes instantly united. However, after learning about Zichen's legends, they no longer dared to hope that they could kill him. Instead, they placed all their hopes on the Void Realm and Corporeal Realm experts. Only the Shadow Devils didn't feel good about this. If they had known that Zichen was so powerful, their princes definitely wouldn't have rashly attacked him. Then they wouldn't have died. All right, since everyone agrees, listen to my orders. When I tell you to attack, you can attack, said Lord Devil. Why? Aren't we going to kill him as soon as he arrives? Lord Devil shook his head. There's no rush. Let the heaven-rending battle apes enter the heavenly stream mountain range first. This time, not only will I kill Zichun, but I will also take the things left behind by the heaven-rending battle apes. Lord Devil's plan was very good. Everyone happily agreed. Next, they hid in the darkness, waiting for the devil ape to arrive. There was no danger on the way, let alone Zichun. Even the devil ape didn't believe that the two of them would be spared. So when they approached the heavenly stream mountain range, the devil ape was very careful. At the same time, because of Zichen's warning, it deliberately slowed down, stopping outside the heavenly stream mountain range for a while. In the space where the purple gold gourd was, Zichen sat cross-legged, golden and silver elemental lightning flickering around his body. On his back, there were originally 4 wings, but now there were 6. However, 2 of the wings were black and contained an extremely dense demonic aura. Zichun had spent several months, but he still hadn't been able to completely expel the demonic chi. That was because there was simply too much demonic chi. Moreover, after more than 100,000 years of corrosion, the lightning wings had almost completely changed. If Zichan had been any later, the lightning wings would have really turned into demonic wings. While Zichan was using his own energy to expel the demonic chi from the lightning wings, he was also using the lightning from the other 4 wings to expel and fuse with the lightning wings. After 2 months, he finally saw results. One day, the lightning wings on Zichen's back suddenly emitted a dazzling light. After 2 months of refinement, the lightning wings had finally fused. After the fusion, the lightning wings emitted a powerful aura. As the 6 wings on Zichen's back flapped, an indescribable energy appeared, enveloping an area of 1,000 li. The energy instantly enveloped an area of 1,000 li, forming an indescribable space. After seeing this space, Zichun was stunned. This is the mirage. Zichun calmed his heart and sensed this space. Then, his astonishment slowly turned into disbelief, and finally into ecstasy. This was the mirage. The real mirage. The 6 wings supported Zichen's mirage. At this moment, Zichen was equivalent to an emptiness realm expert, possessing an extraordinary mirage. As the lightning wings flapped and contracted, the mirage appeared and disappeared. In the mirage, there was a surge of emptiness energy. This emptiness energy was created by the 6 wings, but at the same time, Zichun could also make Zichun use it. With the help of the 6 wings, Zichun was equivalent to an emptiness realm expert. Chapter 1192. Zichun was pleasantly surprised by the effects brought about by the successful fusion of the 6 wings. It could even be said that he was ecstatic. With the fusion of the 6 wings, his battle strength had increased by a level. The Thunder Clan's supreme treasure, the Heavenly Thunder Wings, was naturally worthy of its reputation. Moreover, there was a very obvious black demonic chi on the wings that had yet to be completely dispelled. Once Zichen completely dispelled the demonic chi, the 6 wings would probably still have room to grow. With the fusion of the 6 wings and the increase in battle strength, there was no point in continuing to stay in the periphery. No matter what was waiting for them in the depths, they had to go in. Under Zichen's signal, the devil ape quickly entered the Skystream Mountains. After seeing the 2 towering peaks in the distance, the devil ape felt a wave of pressure. At the same time, it transmitted a message to Zichun. There should be many experts hidden here. I feel a very oppressive aura. There must be emptiness realm experts, and maybe even corporeal realm experts. No worries. Find what you want first, Zichun replied. If it was before, he would naturally be somewhat wary of corporeal realm experts. However, with the help of the Thunder Wings, he now had the strength of the emptiness realm. Although he didn't dare to say that he could kill corporeal realm experts, he could at least protect himself. He's here. He's here. The hidden experts of the demon clan all exclaimed when they saw the arrival of the devil ape. Be careful. Don't let him detect you. Let him pass. Moat transmitted a message. The devil ape quickly arrived at the foot of the Skystream Mountains. The entrance to the Skystream Mountains was between the 2 towering peaks. As for behind the peaks, there was only darkness, as if there was nothingness. With a flash of light, Zichun appeared. Sure enough, as soon as he appeared, he felt an indescribable pressure. Zichun smiled bitterly and said, "This is the invisible pressure created by the gathering of experts. It seems that not only is there a corporeal realm expert in the dark, there is more than one. As for emptiness realm experts, there are even more." Then what should we do? The devil ape asked. Zichun swept a glance into the distance and said, "They haven't made a move yet. They must be very interested in what you have. The battle should be happening inside. When the time comes, you have to be careful. If possible, I will stop them first, and you can find it yourself." The devilish ape nodded. As the demonic ape strode forward, the seal of the Skystream mountain range appeared. Many years ago, many cultivators had tried to break the seal, but they had not been able to do so. Instead, they had almost caused the Skystream mountain range to disappear. The demonic ape's hands moved about in the void, using its own blood to draw out an imprint. This was something from its inherited memories. The imprint moved forward and fused with the seal in front of it. A short moment later, the seal began to tremble. Then, like a wave of water, it parted to both sides, revealing a massive door. The devilish ape and Zichun looked at each other and entered. Just as the 2 of them entered, many black shadows flashed and disappeared. After breaking the seal and entering the mountain stream, the 2 of them heard the rumbling sound of water flowing. That was the sound of water flowing down from the mountain peak, forming 2 waterfalls. The sound of the waterfalls was extremely loud, and the water was also pure black, but it contained extremely pure spiritual energy. This is spiritual water. Zichun was puzzled. This is the demonic spring. Back then, the experts of our demonic ape clan spent a lot of effort to build it, the devilish ape explained. The effect of this demonic spring is equivalent to that of liquefied origin energy, but its effect is better. It consumes a lot of origin energy, but as long as you drink some of this demonic spring, your origin energy will naturally recover. When Zichun heard this, a shocked expression appeared on his face. He asked, "Any realm is fine." The devilish ape thought for a moment and said, "Any realm below the heaven realm should be fine." Zichun's eyes immediately lit up. He said, "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and take it." "Are you waiting for them to take it?" With that, Zichun rushed toward the demonic spring. And these mana sources, which formed waterfalls and rivers, were simply inexhaustible. Looking at the anxious Zichun, the corners of the devilish ape's mouth twitched. He said, "This demonic spring is unique to the demon race. It's useless to humans." Zichun was stunned. Then, his face was full of disappointment. Seeing that Zichun's temperament was similar to that of a monk, the devilish ape couldn't help but laugh. Then, he quickly went forward and took some of the demonic spring. "Why didn't you take all of it?" Zichun asked, puzzled. "This is something our ancestors created. Outsiders can't take it. As for those people, they can at most take some of it." After taking the demonic spring, the 2 went deep into the mountain stream. In the distance, Many demon race experts looked at the two with an itch in their hearts. They couldn't wait to kick them away because they had been eyeing the demonic spring for a long time. When the two finally went deep, the others breathed a sigh of relief and quickly flashed to the two waterfalls. Then, one after another, they began to wantonly take the demonic spring as much as they could. In the demon race, this kind of thing was definitely a high-grade luxury. Even the human race couldn't take it out. Only the earth race could use it. However, the demonic spring was very rare. In the entire Dark Continent, the largest demonic spring belonged to the sky-splitting battle ape bloodline. It actually formed 2 waterfalls. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. As many people greedily took the demonic spring, it was obvious that the demonic spring was decreasing. However, these people didn't have the awareness to stop while they were ahead. They just wanted to take all the demonic spring. Rumble, rumble. Suddenly, the 2 mountains started to tremble violently as if there was an earthquake. Many demonic springs also started to tremble violently because of the tremors, splashing many small drops of water. What's going on? Did we trigger something? Everyone was puzzled and shocked. The speed of taking the demonic spring increased by a lot. However, while the mountains were trembling, the demonic spring had already dried up. Then, the 2 physical mountains gradually turned into nothingness and disappeared before everyone's eyes. The mountains and the demonic spring disappeared together. Everyone was dumbfounded and stared in disbelief. An emptiness realm expert suddenly cursed, "Damn it! It must be the restriction set by the sky-splitting battle ape bloodline back then. It's gone. So many demonic springs are gone." While the mountains were trembling, Zichun and the demonic ape had already gone deep into a dense forest. The forest was filled with ancient, pitch-black trees that towered into the sky and blotted out the sun. Every ancient tree exuded an extremely dense demonic spring. This caused the demonic spring here to be much denser than the outside world. If the demon race cultivated here, they would definitely be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. The demonic ape pointed at the ancient trees and said, "These are all demonic ancient trees. They can exude an extremely dense demonic spring. Every one of them would be a supreme treasure in the outside world. Even reality realm experts would fight to the death for them." These ancient trees were very mystical. However, they weren't the only ones here. Thus, Zichun said, "There should be quite a few reality realm experts here this time. These things don't seem to have any seals. I'm afraid it's a bit inappropriate to leave them here." The demonic ape smiled and said, "Don't worry. No one can take these things away except for me. Even the demonic springs from before have already disappeared. Let's go. This isn't even the most mystical part. I'll take you to see a supreme treasure that even those below the heaven realm would go crazy for." A supreme treasure that even those below the heaven realm would go crazy for. Seeing the demonic ape so certain, Zichun's face immediately lit up with curiosity. As they went deeper into the forest, Zichun saw large patches of medicinal fields. The ancient herbs in these fields were undoubtedly black. It wasn't quite right to call them ancient herbs. They should be called ancient herb kings, ancient herb sovereigns, or ancient herb spirits. After being nourished by demonic spring for more than 100,000 years, the age of these ancient herbs had undoubtedly exceeded their original age. They had all lived for hundreds of thousands of years. In addition, Zichun also saw many manifested creatures besides some of the ancient herbs. These creatures didn't panic when they saw people and were playing in the fields. Looking at the medicinal field, the demonic ape said, "These things were planted by the seniors of our Sky Shatterer lineage at great cost. Back then, they should have been multicolored. However, after being affected by demonic power, they mutated. Still, their effects are definitely not weak." Zichun saw that there were at least dozens of stalks in the medicinal fields that were surging with pure rule power. He immediately sighed and said, "The things here can be called a land of treasures." Following the path, they passed through a medicinal field and arrived at an arched bridge. Under the bridge, a black river flowed. Something that could appear here was naturally not an ordinary river. This was a black demonic spring that was second only to the demonic springs. It was very useful for cultivators below the Earth Prime stage. However, It was obvious that these things were only decorations here. The black river emitted light. Vaguely, one could see pieces of black crystals within it. These were crystals formed from demonic spring that were too pure. The two of them passed through the arched bridge and saw numerous buildings. Those were all black castles that should be where the heaven-rending battle ape bloodline lived. However, there weren't many castles. There were only a dozen or so. Seeming to have guessed Zichen's doubts, the demonic ape explained, "Our heaven-rending battle ape bloodline has very few people, and our descendants are pitifully few. According to our inherited memories, when we were at our peak, we didn't even have more than 20 people. These castles are mostly occupied by servants." As a higher life form, it was understandable that the heaven-rending battle apes were so few in number. It was just like the dragon tiger sovereign and the flying divine tiger. There was no second heaven-rending battle ape in the entire martial heaven continent. The two of them passed by a large hall. The demonic ape pointed at it and said, "There are quite a few earth armaments in there. If you need them, you can go and take a few." Earth armaments? Zichen frowned. Don't earth armaments dissipate when their master dies? The demonic ape said, "Those aren't pure earth armaments. They are earth armaments used by beasts. Some of them have sealed their beast souls within them. Although they aren't pure, their power is definitely not small." The demonic ape's words confirmed Zichen's guess. Once a beast reached the earth prime level, it would become one with its weapon. However, if it was killed and its soul sealed within an earth armament, it would become an earth armament. The only difference was that this earth armament couldn't continue to evolve. It could only remain an earth armament. Zichen shook his head. "Forget it. I have quite a few earth armaments, and they aren't weak." Chapter 1193. Zichen and the demon ape walked forward, chatting and laughing. Zichen would occasionally be surprised and exclaim in amazement. The demon ape was casually explaining. The two of them were like tourists who came to enjoy the beautiful scenery. Compared to Zichen and the devil ape, Lord Devil and the other princes, as well as the experts who came later, lost their composure. Each of them had an ugly expression on their faces. When they saw the black forest, they rushed forward excitedly, but they encountered a seal. They roared in anger and attacked the seal with all their might, not caring if their identities were exposed. This is the demonic ancient tree. It's definitely a rare treasure in the world. Break it open. Bang, bang, bang. Prince Moat of the Power Demon tribe coveted these treasures. He signaled everyone to attack with all their might. In fact, he didn't need to give the order. All the experts who recognized these treasures attacked at the same time. The few corporeal realm experts were especially diligent because they were the only ones who could use these treasures. Unfortunately, the seal was very strange. It was very difficult to break open. After attacking for a long time, the seal finally loosened. Good. Go all out. Go all out. Moat's eyes lit up as he commanded loudly. The other princes shouted as well. Although they were princes, they were only at the earth realm. Therefore, they could only watch and leave the attacks to the corporeal and virtual realm experts. When they saw the restriction loosen, they weren't the only ones who were overjoyed. Even the void and corporeal realm experts' expressions changed. Swoosh. But before the smiles on their faces could bloom, they saw the entire mana ancient tree begin to tremble and disappear amidst the tremors. Everyone was shocked. They shouted and rushed toward the demonic ancient tree, but they missed. The demonic ancient tree was gone. Everyone was furious and wanted to curse at the sky, but it was indeed gone. Crying was useless. Helpless, they could only continue forward. Then, they saw the ancient herb field. Looking at the sprites jumping in the field, looking at the pure power of rules emitted by the sprites, the prince's eyes were wide open. Hurry, hurry. Break these seals and get the ancient herbs. I will definitely break through to the virtual realm. Yes, that's right. Hurry up and break this place. The group of princes shouted anxiously. There were many ancient medicine spirits here, and they could indeed help them break through quickly. Thus, these illusory and corporeal realms experts continued to attack the medicine field. However, the situation was almost the same as before. Just as the restrictions on the medicinal field were loosened, the medicinal field disappeared. When the princes saw this scene, they were about to cry. It was said that it could happen once or twice, but it definitely couldn't happen 3 or 4 times. But now, they kept seeing good things again and again, and every time they were about to gain something, the good thing would suddenly disappear. This feeling of seeing, but not being able to get it made them want to vomit blood. As a result, a very strange scene appeared. They walked across the arch bridge, and the bridge disappeared along with the river below. Even if it was an ornamental object, they did not obtain it. After passing through the ancient castle, it disappeared. In the end, they looked at a spatial barrier and a void. The group of princes couldn't see anything, and the emptiness realm expert also looked at the void in confusion. However, when the reality realm expert saw it, his entire body seemed to have been struck by lightning. He didn't move at all, and his body trembled violently. It's the void. A reality realm expert was so excited that he couldn't speak. The void tree. It's the void tree. The second reality realm expert was very excited, but fortunately, he was able to speak clearly. What? The tree of void? This is the legendary tree of void? There's actually a void tree here? This is too unbelievable. When the others heard this, their expressions changed drastically. Extreme shock appeared on their faces. At this moment, there was a small green tree floating quietly in the sky. The small tree seemed to have been planted into the void. Its roots couldn't be seen. Only its roots and leaves could be seen. The small tree was only 2 meters tall, but it was very mystical. Its entire body shone with a brilliant light, and its leaves swayed continuously, releasing waves of the power of rules. The void tree was originally planted in the void, and then it absorbed power from the void to strengthen a certain space. If an emptiness realm expert planted the void tree in his own space, then the void tree would quickly absorb the power of the void and solidify the space it was in. Finally, it would turn from void to reality and become a reality realm expert. If an emptiness realm expert planted the void tree in his reality realm space, then the void tree would absorb the power of the void and strengthen the space, causing the reality realm space to grow rapidly. This would then increase the strength of the emptiness realm expert, allowing him to advance to another level. To an earth realm expert, this was a true treasure. However, it was temporarily useless to an earth realm expert. At this moment, everyone's expressions changed when they saw the void tree planted in the void. The emptiness realm experts, who were originally on the same side, were now on guard against each other. The emptiness realm experts were also divided into several factions. Oh my God, it's the void tree. It's a teleportation existence, and it's something from another world. With this tree, we can save a lot of time on cultivation. This is also a rare treasure in the earth realm. Yes, this is indeed an extremely rare treasure. The princes were still in shock. They did not notice the subtle change in the atmosphere around them. Moat of the Power Demon Clan sensed it. He frowned and said, "What's wrong with all of you? Don't forget our goal. We should all be on the same side." The other princes also reacted. However, in front of such a treasure, who could remain calm? They all had their own thoughts and did not speak immediately. "Let's think of a way to get the void tree down first," said Moat. "What happens after we get it down?" asked one of the princes. "Let's get it down first. If we really get it down, then whoever wants it will have to pay the price," said Moat with a frown. "Price? What price?" One of the princes sneered. "Everyone knows that this thing is priceless. Who can pay the price to get it? Or rather, what can buy it?" Moat glanced at the prince and said with dissatisfaction, "Let's get it down first. Did you forget what happened before? Don't be disappointed. Besides, our goal is to kill Zi-Chen and obtain everything here. We can't turn hostile over a void tree." When the prince heard this, an awkward expression immediately appeared on his face. The others also smiled, and the originally tense atmosphere gradually eased up. Everyone was still worried about each other. Therefore, 2 corporeal realm powerhouses flew into the air and supported their physical space to get the void tree down. However, just like before, the void tree disappeared. Everything was like a bubble, causing everyone to rejoice in vain. However, this time, in the face of such a treasure, there were not many people who were disappointed. Instead, they felt somewhat lucky. After all, no one could obtain it, so there was naturally no dispute. After that, they discovered a few more amazing things, but they didn't obtain any of them. While they were disappointed and disheartened, they also hoped that they could obtain control of this place. At that time, everything would be theirs. The sky-splitting Battle Ape Clan's territory was not large. After walking for a while, deeper into the mountain stream, they almost reached the end of the area. Suddenly, an oppressive aura appeared between heaven and earth. This was the aura of a great evil, but also the aura of a great treasure. After sensing this aura, everyone's expression changed. Then, they quickly rushed forward. After speeding up, they entered the depths of the mountain stream and saw Zichun and the devil ape. At this moment, the two of them were standing side by side, looking forward at the same time. Following their gazes, there was a large open space. The ground was covered with black stones. In the middle of the stones was a long black stick. The oppressive aura came from the black stick. This is the sky-splitting Battle Ape Clan's treasure, the sky-splitting stick. That's right, this is their sky-splitting stick. I didn't expect it to be here all this time. The group of devils suddenly became excited when they saw the sky splitter. They had a faint guess in their hearts that after obtaining the sky splitter, they might be able to gain control of the sky splitter lineage. At that time, everything would be theirs. Therefore, without another word, they immediately flew forward. The sound of breaking air rang out. All the demons moved. In an instant, they surpassed Zichun and the devil ape and rushed towards the sky-splitting stick. Just as they arrived in front of the sky-splitting stick, a powerful aura came from it. Under this powerful aura, everyone's expression changed. Then, they were sent flying by the force of the impact. After being sent flying, they coughed up blood again. The group of demons immediately had looks of shock on their faces. Although reality did not cough up blood, he was also sent flying. Zichun turned around and swept a glance at the demons. He said mockingly, "If it was so easy to obtain, do you think you would have the chance to see the sky-splitting stick? Zichun, don't be so smug. Today is the day you die." Demon looked at Zichun with eyes full of killing intent. Zichun said mockingly, "You're just a loser. You better be careful. If I have the chance this time, I will definitely kill you." Demon laughed disdainfully. "You won't have the chance. You, on the other hand, will definitely die today." Zichun snorted and turned to look at the demon ape. "All right, let's go." The devil ape nodded and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Step by step, he walked towards the sky-splitting stick. The moment the devil ape stepped forward, the sky-splitting stick released a dazzling light. This light was like a light shield that covered a radius of several hundred meters. Under this light shield, the devil ape felt the pressure increase greatly. As if this was a test, the devil ape stepped in. Zichun hesitated for a moment before also entering. However, after entering, Zichun felt a strange power on his body. Then, most of the power in his body was sealed. This discovery did not disappoint Zichun. Instead, his eyes lit up. This was because he knew that suppressing most of his power was not a bad thing for him. In fact, it was an advantage. This way, he could guarantee that the devil ape would obtain the sky-splitting stick. Chapter 1194. As soon as these demons entered, they cried out because they had lost their power. However, they quickly adapted. Not all of their power had been lost, but it was greatly suppressed. Everyone entered one after another and headed toward the sky splitter. Zichun stepped forward and stopped a virtual realm demon. "Get lost." Killing intent flashed in the eyes of this virtual realm demon. He propped up the suppressed virtual realm and mobilized the virtual rules to attack Zichun. When Zichun appeared, he also clenched his fist, mobilized the destructive rules in his body, and punched his opponent. Boom! The two attacks collided in the sky and exploded with a loud bang. With the two of them as the epicenter, a powerful force swept out in all directions. Zichun's body merely swayed slightly before he neutralized this force. On the other hand, the emptiness stage existence was forcefully blasted out of the pressurizing light barrier by Zichun's punch. Damn it! After the virtual realm demon was blasted out, the suppressed power around him was released. Then, He mobilized the virtual rules to attack Zichun. However, just as his attack touched the light shield, it silently dissipated. The virtual realm demon was very unwilling. Then, he propped up the virtual space that was hundreds of meters wide and wanted to envelop the entire light shield. However, as the virtual space expanded and extended to the entire light shield, a powerful force appeared. Puff. The virtual realm demon instantly suffered a backlash. Then, he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. The virtual space collapsed, and his face was filled with shock. The virtual realm demon was blasted out of the light shield by Zichun. Now that he had suffered a great loss, he was extremely angry. However, Zichun obviously didn't have the mood to care about his opponent. After he blasted the virtual realm demon away with one punch, Zichun rushed toward the second virtual realm demon. Although his power was suppressed, his strong body still existed, so his speed was very fast. When he arrived in front of the second virtual realm demon, he threw out another punch. Golden light flashed, and the fist radiance appeared. With a loud bang, the second virtual realm demon cried out and retreated from the light shield. The virtual realm demon cried out in anger. However, he couldn't do anything to Zichun in the light shield. Boom. The fist radiance appeared again, and the sound of the explosion was still the same. The third emptiness realm expert was sent flying. At this moment, there were a total of 8 virtual realm experts in the team. Zichun glanced coldly at Emote, who had just stepped out of the light shield, and said coldly, "You think very highly of me. You actually found 8 virtual realm experts and 3 corporeal realm experts." Emote had already rushed in earlier, but when he saw how powerful Zichun was, killing an emptiness realm expert with a single punch, a look of shock appeared on his face, and he quickly ran out. He was afraid that Zichun would kill him with one punch. After knowing Zichun for so long, he naturally knew that Zichun had the ability to do so. However, he wasn't afraid as he stood outside the light barrier. He looked at Zichun and said indifferently, "Zichun, today is the day you die. These people are here to kill you." Zichun glanced at Devil with disdain and said, "Come in yourself if you have the ability." Emote said, "I don't want to kill you with my own hands." Zichun didn't care about Emote anymore. While speaking, he didn't stay idle. He knocked out the 4th virtual realm expert and then walked towards the 5th. Boom. Fist radiance appeared, and the sound of tremors could be heard. Another virtual realm expert was knocked out. Boom. Boom. Then, the sound of tremors could be heard again. 8 virtual realm experts were knocked out one after another. Zichun's strength had already frightened the other princes. They followed Emote's footsteps and ran out. "This Zichun is too scary." "Yeah, he is just a human. How can he be so strong?" "Scary, really scary. He can knock out an virtual realm expert with one punch. If he were to fight us, wouldn't he kill us with one punch?" The prince's hearts palpitated. Emote said indifferently, "Of course, Zichun's strength is unquestionable. However, you don't have to worry. He will die today. 8 virtual realm experts and 3 corporeal realm experts. How can they not kill an earth realm expert?" Yes, Zichun will die." The other princes immediately nodded. Those who weren't convinced of Zichun's strength at first had to admit that Zichun wasn't just a little stronger than them, but in many ways. One of the princes suddenly pointed at the light barrier and said, "Look, this damn thing is rushing towards the corporeal realm experts." Inside the light barrier, Zichun knocked back 8 virtual realm experts. Then, he moved towards the 3 corporeal realm experts. His originally calm expression turned serious. He is going to die if he goes after the corporeal realm experts. That's right. I really hope the corporeal realm experts can kill him in one blow. The princes in the outside world said coldly. Their eyes were fixed on Zichun, who was approaching the corporeal realm. As Zichun approached the corporeal realm expert, the corner of the corporeal realm expert's mouth curled into a sinister smile. Then, he activated his corporeal realm in front of Zichun. Following that, he mobilized the corporeal realm's power one after another, gathering it in his hand and attacking Zichun. This was the power of the corporeal realm. It was also the materialized spatial precepts. It contained a powerful force. Zichun felt a dangerous aura from this attack. He knew that if he continued to hide his strength, he would die without a doubt. Therefore, his pupils shrank. 6 wings appeared on his back, and he mobilized the void precepts from them. Zichen's destruction precepts were integrated into the void precepts. Under the influence of these two powers, an aura second only to the corporeal space precepts emanated from Zichen's fist. Zichen clenched his fist and punched forward. The powerful force caused the void to tremble. Boom! The fist and the palm collided, and a violent vibration sounded out. Zichen felt a strong force coming towards him, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. With every step he took, a strong force rushed towards the ground from his feet. Zichen took 7 steps back. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. There was a trace of shock on his solemn expression. He didn't expect the corporeal realm expert to be so powerful. His strength was clearly suppressed, but he still had such means. Zichen took 7 steps back, and the corporeal realm expert took 3 steps back. In contrast to the shock in Zichen's eyes, the corporeal realm expert's eyes were filled with astonishment. He was astonished that Zichen's attack contained a strange power. This power seemed to be the void precepts, but it also didn't seem like it. In the outside world, the group of princes were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets when they saw this scene. How is this possible? The corporeal realm's attack didn't kill Zichen. Not only did he not kill him, the power of Zichen's attack just now was not any weaker than the corporeal realm experts. The two of them are evenly matched. Zichen is only slightly weaker. The group of princes was extremely shocked. Even the Earth Prime experts behind them who had come to make up the numbers were shocked beyond belief. The Devil Ape was the first to step forward. However, due to the difference in strength, he didn't have much of an advantage. The two corporeal realm experts were increasing their speed. They were getting closer and closer to the Sky Splitter. Cold sweat was clearly appearing on the Devil Ape's forehead. "Don't rush. Take it slow." Zichen's voice rang out. He then mobilized the void precepts and turned towards the second corporeal realm expert. Blood boiled within Zichen's body. Golden light radiated from within him. Every step he took consumed a great deal of energy. Therefore, every step he took caused the ground to tremble. His footwork was relatively fast. He soon arrived in front of the second corporeal realm expert. Just like before, Zichen used his full strength. The void precepts in his 6 wings were completely mobilized to the limits of his body's capacity. He then merged them with the destruction precepts. Boom! Another powerful exchange of blows caused the entire light barrier to tremble. Cracks appeared on the ground that was enveloped by the barrier. Zichen suffered a heavy blow because of the tremendous force. As he retreated, deep footprints appeared on the ground. This time, Zichen was still injured. However, he had successfully forced the corporeal realm expert to retreat. Although it was only a few steps, it was extremely crucial for the Devil Ape. After that, Zichen wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and resolutely walked towards the third corporeal realm expert. "How are you?" the Devil Ape asked worriedly. "Don't worry. I won't die." Zichen suppressed the blood that was about to come out of his mouth. Zichen arrived in front of the third corporeal realm expert. When he saw the latter's cold expression, the corporeal realm expert sneered, "Kid, you've already been injured twice. However, you've always been suppressing it. This time, even if I can't kill you, I can definitely severely injure you." As soon as he finished speaking, the corporeal realm expert attacked. The precepts of space flashed and a powerful force appeared once again. Zichen gritted his teeth again. He gathered the power of the void and punched towards the attack. Boom! There was a loud explosion. The light barrier trembled and the powerful force dissipated. Biffed! Zichen could no longer suppress his injuries. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood and flew backwards. Zichen fell to the ground and did not get up for a moment. When Devil saw this, his expression became agitated. He quickly said, "Kill Zichen first? Kill him first." "That's right. Let's kill Zichen first," another prince agreed. Zichen was too much of a threat to them. They could only be at ease if Zichen died. However, at this moment, the Sky Splitter was right in front of them. No one would waste time killing Zichen. The Devil Ape was hesitating. At this moment, Zichen looked up at the Devil Ape and said, Take the sky splitter first. As soon as he finished speaking, Zichun stood up with difficulty. He mobilized the precepts of life to repair his body. Then, he walked step by step towards the corporeal realm expert. Don't go over. You will die. The devil ape said loudly. I will stop them for you. Zichun's words were firm. No, the difference in realms is too great. The devil ape shouted. Zichun did not listen at all. He approached another corporeal realm expert. However, the other party only sneered and sent Zichun flying. Zichun coughed up blood again. However, he had successfully stopped another corporeal realm expert. However, there were 3 corporeal realm experts. Zichun could only stop one at a time. It was very difficult for him to stop all 3 of them. As for the devil ape, he seemed to be under much more pressure than an ordinary person. He could not get close to the sky splitter. Zichun was sent flying again. His face was pale, and his injuries were extremely serious. In the outside world, Emote and the others' expressions continuously changed, and they all wanted to go up and kill Zichun. However, before they could do anything, the 8 emptiness realm experts who had been humiliated earlier came in again and headed towards Zichun. Damn it! The devil ape's expression was conflicted. However, in the end, he steeled his heart and turned around, heading towards Zichun. What are you doing? Seeing the devil ape suddenly turn around, Zichun was shocked. I can give up the inheritance, but you cannot die. Let's go. I don't want the sky splitter anymore. As he spoke, the devil ape strode towards Zichun and helped him up. Chapter 1195. The 8 emptiness realm experts surrounded Zichun. The demon ape gave up on the sky splitter and dashed towards Zichun. Seeing this, the eyes of Emote and the others lit up. They also rushed towards Zichun. At the same time, a corporeal realm expert approached the sky splitter. Let's go. The demon ape quickly arrived in front of Zichun and supported Zichun with one hand. At the same time, a black rod appeared in his hand. He waved the long rod and activated the power of rules in his body, smashing it toward an emptiness realm expert. Boom! The powerful strike shook the void. The emptiness realm expert was hit by the demon ape. He felt as if a giant mountain had hit him. He was sent flying before he could react. Bang! The demon ape then smashed the second emptiness realm expert with the rod. At this moment, the demon ape's expression was cold and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He was extremely fierce. He smashed one emptiness realm expert at a time. He was no weaker than Zichun. The emptiness realm experts were sent flying by the demon ape one after another until all 8 emptiness realm experts were sent flying. The princes who thought they had a chance to kill Zichun also stopped when they saw the demon ape. They stared at the demon ape in shock. What's going on? Why is the sky splitter battle ape so fierce? Everyone was in disbelief. The sky splitter battle ape was a high-level life form and was no weaker than Longhu and the others. It was even more terrifying after awakening its inherited memories. Unfortunately, the sky splitter battle ape had not appeared in this area for many years. Therefore, people gradually forgot the glory and power of the sky splitter battle ape. What should we do? The princes hesitated. They were afraid of Zichun and thought that Zichun could kill them with one punch. But at this moment, when they saw the demonic ape swinging its staff around, they were afraid that the demonic ape could kill them with a single strike. Everyone's attention fell on Emote, waiting for him to make a decision. Emote looked at the demon ape with murderous intent in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, "Let's retreat first." Without waiting for the other princes to react, he was the first to turn around and run out of the light shield. The other princes reacted and fled with him with a strange cry. This was because behind them, the devil ape had already supported Zichun and was heading towards them. The group of princes were extremely nervous. The emptiness realm experts were so scared that they didn't dare to enter. At this moment, everyone's hopes were placed on the 3 corporeal realm experts. As long as they obtained the sky splitter and successfully took control of this place, these 2 would definitely die. Haha. Finally, a corporeal realm expert approached the sky splitter. He couldn't help but let out a complacent laugh. The sky splitter was the supreme treasure of the sky splitter battle ape lineage. Even he coveted it. After everyone heard this laughter, they all looked towards the sky splitter. Zichun and the demon ape also subconsciously turned their heads. When reality arrived in front of the sky splitter, all he had to do was stretch out his hand and grab the sky splitter. In the next moment, the heavens and earth seemed to lose their color as the winds and clouds stirred, announcing that the sky splitter had a new master. In everyone's imagination, perhaps there would even be rainbow-colored clouds in the sky to witness this extraordinary event. However, that wasn't the case. The heavens and earth didn't lose their color, the winds didn't blow, the clouds didn't move, and there were no rainbow-colored clouds to witness this. Before reality could reach out to grab the sky splitter, a large hand suddenly appeared on the sky splitter. The large hand seemed to have appeared from the void and grabbed the sky splitter. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Here, when did another person appear? The large hand was pitch black like a claw. After grabbing the sky splitter, the void tore open and a figure appeared. This was a black figure that was much taller than the demonic ape. It was a sky-splitting battle ape, but it had a long beard. Its speed was extremely slow, as if it was an old man with one foot in the grave. It was sloppy. When he appeared, he used the sky splitter's power to force his way out of the black hole. It looked very comical. However, at this moment, everyone was very surprised by the old ape's appearance. They didn't have time to laugh. The old ape appeared, holding the sky splitter in his hand. At the same time, he stared at reality in front of him. Reality also stared at the old ape. His expression seemed to be saying, "You took my item. Why are you staring at me?" The old ape asked. The corner of reality's mouth twitched.
He said angrily, "That's mine."
"What's yours?"
The old ape asked again.
The sky splitter is mine," the old ape said. The old ape didn't seem to have woken up at first, but when he heard the word sky splitter, he suddenly woke up. His eyes widened with anger. He shouted, "What did you say?" Reality said word by word, "This sky splitter is mine." The old ape was really furious. He shouted again, "Do you dare to say that again?" Reality began to mobilize the power around him. He said coldly, "It's mine, mine, mine." Boom. The old ape was furious. He was so angry that his hair stood on end. He was furious because of reality's words. He gripped the sky splitter tightly and suddenly swung it at reality. It was also at this moment that reality launched a powerful attack at the old ape. Boom. The old ape's strike had the power to destroy heaven and earth and extinguish everything in its path. When the strike struck the corporeal powerhouse's attack, it was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, destroying the corporeal powerhouse's attack. At the same time, the sky splitter didn't slow down and hit reality's body. Pong! Another rumble was heard as the corporeal realm expert was sent flying by the staff. In the field, the moment the old ape picked up the sky splitter, the light barrier disappeared. Everyone regained their freedom, but their eyes were still on the old ape. As the old ape swung the staff, a powerful force shook the field. Everyone's surprised expressions immediately turned into horror. Reality was sent flying. He coughed up blood and flew 100 meters before collapsing. After reality fell, he didn't get up again. He had been killed by the old ape with a single attack. Everyone was stunned when they felt reality's life aura disappear. The old ape, who was originally sloppy and careless, now exuded a powerful aura. This aura made everyone tremble. This scene caused everyone's expression to change. "You dare target the sky splitter of my sky splitter lineage? You're courting death," the old ape said coldly. The experts looked at each other, their hearts filled with shock. A corporeal realm expert had been killed just like that. The old ape's cold gaze swept around. Everyone quickly lowered their heads, not daring to look him in the eye until they saw the devil ape and Zichun. Seeing the injured Zichun, the old ape pointed the sky splitter at Zichun. As his finger landed, a rich life aura flowed out of the sky splitter and into Zichun's body. Zichun's injuries rapidly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, Zichun's injuries had completely healed. This surprised and delighted Zichun. Now that Zichun's injuries had healed, the old ape did not continue to look at Zichun. Instead, he looked at the devil ape and immediately withdrew his powerful aura. He said emotionally, "So many years have passed. I never thought that the Sky Splitter lineage would reappear. Not bad, not bad at all. Come, child, take the Sky Splitter." With that, the old ape stabbed the Sky Splitter back into the ground. The devil ape looked at the old ape and then at Zichun. The latter nodded, encouraging him to go forward. This time, there was no pressure. The devil ape could walk through with ease. As for the surrounding people, they did not even dare to breathe loudly, much less take a step forward. The devil ape walked step by step towards the Sky Splitter and then grabbed it in his hand. The old ape laughed loudly. "Good, very good. Child, welcome back. Next, you'll get what belongs to you." As his words fell, the Sky Splitter emitted a dazzling light. Then, both the devil ape and the Sky Splitter disappeared. The devil ape had disappeared, but the old ape was still there. Zichun's expression changed. He asked, "What did you do to him?" "What can I do to him? He's going to get what belongs to him." The old ape smiled. Zichun looked around and then at the old ape. He asked again, "What about me?" "You." The old ape looked at Zichun and said mockingly, "You're not a member of the Sky Splitter faction. Naturally, you'll go back to where you came from." Zichun knew something was wrong. He said, "Look at me. Where else can I go? Can't you take me to a safe place?" "You're not a member of the Sky Splitter faction." "Of course not. But I'm friends with the devil ape." "But you're a human." Looking at the old ape who did not give him any face, Zichun said angrily, "Old man, you're trying to kill me." The old ape laughed mockingly. "Whether you die or not is your problem. What does it have to do with me?" With that, the old ape's figure disappeared into the void. "Damn it, you old bastard." Zichun cursed at the sky. However, immediately after, he felt numerous gazes filled with malicious intent sweep over him. He turned his head and looked around. He discovered that 2 corporeal realm experts and 8 emptiness realm experts were looking at him with ridicule as they approached Zichun. "Damn it." Zichun cursed again. Then, he flapped his lightning wings and ran away at top speed. "You want to run? Not so easy." An explosive roar sounded. 7 or 8 illusory spaces spread out and pressed down on Zichun. An illusory space suddenly appeared on Zichun's body. At this moment, Zichun relied on this illusory space to pass through the blockade in an instant. Then, he suddenly changed direction and ran in the other direction. The sudden change of direction surprised everyone. By the time they wanted to change their path, it was already too late. Therefore, Zichun flashed to the corporeal stage expert's corpse and took it away. This was Zichun's goal. Not good. He took the corporeal stage expert's corpse. He's still so greedy even when he's about to die. He missed the best opportunity to escape. This time, he's definitely going to die. So what if he gets the treasure? He may have the life to take it, but he won't have the life to use it. The group of illusory stage experts sneered and surrounded Zichun. The 2 corporeal stage experts also stood in the air and looked at him mockingly. Further away was the group of princes. They stood in the distance and mocked Zichun's greedy actions. Chapter 1196. After collecting the corpses of the corporeal realm experts, Zichun looked at the 8 people calmly. As for the anger on his face, it had long since disappeared. Now that Zichun thought about it, he felt that the sudden appearance of the elder ape was intentional. The pressure released by the Sky Splitter was not targeted at the devil ape, but at these demons. The elder ape's sudden appearance to prevent them from getting the Sky Splitter was purely to kill them. However, Zichun did not understand why he killed one of them, but he guessed that it was because of him. If he faced 3 people, he would definitely die. However, if he faced 2 corporeal realm experts, he might have a chance of survival. Zichun was surrounded by 8 emptiness realm experts on the ground and 2 corporeal realm experts in the sky. Zichun's body was surrounded by emptiness energy. Before the 8 emptiness realm experts could make a move, he dashed toward one of them. "You're courting death." The 8 emptiness realm experts roared and activated their emptiness realm space. A powerful pressure swept towards Zichun. At the same time, the 2 corporeal realm experts in the sky attacked at the same time. Two streams of spatial energy fell towards Zichun. At this moment, the 8 Emptiness Realm experts and the 2 Corporeal Realm experts attacked Zichun at the same time. Roar. A loud dragon roar suddenly resounded in the sky. It was Zichun who took out the Dragon Soul Spear. This was the first time Zichun took out the Dragon Soul Spear since his breakthrough. The Dragon Soul appeared on the spear and stared coldly at one of the Emptiness Realm experts. At the same time, a powerful destructive aura emanated from the spear. Zichun gripped his spear and abruptly stabbed forward. Bang! With a loud bang, the law of illusion was broken by Zichun. Then, the Dragon Soul Spear turned into a silver light and rushed toward one of the Emptiness Realm experts. Puff! With a flash, the Dragon Soul Spear pointed at the forehead of the Emptiness Realm expert and instantly pierced through it. The Emptiness Realm expert died and fell. Swoosh! Swoosh! The moment the Emptiness Realm expert died, a black glove appeared on Zichun's right hand. He held the ancient long blade tightly and slashed twice toward the void. The blade light streaked across with a dazzling radiance, instantly striking the 2 realms of reality before being destroyed by the realms of reality. Although the saber beam was destroyed in one strike, Zichun managed to dodge the attack of the reality realm precepts and successfully dodged to the side. Swoosh! As Zichun flashed, the lightning wings on his back vibrated at an extremely fast speed. He was like a phantom. With a flash of light, he appeared in front of the second Emptiness Realm expert. He raised the long saber in his hand and slashed down. Just like when he killed people many years ago, Zichun's movements were graceful and natural. However, what he chopped off was no longer the heads of soldiers or Earth-Yuans, but those of the virtual realm. Disperse! Disperse quickly! The Emptiness Realm expert shouted. The encirclement instantly collapsed. In the distance, the group of princes were completely dumbfounded. They never thought that Zichun would be so ferocious. He was actually able to kill 2 Emptiness Realm experts in such a situation. Moreover, both of them were insta-killed. The remaining 6 Emptiness Realm experts began to retreat. Their faces were filled with shock and fear. This was because the power Zichun displayed at this moment was no longer that of Earth-Yuans. It was the power of the Emptiness Realm. Zichun was at Earth-Yuans. He could insta-kill those of the same level. However, Zichun was now at the Emptiness Realm. Naturally, he could insta-kill those in the Emptiness Realm. Why is he at the Emptiness Realm? Isn't he at Earth-Yuans? Why did his realm suddenly soar? The group of princes and Earth-Yuans were also very puzzled as they retreated. However, their expressions were extremely shocked. He is not the real Emptiness Realm expert. It is the wings behind him that are playing tricks. Everyone, don't run. Let's work together to kill him first. As Zichun rushed forward, an Emptiness Realm expert shouted. His expression changed drastically. However, under such circumstances, no one dared to stop. Whoever stopped would die. Roar! A loud dragon roar sounded again. Zichun clenched one hand into a fist and the other holding the saber. At this moment, as he struck out, a dragon shadow appeared from the tip of the spear and rushed towards an Emptiness Realm expert. The dragon shadow opened its bloody mouth and rushed towards the Emptiness Realm expert. The rules of destruction around its body flickered continuously. The current Zichun could completely use his powerful strength to kill an Emptiness Realm expert. The dragon shadow drowned the Emptiness Realm expert and destroyed the Emptiness Realm space formed on the surface of the Emptiness Realm. Seeing another Emptiness Realm expert fall and the Reality Realm expert unable to do anything to Zichun, the group of princes and Earth-Yuans retreated in fear. Zichun killed 4 of the 8 Emptiness Realm experts. However, his body was blocked by the Reality Realm expert. The materialized spatial power pressed towards Zichun. Zichun felt that his movements were greatly slowed. The Emptiness Realm space formed by the thunder wings around him also became unstable. Die! The 2 Reality Realm experts shouted angrily. It was obvious that they were serious. The real spatial power attacked Zichun. Swoosh! Facing the attacks of the 2 Reality Realm experts, Zichun could only dodge. After all, he was not a true Emptiness Realm expert. Therefore, he did not have the strength to fight against them. Ha! Zichun shouted loudly. The gold and silver light around his body began to shine. At the same time, the blood in his body boiled. Waves of materialized energy appeared one after another. Bang! With a great effort, Zichen broke free from the suppression of the reality realm expert. Puffed! At this moment, the spatial power pierced through Zichen's shoulder. However, he also broke free from the reality realm expert's control. Once again, he turned into a bolt of lightning and charged towards the group of emptiness realm experts. The only thing that was useful to Zichen now was the fragments of rules that the reality realm experts had refined. Therefore, Zichen had to kill them. When the other 4 emptiness realm experts saw that Zichen had escaped from the reality realm expert, they were also shocked. However, they did not slow down and fled towards the mountain stream. "You can't escape," Zichen said indifferently. The long blade and long spear in his hands were raised high. "Hurry up and leave this place. Hurry up and leave." At this moment, the most frightened people were naturally the princes. They were even more afraid of death than the emptiness realm experts. When they saw that Zichen had broken free and was killing people, they immediately ran away. The reality realm experts were chasing after them. However, their speed was slightly slower than Zichen's. Moreover, the reality realm experts' extended space was unable to envelop Zichen. They shouted from behind, but Zichen ignored them. He only raised the emptiness realm again and attacked the enemies. Puffed! Basically, every time Zichen attacked, an emptiness realm expert would die. "Human, I will fight you to the death. Die." Zichen charged towards another reality realm expert. The reality realm expert felt that he could not escape, so he turned around with a ferocious expression. He wanted to fight Zichen to the death. However, it was useless. Among those of the same level, there were not many who were qualified to fight Zichen to the death. Another emptiness realm expert died at the hands of Zichen. His corpse was also collected by Zichen. At this moment, the 8 emptiness realm experts were all killed by Zichen. Then, Zichen turned into a ray of light and charged towards the princes. His target was Moat. This person who had schemed against him in the past must be killed. "Ah, he's coming. He's coming for me." Moat screamed in fright when he saw Zichen charging towards him. The princes who were fleeing with him were also shocked when they saw this scene. Almost at the same time, they left Moat and ran into the distance. Moat was furious when he saw these disloyal people. However, at this moment, he did not have the time to blame or scold them. He could only run away. "Moat, Zichen's target is you. Delay him for now. I will go back and get reinforcements." "That's right. There are 2 reality realm experts here. If one more comes, we can definitely kill him." Hearing the prince's voices, Moat was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He had to delay Zichen. If even the emptiness realm experts could not do so, how could he? Moat cursed these disloyal people in his heart. However, in the real world, he could not say anything because the distance between him and Zichen was rapidly closing. "Moat, if you don't say anything, I'll take it as a yes. Don't worry, we will find a way to save you." After saying this, a flame demon prince ran even faster. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but the reality realm demon that the elder ape had killed was from the power demon clan. The 2 reality realm experts were from other royal families. "Ah!" A blood-curdling scream rang out from the horizon. It was Moat. Hearing this scream, everyone's hearts couldn't help but tremble. But then, the reality realm expert's cold voice rang out. "Today, you won't be able to leave." Everyone subconsciously turned their heads and saw that Zichen was once again blocked by the reality realm experts in midair. 2 reality realms fell on Zichen's body, doubling the pressure on Zichen. In fact, they had no choice because there were 2 reality realm experts. If there was only one of them, they could have easily killed Zichen. However, because there were 2 of them, neither of them could use their full strength. Moreover, reality realms could not be overlapped. The 2 reality realm experts' powers fell on Zichen, suppressing him so much that he couldn't move. Facing the murderous eyes of the reality realm experts, Zichen appeared calm. "Let's see where you can run this time," said one of the reality realm experts indifferently. "Run? Why should I run?" Zichen chuckled. Zichen's calm attitude caused suspicion to appear on reality's face. I've killed all those who should be killed. It's time for me to leave, said Zichun. You can only leave when you're dead. While they were talking, the princes in the distance turned back and shouted from afar, Kill him. Don't let him escape. Hurry up and kill him. Zichun, who was suppressed by the spatial laws, suddenly laughed out loud. Then, under the puzzled and astonished gazes of the crowd, an object appeared in his hand. It was a round ball that Xing Daoli had refined for him to save his life. It could only be used once, and could only be used once. The moment the reality realm experts saw the round ball, a powerful aura came from it. After sensing this aura, everyone's expression changed. Even the two reality realm experts were shocked and subconsciously took a few steps back. This was because they actually felt the threat of death from the round ball. Everyone was shocked when they saw the secret weapon. Even the reality realm experts had thoughts of running away. However, the two of them had just fled a few hundred meters when Zichun crushed the round ball in his hand. A terrifying aura spread out. A powerful destructive aura rushed into the sky, causing everyone who felt this aura to change their expression. The sky was completely torn apart by this attack. Chapter 1197. When Zichun used his trump card, the princes fled in fright. Even the corporeal realm experts ran away. The aura of destruction rippled between heaven and earth, causing them to scream in horror. But after a moment, they discovered that there was only the aura of destruction between heaven and earth, but this aura did not descend upon them. They were still alive. After that, they clearly sensed that the aura was only spreading in a certain place and had not completely spread out. They were puzzled by this. So, a bold prince hurriedly glanced back. With one glance, he stared ahead as if he had been struck by lightning. Even his fleeing footsteps stopped. The second prince also stopped at this time. After one prince stopped, two more followed. Then, one prince after another stopped. The two corporeal realm experts also stopped and looked back at Zichun. They saw that the space in the sky where Zichun was standing had been torn apart by a powerful force. The black hole extended into the depths of nothingness, and a mysterious power descended from the black hole. What is that? What a mysterious aura. Where did that aura come from? The princes were puzzled, but after the two corporeal realm experts felt this aura, their expressions changed greatly. They looked at Zichun with complicated expressions. That's the aura of the Zhanwu continent. He actually opened a passage to the Zhanwu continent. He's going to enter the Zhanwu continent. The two looked at Zichun under the black hole and sighed. Sigh, he's only at the Earth Prime level, yet he dares to enter the Zhanwu continent. This courage is something we don't have. Yes, we're already at the corporeal realm, but we still don't dare to step into the Zhanwu continent. Although it's to protect the royal family, it's also an excuse. The two looked at the black hole and Zichun under the black hole with complicated expressions. What? That's a passage to the Zhanwu continent. He can open a passage in such a place? He didn't open it. It was opened by that sphere. The princes were shocked when they heard this. The black hole in the sky was the life-saving method that Xing Daoli had given to Zichun. At a critical moment, it could open up a passage to the Zhanwu continent for him and the demon ape, allowing them to enter the Zhanwu continent. However, Zichun did not expect that he would be the only one to enter the Zhanwu continent. However, this result was also good. The demonic ape had obtained a fortune, and he had the strength of an emptiness realm expert. The Zhanwu continent was powerful and mysterious. This was another world, a vast place. It was heaven for those above the Earth Prime level. Zichun looked back at the princes and the two reality realm experts. Their expressions were either shocked or complicated. No matter what grudges the two sides had, after Zichun stepped into the passage, these grudges were nothing. The others also looked at Zichun with complicated expressions. Their expressions were that of surprise and shock. Zichun retracted his gaze, stepped into the black hole, and disappeared. The first human invader had come to the demon race in more than 100,000 years. Many of the royal families had taken action, but not only had they failed to kill the intruder, they had even suffered heavy losses. One of their corporeal realm experts had died. These were the deeds Zichun had left behind in the Darkness continent. Although he had only been here for a few months, he had attracted the attention of the entire Darkness Continent's royalty. What made them sigh in amazement was that Zichun had actually entered the Zhanwu continent. The Zhanwu continent was a place that all Earth primes instinctively repelled and feared. This was because in all legends, the Zhanwu continent was a symbol of slaughter. In this world, the reality realm experts were the strongest, the peak existences. However, in the Zhanwu continent, those who surpassed the reality realm could be found everywhere. When the news of Zichun entering the Zhanwu continent reached the Tianwu continent, the Demon Queen was silent for a long time after hearing the news. She looked at the gorgeous flowers in the courtyard outside the window with a complicated expression. After a moment, her red lips gently opened. The Zhanwu continent is boundless, and there are endless geniuses. There are many higher life forms there. I don't know if you will continue to be a dazzling star, or if you will become a passing traveler in the Zhanwu continent like many other geniuses. It was also on this day that the Demon Queen felt that she had no opponent. In the Tianwu continent, the only one she felt was a threat to her was Zichun. However, today, that threat no longer existed. She didn't relax or feel happy. On the contrary, she suddenly felt a sense of loss. You were lucky enough to enter the Zhanwu continent, but I wasn't. However, from this point of view, you're still the strongest. After that, the Demon Queen gave up on everything and focused on cultivating, refining the laws and increasing her strength. Zichun's departure had greatly affected her. As for Mot's death, it didn't affect her at all. It seemed that the relationship between the two of them really wasn't good. They didn't even feel the need to grieve. The news of Zichun entering the Zhanwu continent was only known to the Devil race. The everlasting sect's people didn't know, but even if they knew, it wouldn't change anything. Zichun had already said that they had to reach the Void Realm before they could enter the Zhanwu continent. The Void Realm was just the beginning. Other Earth Yuan experts might be able to live a good life once they entered the Zhanwu continent. That was because they were ordinary existences in the Earth Yuan. They comprehended ordinary laws. Such people had already learned how to be an ordinary cultivator. They had learned how to keep a low profile. That was why they could live a good life. However, geniuses couldn't. Their path of growth was shocking. Often, they didn't want to provoke trouble, but trouble kept coming. This wasn't a matter of luck. Instead, it was impossible for geniuses to be mediocre and unknown. They were arrogant and untamable, and it was very difficult for them to submit to others. That was why such people would naturally have trouble. Zichun entering the Zhanwu continent was the departure of a legend. A new legend would be written by a new person. As for Zichun, his name had finally become a part of the past. The Floating Mist sect. After Su Mingyao was brought back by those old fellows, she entered seclusion. Just as they had said, she was the hope of the entire Floating Mist sect. So those old fellows didn't hold back at all. They took out all their resources for her to refine. Su Mingyao also followed Zichun's instructions and cultivated quietly. But one day, she suddenly felt uneasy. Then, she opened her eyes and woke up from her seclusion. Rays of light flashed in her eyes. She was deducing. After a moment, she found the source of her uneasiness. Then, her beautiful face suddenly dimmed. "Have you left?" Her long eyelashes trembled. She looked at the sky and seemed to see Zichun entering the passage. After a long time, Su Mengyao's heart calmed down. She said faintly, "Don't worry. I will break through as soon as possible and go to the Zhanwu continent to find you." 10 years passed quickly in the Zhanwu continent. During these 10 years, cultivators of the Endless sect broke through to the Earth Yuan realm. In the 10th year, the Endless sect welcomed another special person to break through. It was a high-level life form, Lightning Spirit. Back then, because of Zichun, he was born prematurely. His cultivation base was greatly reduced, and his vitality was greatly damaged. After staying in the ancient time castle for more than 100,000 years and sleeping for a period of time, he finally welcomed the Earth Yuan lightning tribulation. Lightning Spirit transcended the tribulation. In the sky, lightning laws flashed, and the momentum was vast. Lightning Spirit bathed in the lightning tribulation with a proud face. After successfully transcending the tribulation, he looked up to the sky and said, "Zichun, Did you see that? I broke through and comprehended the laws of lightning. Even you didn't understand this. What's there to be proud of? Don't forget, before Zichen transcended the tribulation, he could kill an Earth Yuan cultivator with one slash. A dissatisfied voice sounded. Sunling, who was dressed in fiery red clothes, arrived. Lightning Spirit pursed his lips and said, I can also kill enemies. Lightning Spirit's tone was a little lacking. Humph. Then do you dare to go to the Zhanwu continent? If you go up like this, you will be refined sooner or later. Sunling snorted. This time, Lightning Spirit did not refute, but there was a trace of fear in his eyes. He was a high-level life form, but he was also an extremely special existence. He was indeed a good material to refine weapons. After Lightning Spirit broke through, Sunling, Qinfeng, and the others also successfully broke through within 100 years. Sunling comprehended the laws of Yin and grasped the extremely cold Yin power. Qinfeng sensed the laws of force. This was a pure law of force that was completely activated by the body. It was a special law that was very powerful. The battle with the demons continued, but with the Castle of Time, the Wuji sect could cultivate many cultivators at the fastest speed. Moreover, they had an extremely extraordinary army of mutated beasts, so the Wuji sect still had the upper hand. In addition, the Wuji sect was also constantly growing. Although the number of powerhouses was less than 1/10,000th of the Wuji sect in the past, the overall number of people was not much less than before. This world was not an Earth Yuan world, so once one broke through to the Earth Yuan realm, they could no longer continue to hold positions and were handed over to the next sect master. One generation after another, the Wuji sect had been passed down for 3 generations. In the 100th year, Su Mingyao returned to the Wuji sect again. This time, she returned as an emptiness realm cultivator. Among Zichen's confidants, she was the first to break through to the emptiness realm. There were a few old guys behind her. They looked very proud and arrogant, as if they were the ones who broke through. This time, Su Mingyao came to say goodbye. She would be escorted by a few old men to the floating mist sect's encampment in the Zhanwu continent. When everyone heard this, they all congratulated her. Sister, don't be in a hurry to leave. Wait a little longer and bring Longhu and Flying Tiger. They are about to break through. When the time comes, they will go with you so that you can take care of each other. Lin Shui pulled Su Mingyao and said, That's good too. Su Mingyao nodded. But as soon as she finished speaking, the old guys behind her looked troubled. Then, one of them sent a message to Su Mingyao. Su Mingyao raised her eyebrows and was a little unhappy. Although it's easy to lead them, it's still not convenient for outsiders to go. Also, we have lost contact with that place and can't communicate. An old man said. Su Mingyao was a little angry, but she didn't have much choice. She could only say, All right then, let Longhu stay. I will take Flying Tiger. He has always been with me and grew up in the floating mist sect. Chapter 1198. 3 months later, Longhu and Flying Tiger broke through and reached the emptiness realm. It was time for them to enter the Zhanwu continent. During this time, Su Mingyao told Longhu that he could go with her if he wanted. However, Longhu refused. He wanted to find Zichen. However, the Zhanwu continent was huge. It was not easy to find a person. In the following years, people from the Wuji sect broke through and entered the Zhanwu continent. The entire Wuji sect became one of the top forces in the Zhanwu continent. Time went back to the moment when Zichen entered the black hole. After stepping into the black hole, Zichen felt an aura that contained the power of laws. This aura extended from the Zhanwu continent. It was surging and rich. After that, Zichen felt like he was walking in the darkness and nothingness. His sharp senses were instantly lost. He could not sense the direction and flow of time. He could not sense anything around him. This situation was like stepping into a teleportation array. However, the feeling was different. If it had to be compared to a teleportation array, then Zichen was teleporting an extremely long distance. Time was in chaos, and space was in chaos. However, under such circumstances, Zichen still felt that an extremely long period of time had passed. Finally, Zichen's eyes lit up. He felt like he was on solid ground again. Then, He arrived at his destination. Zichun felt a little dizzy. A blinding light shot over. Zichun subconsciously closed his eyes. Then, a muffled voice sounded in his ears. Another one has come to die. Under this strong light, Zichun felt a mysterious power enter his body. This power was like some kind of exploration. It was searching for the deepest and most mysterious thing in his heart. Zichun did not feel any danger. However, he subconsciously felt uneasy. He immediately opened his eyes and looked around. He gradually adapted to the strong light. There was no one around Zichun. He was surrounded by a huge platform. There was a light barrier around the platform. The dazzling light came from above Zichun's head. It was a huge, pure white stone that was as big as 2 houses. It was an extremely pure material. Kid, stop looking. Come out quickly. Just as Zichun was looking around, the voice sounded again. It was very loud. Zichun looked in the direction of the voice and saw a strong man in armor. This person was waving at Zichun casually. He could see that there were some people around. They looked at Zichun casually, contemptuously, or disdainfully. Zichun had many questions in his heart when he first arrived. After seeing no killing intent from their expressions, he walked out of the platform. Kid, welcome to Shuntian Prefecture. The burly man spoke again after Zichun walked out of the platform. This time, he mentioned the name of this place. Shuntian Prefecture. Zichun was at a loss. That's right. This is Shuntian Prefecture. I'm responsible for arranging a way out for you guys who want to die so that you can die later. The man laughed. However, he was big and burly, with thick eyebrows and fierce eyes. No matter how one looked at him, he did not look like a good person at all. Want to die? Isn't this the Jianwu continent?
Zichun asked doubtfully.
Of course it is. The man laughed and said, but you're just an Earth Prime. How dare you come here? If you're not courting death, what are you? There was laughter all around. Zichun was like a newcomer. His face was blank. He looked around and saw other people. These people were dressed very similar to the man. They should be together. As for their strength, as he probed with his spiritual senses, Zichun was shocked. He could not detect their strength. This could only mean that the other party's strength was much higher than Zichun's. The realm Zichun could detect was the virtual realm. In other words, these people's strength exceeded the virtual realm. The weakest was at the corporeal realm. Zichun was shocked to encounter so many corporeal realm experts as soon as he arrived. He secretly thought that the Jianwu continent's experts were as numerous as dogs. At the same time, he warned himself that he must keep a low profile, and low profile. Otherwise, he would really die a horrible death. Zichun was now playing the role of a rookie. His eyes were blank, and there was a faint trace of disappointment. This situation was very common among rookies because the real Jianwu continent was more dangerous than the rumors said. The man casually pointed to an open space and said, "Go there and squat." Zichun turned his head and looked over. There were already more than a dozen people there. Among them, 10 were standing and 5 were squatting. Zichun didn't ask why. Instead, he seemed to accept his fate and walked over obediently. "Haha, kid. It seems that you're smart." The man took in Zichun's expression. He laughed again and said, "Seeing that you're so obedient and that I'm in a good mood, I'll tell you why. It's because you're at the Earth Prime level and they're at the virtual realm. Although they're both trash, they're one level higher than you. Therefore, you can only squat and not stand." Zichun understood everything at a glance. He also saw that many of the Earth Prime level experts were injured and their faces were bruised and swollen. After hearing the man's explanation, he said, "Thank you." The burly man didn't expect to hear those 2 words in this place. He was stunned for a moment. The others were also stunned. They looked at Zichun and then at the burly man. Then, laughter that was many times louder than before came out of these people's mouths. "Thank you. Haha, I can't believe I heard that." "That's right. I think this kid must have been a punching bag when he was in the lower world. I can't believe he actually said those 2 words. He must be a punching bag. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come here right after breaking through. I guess he's been bullied a lot. Even a punching bag can break through to the Earth Prime level. It seems that he's not ordinary." The group of men laughed wantonly and spoke rudely. As soon as Zichun squatted down, The 5 Earth Yuan cultivators beside him glanced at him with disdain and moved away. Damn it, who told you to move? Do you want to die? Go back. Seeing this, the laughing man scolded loudly. He then quickly stepped forward and kicked the 5 Earth Prime level experts. The 5 of them screamed and crawled back to Zichun. After the men left, the 5 Earth Prime level experts looked at Zichun with resentment. There was no doubt that they transferred their hatred to Zichun and isolated Zichun. Zichun's plan to learn something about this world from them was ruined. Zichun squatted on the ground and didn't dare to move. The men glanced at him and laughed loudly with contempt. Although they despised people like Zichun, they had to admit that only people like him could survive in the Jianwu continent without strength. On the second day of Zichun's arrival, a few more people appeared on the platform. They were all in the virtual realm. On the third day, an Earth Prime level expert finally came. In the words of these men, an Earth Prime level expert was here to die. This Earth Prime level expert was covered in scales. Although he had a human body, he was obviously an alien. Moreover, he seemed to have an extraordinary background and looked very arrogant. As soon as he appeared, he loudly asked those people what this place was. Faced with such an attitude, the men laughed. But this Earth Prime level expert was angry. He seemed to have an extremely high status as he complained to the group of burly men. Therefore, the Earth Prime level expert was angry. The Earth Prime level expert died. After killing the other party with a slap, the expert cursed, "Damn it! What the hell do you think this is? A low-level world?" The others laughed and didn't seem to care. Zichun had already guessed that these people seemed to be from a certain faction that was specially sent to deal with outsiders like them. However, Zichun had originally guessed that there should be some kind of rule here. For example, they could only fight, but no one could die. However, after the Earth Prime level expert was killed, Zichun knew that he was wrong. There were no rules here. As for whether they killed or not, it depended on their mood. Zichun's expression changed. Besides Zichun, the other 5 Earth Prime level experts trembled and their expressions became stiff. Obviously, they had made the same mistake as Zichun. Now that they thought about it, they were only beaten up these days and not killed. It was entirely because the other party was in a good mood. After killing the Earth Prime level expert, the men looked at Zichun again. They swore and mocked, as if they saw Zichun as a toy. Are these people really all in the corporeal realm? Why don't they have the dignity of a strong expert and speak so vulgarly? Zichun secretly scolded them in his heart, but he put a smile on his face. He squatted on the ground and asked from afar, My lords, can I ask a question? Hurry up and ask while I'm in a good mood today." One of the men laughed. "May I ask where this place is?" Zichun seemed a little timid. "Didn't I tell you before? This is Shuntian Prefecture." Zichun's face was blank again. He asked, "Isn't this the Jianwu continent?" Hearing this, the crowd laughed again. "Punching bag, it seems that you know nothing about the Jianwu continent." One of the men joked, "Please explain, my lord." Zichun hurriedly said, "All right, I've just killed someone and I'm in a good mood. I'll explain it to you. And you idiots, wash your ears and listen carefully." The people who had just had a good impression of Zichun immediately lost it because of the man's words. Zichun sighed helplessly. It seemed that he was unjustly implicated again. This is indeed the Jianwu continent, but the Jianwu continent is very large, so large that you won't be able to explore all the places in your lifetime. The Jianwu continent is divided into 9 regions, which are 9 continents. Each continent is divided into 49 regions, which are 49 prefectures. This is one of the prefectures, called Shuntian Prefecture. In Shuntian Prefecture, there are 108 cities, and the closest city to here is 10 million miles away. Chapter 1199. The burly man was in a good mood and told Zichun and the others about the Jianwu continent. The Jianwu continent was very large, but the number of cities had not increased over the years. There were still 108 cities in one prefecture. This led to the emergence of many forces outside of these cities. Some were tribes, some were families, and some were villages and towns. These burly men were indeed corporeal realm cultivators, and their ultimate goal was to bring corporeal realm cultivators back to the city. As for Emptiness Realm cultivators and Earth Prime Realm cultivators, they were not qualified to enter the city for the time being. The Zhanwu continent was a high-level world. Other than that, there were many mature low-level worlds. Almost every day, people from these low-level worlds would enter the Zhanwu continent. These burly men were responsible for arranging a place for them. As for whether they lived or died, no one cared. Zichen's name as a punching bag gradually spread. Although no one had called him Zichen even once, their expressions were undoubtedly saying that Zichen was a punching bag. After a few days, the number of people finally reached 50. Among them, 10 were Earth Prime Realm cultivators, and the other 40 were Emptiness Realm cultivators. Seeing such a gap, Zichen was glad that he had let the people of the Wuji sect break through before coming. Hazy, take them with you today. Hazy was the person who killed Earth Prime Realm cultivators with one slap and told Zichen about the situation in Shuntian Prefecture. After hearing this, he nodded, then turned to Zichen and the others and said, "Don't worry, I'll definitely sell you for a good price." Everyone was puzzled by this. Hazy brought 6 corporeal realm cultivators over. Then, he took out a small wooden boat with many mystical patterns engraved on it. Hazy shook the wooden boat in his hand, and the mystical patterns began to shine. Then, it grew with the wind and turned into a large ship in the air. "Get on!" Hazy shouted, and the other corporeal realm cultivators jumped onto the wooden boat. Then, the group of Emptiness Realm cultivators stood up and jumped onto the large ship. However, a very strange scene occurred. The group of Emptiness Realm cultivators stepped on the ground, and just as their bodies rose into the air, they fell back down again. There were a total of 40 people, but not a single one was able to successfully enter the large ship. Behind the Emptiness Realm cultivators, the 9 Earth Prime Realm cultivators were the same. They staggered and fell back down as soon as they left the ship. The group of big men laughed. Obviously, they had seen this kind of situation many times before. However, the loud laughter suddenly came to a halt in the next moment. This was because there was another person who had successfully boarded the large ship with a single step. It was Zichen. After boarding the ship, Zichen felt that something was wrong. He looked around and found that everyone was looking at him in astonishment. Damn it, this bunch of idiots. Didn't they calm down and sense their surroundings beforehand? Zichen cursed in his heart. He had originally wanted to keep a low profile, but now he was in the limelight again. As soon as he arrived, Zichen sensed that this world was different from the martial heaven continent. The gravity here was much greater, and it was much more stable. Then, Zichen released his spiritual senses and carefully sensed the surroundings. Finally, he deduced the situation around him in his mind. In the end, he came to the conclusion that this was a new and stable world. The divine ability that had allowed him to tear through space on the martial heaven continent wouldn't appear here. In fact, he even suspected that his attack wouldn't be able to cause space to tremble. The conclusion he came to after deducing made Zichen even more curious about this world. However, when he thought about how the lowest level of this world was the Earth Prime Realm, this kind of situation was very normal. Therefore, when the large ship appeared, he used 2 or 3 times his usual strength to successfully board the ship. Everyone looked at Zichen in astonishment. The group of corporeal realm experts also looked at Zichen with strange expressions. The leader of the corporeal realm experts who had not boarded the ship also looked at Zichen with a strange expression. He muttered, "This is a tough one. I didn't think that there would be a time when I misjudged him." Beside him, a corporeal realm expert said, "We all misjudged him. In the past few years, only 4 people have been able to discover the problem with their perception. I wonder how high the other 2 have achieved." The leader said, "The other 2 have already started to break through to the domain realm." Including Zichen, there were 4 people in total. As for the third person, it was the leader in front of them. "What are you all looking at? Hurry up and get on." Hazy's loud shout woke everyone up. Therefore, they increased their strength and jumped onto the ship. This time, it was much easier. Therefore, the people who had been shocked a moment ago were now disdainful. This was because boarding the ship did not seem like a big deal. However, they did not know that the mystery of boarding the ship lay in the first step. Zichen had already surpassed everyone. If he did not die, His future achievements were destined to surpass everyone. After boarding the ship, it left quickly. However, in Zichen's opinion, this speed was not even comparable to the speed at which he flapped his lightning wings in the martial heaven continent. The others began to chat with each other. Zichen was still isolated. No one paid him any attention. However, Zichen felt like he was being watched. This feeling came from the 6 corporeal realm experts. During the journey, Zichen was silent. No one came forward to talk to him. This situation lasted for 3 days. Finally, they reached their destination. This was a small town. There were more than 1,000 buildings in the town, and many cultivators lived in them. The ship flew directly to the town and then landed in the center of the town. When the cultivators saw Hazy and the other 5 on the ship, their expressions changed. They immediately made way for them, looking very fearful. After retreating, they once again looked at the group of people behind the large ship. Their gazes had become strange. That strange gaze contained ridicule, ill intent, and even killing intent. Wow, they are all cultivators. Moreover, they are all above the Earth Prime level. This is too unbelievable. This is not a city, but there are so many Earthrealm cultivators. As the ship landed, everyone jumped off the ship. When they saw the many cultivators around them, they sighed. Zichen's eyes were also filled with amazement. The most he had seen before was hundreds of Earth Prime cultivators. The most he had seen was only 8 Emptiness Realm cultivators. However, in front of him, there were hundreds of Emptiness Realm cultivators. As for the number of Earth Prime cultivators, it was pitifully small. In other words, in this small town, there were many Emptiness Realm cultivators. There were so many that Zichen was incomparably fearful. This also meant that in the Martial Heaven continent, only Emptiness Realm cultivators had the qualifications to survive. In this world, the most worthless thing is human life. That's why you have to be careful at all times. If someone kills you, they'll be able to obtain a rule fragment. In this world, rule fragments are the only form of wealth, the foundation of survival. A voice came from Zichen's side. It was Hazy who had walked to Zichen's side at some point. When Zichen heard this, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. However, his heart trembled. If this was true, then this world encouraged killing. His mind was racing, but his expression did not change. He said blankly, "Thank you." In the past, Hazy would always mock Zichen, but today, Hazy nodded his head and asked, "What's your name?" Zichen was stunned and did not respond. Hazy asked patiently, "What's your name? Don't tell me you don't have a name." Zichen said. Hazy nodded and said again, "In this world, you have to be careful. Too many talented people have died because of arrogance and pride." "Thank you for your guidance, Senior." Zichen thanked him again. "Hazy, it's you." A voice came from afar. Obviously, the person who dared to speak like this was definitely another reality realm cultivator. "Mayor Zhang." Hazy smiled. "Why are you being so polite with me? Just call me Old Zhang." "Brother Wang, how have you been?" Mayor Zhang stepped forward. The two of them exchanged pleasantries, but the others around them looked at Zichen and the others as if they were livestock. An Emptiness Realm cultivator sighed and said, "Are we going to live in this small town in the future?" "Yeah, this is too small." As soon as he sighed, a mocking laugh sounded. "You want to live here? You're dreaming. The current you don't even have the qualifications to live here. If you don't die in the next few years, you might be able to save enough money to move here." The group of cultivators looked at the reality realm cultivator who spoke in confusion, but the latter clearly had no intention of explaining. "Come and pick." After the pleasantries, Mayor Zhang waved at the group of people in the distance. As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen Emptiness Realm cultivators walked over from afar. They first bowed to Hazy and the others, then focused their attention on the Emptiness Realm cultivators. Then, Zichen and the others finally understood why Hazy said to sell these people for a good price. The Emptiness Realm cultivator quickly pointed at 4 capable Emptiness Realm cultivators and said, "I want these 4 people. I offer a total of 500. Another Emptiness Realm cultivator pointed at 5 Emptiness Realm cultivators and said, "I offer 550 for these 5. The normal price of an Emptiness Realm cultivator was 80 to 100. These people offered a high price because they saw that their vitality was extremely extraordinary. Then, the others began to pick people. But there was no doubt that they all chose Emptiness Realm cultivators. As they haggled, this was really like buying and selling livestock. Zichun chose to remain silent and did not say a word. During this time, no one chose him. It was not only him. No one from the other Earth Prime stage cultivators chose him. In the end, all 40 Emptiness Realm cultivators were bought, leaving only 10 Earth Prime stage cultivators. I'll pay 3 pieces for this one. I'll pay 2 pieces for this one. After that, the 10 Earth Prime stage cultivators began to be divided, but there was no doubt that they were all divided into 3 or 2 pieces. When an Earth Prime stage cultivator died, they could be refined into a rule fragment, which was 1 piece. Therefore, the lowest price for an Earth Prime stage cultivator was 2 rule fragments. The lives of Earth Prime stage cultivators were so cheap here, which made Zichun relatively speechless. However, what made him even more speechless was that 9 out of the 10 Earth Prime stage cultivators were chosen, and he was the only one who had not been chosen. Of course, this was thanks to the disdainful expressions of the others around him. Simply because no one wanted him, they were not even willing to pay 2 rule fragments. The deal was done, and Zichun was the only one left. This was the first time in all these years that something like this had happened. Seeing this scene, Hazy pointed at a buyer. "Sir, what orders do you have?" The Emptiness Realm cultivator asked respectfully. Hazy pointed at Zichun again and said, "This one is for you." Chapter 1200. It was clearly a free gift, but this virtual realm expert had a troubled look on his face, as if he had suffered a great grievance. Then, he nodded and reluctantly took out 2 pieces of rule fragments and handed them to Blackie. Blackie said that he would give them to him, but the premise was that he had to dare to accept it. Naturally, he didn't dare to accept it. So, wasn't this a forced transaction? Blackie knew that the other party had misunderstood, so he said, "I said it's a free gift, so it's a free gift." The corner of the virtual realm expert's mouth twitched, and he said respectfully, "Sir, what are you talking about? I have indeed taken a fancy to him." As he spoke, he handed over the 2 rule fragments. One wanted to give them away, while the other wanted to buy them. However, no one considered the feelings of the person involved, Zichun, and no one asked for Zichun's wishes. Thinking about how he was the first to be sold when he came to the Zhanwu continent, there was an indescribable strangeness in his heart. Blackie's hand shook, and the 2 rule fragments fell into Zichun's hand. Blackie said, "This is for you." Zichun was stunned for a moment, then reacted and hurriedly thanked him. "All right, take your people and leave." Blackie waved his hand and said. Next to him, the mayor, who had been silent all this time, asked, "Blackie, are you leaving now?" "Send them out. There's a period of time for cultivators, so I'm going to take a walk in the city," Blackie said. Hearing this, Mayor Zhang smiled and said, "I wanted to keep you for a gathering, but since you're going to the city, I won't keep you." Blackie boarded the big ship and left. Zichun and the others were also taken away by these virtual realm experts. Flying was not allowed in the town, except for special existences like Blackie. After reaching the outside world, the small boats enlarged, and everyone boarded one after another. At this point, the 50-person team was divided into more than 10 groups. Zichun followed a group of people onto a wooden boat and flew into the distance. It was also a wooden boat that had transformed into a big ship, but the speed of Zichun's boat was obviously slower than Blackie's. This time, the virtual realm expert bought 6 people. Among them, 3 were virtual realm experts, 2 were Earth Prime experts, and 1 was Zichun. It could be seen that this person's faction was not strong and should still be very weak. There seemed to be some sort of meaning behind Blackie giving him to such a weak force. Along the way, the Emptiness Realm expert turned around and said to the 6 of them, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Aoda. The place we are going to is a tribe called Wamang. It will take half a month. Next, I will explain the rules to you." Of course, these rules are for those in the virtual realm. Those in the Earth Prime division don't need to follow the rules. As long as you can survive, as a virtual realm expert, You will be under unified management when you arrive at the tribe. If you want to leave, you can, as long as you pay 3 times the price. As soon as Aoda's words came out, the expressions of the 3 emptiness realm experts changed. They were already unhappy that they had been sold. Now, if they wanted to leave, they would have to pay 3 times the compensation. Wouldn't this situation be the same as the women in the mortal world? What about us? What should we do if we want to leave? An Earth Prime asked. Aoda glanced at the other party and sneered. You guys sure are casual, but I'm afraid you won't dare to leave. After a brief introduction, Aoda no longer paid attention to them. In fact, he was still a little depressed. After all, he had been cheated of 2 law fragments for nothing. At this moment, Zichun stepped forward and took out 2 law fragments. He said, Master Aoda, I have no use for these. Aoda looked at Zichun in astonishment. Zichun directly placed the 2 law fragments in his hand. Aoda looked at Zichun and asked, Do you know what this means? It should be money, just like the primordial stones in our world. Then, do you know what effect this has? Aoda asked again. Zichun said, I can feel the thick power of the law on it. If I absorb it, it should be able to increase my strength. Aoda became even more astonished. He asked again, Since you know, why don't you want it? Zichun smiled and didn't say anything. Instead, he turned around and walked to the back of the crowd. The astonishment on Aoda's face disappeared. To be able to come here to buy and sell cultivators, his status in the tribe was obviously not low. Obviously, his IQ was also very high. It was indeed a good thing. But if you had the life to take it, you had to have the life to spend it. This person is smart, muttered Aoda as he took back the 2 law fragments. At the same time, he was also trying to guess Blackie's intentions. Since it was a gift, why did he give it to his tribe, the smallest tribe, and not those large tribes? It had to be known that they didn't care about 1 or 2 more earth primordial stones. Could it be this brat had something special about him? This kind of person could only survive in a small tribe. Aoda suddenly thought of this question and then subconsciously looked at Zichun. However, he was completely ordinary. He couldn't see anything special about him. As for the others, they looked at Zichun with disdain. They thought that Zichun was purely trying to curry favor with Blackie. They had to stay on the ship for half a month, so they gradually became familiar with each other. However, Zichun was still isolated. Furthermore, his name as a punching bag spread once more. Punching bag, which lowly world are you from? Occasionally, someone would ask Zichun this question. The Martial Sky Continent. Zichun didn't care about the ridicule in their words and answered truthfully. The Martial Sky Continent, that lowly world. I never thought that there would be an Earth Yuan in that place. The mocking voice rang out once more. This time, Zichun didn't say anything. No one dared to make a move on the ship. As for the ridicule, Zichun didn't care. Everyone gradually lost interest and stopped paying attention to Zichun. However, when they talked, they would occasionally glance at him with disdain. What's your name? On the 5th day, Aoda walked to the back of the ship and suddenly asked, Zichun. Zichun stood up and answered, Sit. Aoda indicated for Zichun to sit. Ever since he had guessed Heizi's intentions, he had been observing Zichun for the past 5 days. However, he hadn't found anything special about him. He was like a punching bag. No matter how others mocked him, he wouldn't get angry. However, since he was able to reach the Earth Yuan realm, how could he not have any temper? Furthermore, what kind of place was the Martial Sky Continent? It was publicly acknowledged as the lowest level world. However, the experts that appeared there were also publicly acknowledged as powerful. For him to be able to break through to the Earth Yuan realm, it was impossible for him to not have any temper. Aoda hadn't found anything strange, but he wasn't arrogant enough to think that Long Chun was ordinary. On the contrary, he felt that Long Chun was very mysterious. Zichun nodded and casually sat down. His gaze swept across the surroundings. You came from the Martial Sky Continent? Aoda asked. Zichun nodded. Can you tell me about the situation there? Zichun smiled. What's there to talk about? Aoda curiously asked. Tell me about your cultivation days there. It's nothing more than cultivation. There's nothing to talk about. Zichun shook his head. Come, have a drink. This thing is very expensive. Aoda took out a jade bottle. There was no need to guess that it was filled with wine. Zichen took the cup and took a sip. He smacked his lips and said, Not bad." Aoda looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. Zichun came back to his senses and hurriedly said, "Thank you, my lord." Aoda smiled and patted Zichen's shoulder. "Don't be so polite." After a simple exchange of words, he felt a kind of free and easy casualness from Zichen. This kind of casualness was like talking to a friend. However, the two were clearly not friends. Yet, Zichun was so casual. It was obvious that he didn't think of Aoda as an emptiness realm expert. Or perhaps, Zichen's usual attitude towards emptiness realm experts was like this. There was no distinction between superior and inferior. It was as if he was talking to someone of the same level. Aoda's guess was correct. The current Zichen didn't put emptiness realm experts in his eyes. What he was truly afraid of were reality realm experts. Zichen drank the wine as if nothing had happened. Beside him, Aoda's mouth twitched and his eyelids twitched. He looked as if he was very distressed. In fact, the wine didn't taste good at all. Zichen had to give Aoda face because it was his first time here. That was why he drank it mouthful by mouthful. He quickly saw Aoda's expression and immediately understood. With a flip of his hand, he casually tossed a bottle of wine to Aoda. Aoda subconsciously caught it and asked, "What is this?" Zichen said, "Monkey wine from my hometown. Try it. The taste should be very good." Zichen had used up almost all of the monkey wine he had obtained on the ancient road. He had obtained the rest of the monkey wine he had obtained when he was traveling through the world of the ancient road using the ancient medallion. Because he liked to drink wine in his free time, Zichen had collected a lot of good wine on the ancient road. In addition, during his 1,000 years of traveling in the Tianwu continent, he had obtained many good wines from the mortal world. Opening the bottle, a rich wine aroma wafted out. Aoda put it to the tip of his nose and inhaled. He was completely intoxicated. Good wine. It's really good wine. I'm already drunk before I even drink it. Aoda's eyes shone. He took a small sip and repeatedly shook his head. He was very intoxicated. This is really good wine. It's much better than mine. In this world, it can be sold for at least a dozen pieces, said Aoda. A dozen pieces was equivalent to the life of several earth elementals. In the Tianwu continent, earth elementals wouldn't even bother to drink such a thing. However, in the Zhanwu continent, it could buy the life of several earth elementals. Zichen shook his head and smiled. The world was so mysterious. After taking a sip, Otter carefully put the cap back and put it away. "Why aren't you drinking?" asked Zichen. "This is good stuff. I'll keep it for the patriarch." Zichen smiled and patted Aoda's head. "Look at how stingy you are. I'll give you another one." Zichen patted Aoda's head and was immediately stunned. Aoda also confirmed it. However, he wasn't dissatisfied with Zichen's action. Instead, he smiled at Zichen. By now, he could conclude that this Zichen was very extraordinary. At the very least, among the earth elementals, he was the only one who dared to be so casual with an emptiness realm expert. As for the others, they widened their eyes in disbelief because of Zichen's action. As the days passed, Zichen and Aoda became more and more familiar. However, the others looked at Zichen's expression more and more unpleasant. This was because Zichen's good wine was only for Aoda to drink and not for them. Half a month passed quickly. Aoda said, "Okay, we're almost there. When the time comes, everyone will come with me to see the patriarch." Chapter 1201. The rich Python tribe was located in a rare open space in the mountains. There were more than 1,000 people, and the weakest among them was an earth prime. The chief, Rich Python, was a corporeal realm expert. He had founded the Rich Python tribe tens of thousands of years ago. Early in the morning, the tribe's cultivators began their busy day. There were no mortals in this world, so everything had to be done by the cultivators themselves. A large ship appeared in everyone's sight. They saw Odd and the newcomers on the ship. "Odd, you're back. I brought back 6 people this time." "Odd, why did you bring back 3 Earth Primes this time?" Aoda brought the 6 of them down and greeted the surrounding tribesmen. During this time, Zichen carefully sized up the people around him. Here, most of them were Emptiness Realm experts. There were very few Earth Primes. Some had horns on their heads, and some had scales on their bodies. Obviously, they were not real humans. Come with me to see the chief. After passing through rows of buildings, the 7 of them arrived in front of a grand hall. As soon as they arrived, a man walked out of the hall. He was also a burly man. He said to Odd, "Big brother wants you in." Odd nodded and led the group into the hall. The hall was deep and dark. After entering, the group felt a sense of eeriness. At the end of the hall, there was a main seat. A middle-aged man sat on the main seat. He glanced indifferently at the 7 people who entered. The 7 people approached. Except for Odd, the other 6 didn't dare to raise their heads. However, they still felt a pair of cold eyes staring at them. This made them feel very uncomfortable. "Big brother, I brought back 6 people," Odd said. "Very good. Raise your heads." The chief's voice came from the hall. His voice was as cold as his eyes. "Aya, why are you so unruly? Hurry and bow to the chief," Odd urged. "Greetings, chief." Everyone bowed in unison. Then, they raised their heads to look at the middle-aged man. This was a thin, middle-aged man. His skin was sickly pale. Perhaps it was because he had not been exposed to the sun for a long time, but his body exuded a chill that made people unwilling to get close to him. In addition, his eyes were also shining. This kind of light was extremely cruel and bloodthirsty. "This is a snake." With just one look, Zichun could tell that the patriarch was not a human. His eyes were extremely similar to those of a snake. Other than brutality, there was also lust and greed in his eyes. This was a person who was hard to get along with. "That's right. Since we're all here, we're all family. Hand over everything you have, and we'll return them to you when we leave. In the future, whatever you want to do will be arranged by Aoda," clan leader Wamang said. Hearing this, the 6 of them were obviously stunned and puzzled. Next to him, Otter reminded, "Hand over everything. That's the rule, but you don't have to hand over your weapons." Only then did the 6 of them react. Even though they were extremely unwilling, they had no choice but to compromise in the face of the powerful Wapython. Only Zichun, who had been warned earlier, pretended not to know. After that, each of them took out a spirit ring and handed it to Aoda, who then passed it to Wamang. "All right, I'll leave the things here for you to take when you leave. You can familiarize yourselves with this place for a few days. After a few days, Aoda will arrange things for you to do." Wamang flipped his hand and put away the spirit rings. He had no intention of inspecting them. After that, Aoda left with the 7 of them. A moment later, Aoda returned. Wamang was inspecting the treasures in the spirit rings, but they were all useless. He needed to see special items or fragments of loss. He directly ignored the 3 Earth Realm experts. What he cared about was the treasures of the Emptiness Realm experts. Those who could reach the Emptiness Realm would naturally have fragments of loss. However, none of the 3 spirit rings were found. "Big brother, how is it?" Aoda asked as soon as he came in. "I'm not sure yet, but keep a close eye on them. See if the 3 of them have any strange movements," Wamang said. "All right. What about the other 3 Earth Realm experts?" Aoda asked. "Don't worry about them. They're just 3 Earth Realm experts. Immediately arrange for them to do something." Wamang waved his hand casually. Aoda nodded. A mysterious smile immediately appeared on his face. He said, "Big brother, I got some good stuff this time. You'll definitely like it." As he spoke, he took out 3 bottles of monkey wine. These were the ones he had saved over the past few days. Wamang opened the bottle cap and smelled the rich fragrance of the wine. He said with satisfaction, "Very good. Where did you get it?" Aoda smiled and said, "I got lucky. Hee. Come on, have a taste." Wamang took a sip and enjoyed it very much. Aoda smiled and then left. His big brother was good at everything. It was just that he was usually too gluttonous and lustful. "Zichun, let's go. I'll arrange something for you to do." After arranging the 2 Earth Realm experts, Aoda went to find Zichun. "Now? Didn't you say you needed a few days to familiarize yourself?" Zichun asked in confusion. Aoda smiled and said, "That's for the Emptiness Realm experts. You're just an Earth Realm expert. You don't have any rights here. However, don't worry. I'll arrange an easier job for you. Job? I still have to work. Hearing this, Zichun was even more surprised. Of course, such a large tribe needs to be maintained. How can there be no work? However, you can rest assured that I won't arrange for you to go out hunting. This is the work of the Emptiness Realm experts. Aoda said, how about I arrange for you to look after the orchard? Orchard? Fruit? Zichun felt more and more strange. Of course it's fruit. However, it's not an ordinary fruit. It's a fruit of law. Seeing Zichun's puzzled expression, Aoda explained, I don't know if you've seen a money tree. This fruit of law is just like a money tree. It bears fruit of law, and the fruit of law is money. Therefore, it's a money tree. Then take me to see it. Zichun was very curious. Aoda took Zichun out of the tribe and flew towards the south. It was worth mentioning that this world was very stable and the gravity was not small. This greatly reduced Zichun's speed. Not bad. Aoda was surprised to find that Zichun could keep up with him. Zichun smiled and did not say anything. After knowing that there was only one reality realm expert in the entire tribe, Zichun relaxed a lot. A mere reality realm expert could not do anything to him. After about 2 hours, Zichun saw a large garden. There were hundreds of trees of law in the garden. There was a layer of restriction around them. Aoda pointed to the trees of law and said, these are all trees of law. They only bear fruit once every 100 years. Each tree will bear 99 fruits, but 90 of them will fall. These 90 are fragments of law. As for the other 9, they will become a perfect fruit. It contains a complete law. Its value is 10 times that of an ordinary fruit. When Zichun heard this, his heart moved. He asked, in that case, a perfect fruit is equivalent to 10 pieces. That's right. A perfect fruit is equivalent to the lives of 5 Earth Realm experts. Therefore, you need to guard this place well. You must not make any mistakes. Otherwise, you will be punished. The normal punishment is death. Aoda said, however, you don't need to worry too much. There are many people taking care of the orchard. There are also many Emptiness Realm experts guarding it. Zichun nodded and then looked at the trees of law at a close distance. He felt that it was very magical. He immediately sighed. There is actually such a magical thing. This place is really full of wonders. When Aoda heard this, he smiled and said, this is nothing. The trees of law are just the most ordinary ones. Other than the trees of law, there are also the illusory and corporeal trees of law. The fruits they bear are the illusory law and the corporeal law. When Zichun heard this, he was even more surprised. Well, this is for you. When you have nothing to do, you can go in and take a look. As Aoda said this, an inexplicable smile appeared on his face. He said, by the way, this place is also a rare place for cultivation. The power of law ripples around it. It is very beneficial for your cultivation level. When Zichun heard this, he understood Aoda's intention. His impression of Aoda increased greatly, and he thanked him again and again. Don't be so polite. I can feel that you are not ordinary. However, no matter what, you are only at the Earth Realm. This is an indisputable fact. In this world, it is very difficult for an Earth Realm expert to survive. If you can cultivate here for a few 100 years, you should be able to break through to the Emptiness Realm. Aoda warned, by the way, don't provoke an Emptiness Realm expert. Although there is a rule that forbids fighting, if you anger an Emptiness Realm expert, he will definitely kill you. The rules of the tribe are only for the living. They will not seek justice for the dead. What if an Emptiness Realm expert provokes me? You can only endure it, unless you have the strength to fight against him. When Aoda saw the cold light in Zichun's eyes, he said, if you want to kill someone here, the first thing you need to do is to destroy the corpse and destroy the evidence. Zichun nodded and thanked Aoda again, indicating that he understood. Well, I won't disturb you anymore. Hurry up and cultivate. Aoda patted Zichun's shoulder. Zichun held the restriction token given by Aoda in his hand. As he injected a ray of energy into it, the restriction token emitted a ray of light. Then, the restriction token opened. As soon as Zichun walked in, he felt a pure and rich energy rushing towards him. This was the power of laws, which was very useful to the current Zichun. The surrounding trees of law were verdant and lush with fruits of law. Just as Aoda said, there were 90 fruits of law on each tree, bearing fruit once every 100 years, 90 fruits each time. There are hundreds of fruits of law here. Adding them up, it is not a small number. Zichun said as he looked at the trees of law around him. Zichun walked around the orchard and found that the trees of law were all enclosed. There was a restriction around every 50 trees. Zichun was only in charge of 50 trees. This was good. No one would come to disturb him while he cultivated. Zichun decided to go into seclusion here and improve his strength. Chapter 1202. After the fruit fell to the ground, it suddenly turned into a law fragment. Such a change was truly miraculous. Zichun bent down and picked up the rule fragment. He released his spiritual sense and found that the rule fragment was indeed incomplete. It was indeed a rule fragment. Then, a sphere of law appeared in Zichun's hand. This was the complete sphere of law that Cauldron Spirit had mentioned. It was refined from the Yuan core and body of an Earth Yuan realm expert. Such a thing was equivalent to 10 law fragments, which was equivalent to the lives of 5 Earth Yuan realm experts. However, the martial war continent actually compared an Earth Yuan realm expert to 2 law fragments. This made Zichun speechless. He couldn't understand. An Earth Yuan realm expert was indeed worthless in this place. They couldn't even compare to the mortals in the martial heaven continent. Looking at the complete sphere of law in his hand, Zichun thought of a way to get rich. He could rely on his current strength to kill and refine those Earth Yuan realm experts into a complete sphere of law. This way, Zichun would be able to accumulate wealth very quickly. However, he quickly rejected this idea. Wealth wasn't important to him right now. Strength was the most important thing. After throwing the law fragment under the tree, Zichun sat down cross-legged and began to absorb the law energy here. A powerful suction force appeared from Zichun's body. The surrounding law energy was like a vortex that constantly expanded and spread into the distance. In the end, a small energy storm was formed in the entire restriction. Zichun was in the middle of the storm, absorbing the law energy to his heart's content. After a while, a satisfied expression appeared on his face. Due to the fruit of law, the law energy here was very dense. It was more than enough for an Earth Yuan realm expert to cultivate. However, the prerequisite was that an ordinary Earth Yuan realm expert wouldn't be able to absorb the law energy very quickly. This was because there was only one kind of law energy. Among so many different kinds of law energy, he could only absorb one. However, Zichun was different. He had comprehended dozens of laws. In addition to that, he had also created his own law of destruction. There was no law in this world that could stop him. Absorbing law energy was a piece of cake for him. As a result, as Zichun absorbed the energy, the density of the power of laws in this place was visibly decreasing, and it eventually became thin. As time passed, no one disturbed Zichun here, so he fell into a state of silence. In this state, the speed of his absorption of rule force also became constant. As a result, the storm continued to circulate without any rumbling. Gradually, the rule power contained in the space decreased and disappeared, but the constant absorption still existed. Under the powerful suction force, there was no longer any law force in the space. The law fruit tree started to sway. Zichun was like a greedy vampire, forcibly absorbing the law force from the law fruit tree. A law fruit shattered, containing an extremely rich law force. This law force entered the storm and was absorbed by Zichun. A nomological fragment had provided Zichun with a lot of power, but this power would eventually be exhausted. After a long time, as the power was exhausted, the suction force appeared again, and the fruit began to sway. Another fruit shattered. Zichun fell into a state of meditation. In the outside world, because of Aoda's instructions, no one disturbed Zichun. As time passed, the number of law fruits slowly decreased. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed, and Zichun, the newcomer, was completely forgotten. However, the 5 newcomers had built a good relationship with the people of the tribes. The 2 Earth Primes were still holding a grudge against Zichun because of the past. They had never forgotten Zichun. Why hasn't that kid come out yet? Appearing from a restriction, Chan Xiang looked at the restriction where Zichan was. His eyes flashed with a cold light. Without entering a state of cultivation, the restriction could be completely seen through, but as long as someone went in to cultivate, the restriction would block their line of sight. Therefore, Chen Xiang didn't know what was going on inside. Chen Xiang, wait for me. As soon as Chen Xiang appeared, a voice came from behind him. It was Luoao who came with him. In the past 3 months, the two of them had gotten along very well, and they both had a common enemy. Luoao asked, "Why hasn't that kid come out yet?" "No," Chen Xiang said in annoyance. What a fool. Does he think he's safe by hiding inside?" Chen Xiang glanced at Luoao and asked, "What do you have in mind?" Luoao smiled mysteriously and said, "We can go find Master Zhu Huan. Doesn't he have some conflicts with Aoda? I think he'll be happy to help us." When Chen Xiang heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. The two of them chuckled and quickly left. Zhu Huan's status in the Wameng tribe was not low, or rather, it was not lower than Aoda. Although the two of them were both in the virtual realm, they were Wameng's right-hand men. Hearing the words of the two below, Zhu Huan frowned and said, "Oh, it's been 3 months." "Yes, master, it's been 3 months. We're not afraid of him cultivating, but we're worried about the law fruits inside. If there's a mishap, our tribe's interests will be lost." Luoao said, "Yes, master, this is no small matter." Chen Xiang also said. Zhu Huan glanced at the two of them and naturally understood what they were thinking. However, it was only 3 months, so this excuse was not valid. However, this was the only chance to have some relationship with Aoda, so he had to grasp it properly. Just as the two below were feeling uneasy, Zhu Huan said, "Not for the time being. Wait for another 2 months. If he still doesn't come out, you two will force him out." "Okay." The two nodded and left. In the following time, the two of them spent a long time waiting. Zichan naturally had no intention of waking up because there was still a lot of energy entering his body. Looking at the surrounding space, 5 months had passed. Many law fruit trees had begun to turn yellow, and the law fruits on them had decreased by a lot. Dong! A loud vibration came from the outside, followed by an explosive shout. "Punching bag, come out! Come out! Punching bag! Hurry up and come out!" After spending 2 months in torment, Chen Xiang and Luoao immediately rushed over and began to shake the restriction vigorously. However, it was only shaking. Even if the two of them were given a few guts, they would not dare to forcibly attack the array formation. Zichun was awakened and frowned. He knew that the flies had come, and his expression became extremely dissatisfied. Then, he stopped the cultivation technique and opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, Zichun found that the surrounding environment seemed to have changed. It was like spring had passed and autumn had come, and the leaves had turned yellow. Zichun closed his eyes again and calculated the time. After a while, he opened his eyes and said in confusion, "Is it the harvest season? But it's only been 5 months. The first sound was a sigh, but the second sound turned into a scream. This was because Zichun found that the law fruit trees, which were originally full of branches, had become bare in many places. Not to mention the law fruits, even the leaves were gone. The entire tree was glowing yellow. This was the rhythm of withering. *M. How could this be? Zichun's expression changed greatly. Obviously, he knew that he had made a big mistake. He looked around and saw that the other fruit trees were in the same situation. Zichun's expression became increasingly ugly. "Punching bag, come out. Hurry up and come out. You haven't come out for half a month. Could it be that you're stealing the law fruits?" The voices of the two people outside kept ringing. Zichun naturally did not steal the fruit, but would the two of them believe it when they saw this situation? Not to mention the two of them, even Zichun himself did not believe it. What should I do? Zichun was actually less flustered. Outside, the shouting and cursing started again. Zichun's eyes had a hint of killing intent. In the end, he hardened his heart and said, "Let's just go all out." Just as Zichun hardened his heart, an indifferent voice came from outside. "What are you doing here?" It was Aoda's voice. The two people outside were shocked and hurriedly saluted Aoda. Luoao said, "Sir, this punching bag has been inside for 5 months and has not come out. We are worried about what he is doing inside. What can he do? Aoda said discontentedly, not to mention 5 months, even 5 years or 50 years are possible. You don't need to worry. Hearing this, Chun Xiang hurriedly said, Sir is right. We are naturally not worried. It's just that Zichun has been here for 5 months, but he has never met the other people of the tribe. This clearly does not treat everyone as one of his own, as a family. This has a bad influence. Aoda could not help but frown when he heard this. Humph! At this moment, a cold snort came from behind the two. It was Zichun who had walked out of the restriction. Punching bag, you finally came out. Speak. What did you do inside? After the two saw Zichun, they asked in a questioning tone. Idiot, what was I doing? Of course, I was cultivating in seclusion. Why did you two disturb my cultivation? Zichun asked in a cold voice, his face full of dissatisfaction. Cultivating. The two looked at Zichun suspiciously, then looked at the restriction in front of them. Inside the restriction, the law fruit tree was still there, with many law fruits hanging on it, exuding a bright light. Aoda also glanced at the law fruits. After finding that there was no problem, he said indifferently to the two, next time, don't disturb other people's cultivation for no reason. Yes, Sir is right. It's just that we are looking for Zichun for something. What do you want from me? Zichun asked impatiently. Zichun, you have been here for 5 months, but you don't even know a single person. If you continue like this, you will be isolated. It just so happens that there will be a party tonight. We specially came to call you. Chun Xiang said with a smile. Zichun frowned when he heard this, but Aoda next to him said, What a coincidence, Zichun. I also came to call you and introduce you to a friend. After making such a big mistake, Zichun was naturally unwilling to leave this place, but since Aoda wanted to invite him, he couldn't refuse. He could only nod and say thank you. Chapter 1203. There were quite a number of people in the rich Python tribe. These people usually had their own missions, so they didn't know much about each other. Every half a year, the fertile Python tribe would have a symbolic gathering. Of course, this gathering was not mandatory, and they could not come. The purpose of the gathering was very simple. In addition to getting to know each other, it was to eat meat and drink wine. The meat was from the war beasts hunted by the virtual realm. This was unique to the Zhanwu continent. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't transform into human form, but they were very strong. Basically, to deal with the weakest soldier-level war beast, several virtual realm masters would need to work together. And the realm of a soldier-level war beast was only equivalent to Earth Prime. It could be said that every Earth Prime war beast could kill enemies above their level. After killing the war beast, the hardest material of the war beast would be sold outside. As for the meat, because it was not valuable, it would be kept for the gathering. The wine was of the worst quality, even worse than the one Aoda gave Zichun. One rule fragment could buy 10 bottles. But thinking about it, just 10 bottles of wine could be exchanged for half of an Earth Prime's life. This thing was still very precious. But even so, many people still couldn't drink such inferior wine. There were still many people looking forward to the half-yearly gathering. In the evening, a bonfire was raised and a group of cultivators gathered. There were more than 200 people at this gathering. Less than 100 of them were in the reality realm, and the rest were in the Earth Prime. When Zichun and Aoda arrived, the people here had already gathered in groups of 3 or 5. When they saw Aoda arrive, they all stood up with respectful expressions. But when they saw Zichun next to Aoda, their expressions became a little surprised. Who is this person? Why is he with Aoda? I've never seen him before. He should be a new Earth Prime. There were whispers all around. Aoda coughed softly and said, Let me introduce you. This is the new Zichun. Everyone, please take care of him in the future. As soon as Aoda's words fell, everyone's expression changed. They had been here for a long time, but they had never heard Aoda introduce a newcomer with the words, Take care of him. He's just a punching bag, Chun Xiang said coldly in the distance. On the other side, Jie Huan had also arrived. He introduced, These are also newcomers. This is Chen Xiang, Luo Ao, Zyth, Dirk, and Morrison. Gu Huan introduced 3 Emptiness Realm experts and 2 Earth Prime experts. Among the 6 people he brought this time, 5 of them followed behind Gu Huan. After the introductions, the party began. Zichun was pulled in front of a man by Otter. Zichun had seen this man once before. It was the same man who spoke to Otter before he entered the hall. "Jesse, this is the Zichun I told you about," Old introduced. Jesse was wearing a suit of armor and his aura was concealed. However, Zichun could still feel a strong aura coming from him. He was probably one of the few experts in the emptiness realm. "Greetings, sir," Zichun said respectfully. When Jesse heard this, he waved his hand and said, "Why are you calling me Lord? Since Aud brought you here, then we are family. Just call me Jesse from now on." "Is this appropriate?" Zichun hesitated. Beside him, Otter smiled and said, "There's nothing inappropriate about it. Just call him Jesse." Zichun nodded. Xing Daoli had said that in this world, no one could be trusted except for yourself. However, Zichun was very glad that he met Otter. This man was very good to him, and it could be seen that he had a good heart. In a world full of darkness and infighting, it was very rare for him to be able to maintain such a mentality. Of course, he was also a wonderful person. After that, the 3 of them drank wine together. The wine tasted very bad, even worse than the wine in the mortal world. However, Zichun felt very comfortable drinking it because he was in a good mood. "Do you feel that the wine tastes bad?" Jesse suddenly asked. Zichun shook his head and said, "No, it's good when I'm in a good mood." Jesse laughed when he heard this. "Haha, Aud was right. You are a wonderful person, a wonderful person." Zichun seemed to have let go of the wine. He laughed and said, "To be able to sit and drink with an Earth Prime like me, the 2 of you are wonderful people." The 2 of them were startled when they heard this. They looked at each other and then burst out laughing. The hearty laughter came out frequently, causing many people to look at them. At the same time, it also attracted many complicated gazes. Jesse turned his gaze back to the wine and said, "Those who live in this world are all cultivators, and they were also cultivators in the other world. They were even high and mighty and could get whatever they wanted. Naturally, they would not personally make wine. Therefore, this directly led to the fact that the entire Jiangwu continent's wine quality is extremely poor, but the price is ridiculously high." Pointing to the wine bottle in his hand, Jesse said, "This thing is actually brewed by us. It tastes bad, but it can still be sold for the price of 1 rule fragment or 10 bottles, which is equivalent to half of an Earth Prime's life." Zichun nodded. The things in this world were indeed wonderful. Wine was more precious than life. Aud also sighed and said, "Yes, this thing is extremely bad, but the price is not low. But thinking back, we lost a lot of people to get this recipe." Jesse drank the wine in the bottle in one gulp and said, "At that time, there were a total of 10 of us, called the 10 Brothers. We went to the Black Tribe to rob something. We got it, but only 5 of the 10 brothers survived. The 2 of them were reminiscing about the past. There were only 5 of us left, but in the end, 2nd brother and 4th brother also left." Looking at the bonfire in front of him, Aud was a little absent-minded. After a moment, he adjusted his mood and asked, "3rd brother, why did 2nd brother and 4th brother leave?" Jesse's expression became gloomy. He shook his head and said, "I'm not too sure about this, but it is said that it is because of Inger, 2nd sister-in-law." Aud was startled. Jesse shook his head and said, "I don't know the details. It's just my guess." Aud's expression changed several times, but in the end, he fell silent. "Punching bag, so you are here." Suddenly, a voice sounded from not far away. Zichun, who was drinking and listening to the others' reminiscence and gossip, was startled. He immediately turned around. Jesse and Aud also turned around. Their expressions had returned to normal. "Punching bag, it's me." Luoao came forward with wine, and me, punching bag. An emptiness realm expert came forward. "It has been 5 months since we parted. Punching bag. I miss you." Chun Xiang also came over with a smile. He glanced at Zichun with disdain, then looked at Jesse and Aud and said respectfully, "Greetings, lords. We are here to reminisce with Zichun." Aud nodded expressionlessly. Jesse, on the other hand, was very interested. He asked, "Of course we can reminisce, but I don't understand. He is clearly called Zichun. So why do you call him punching bag? Chun Xiang's interest was piqued when he heard this. Moreover, this was also the purpose of his visit. So he said, Lords, you may not know, but when he first came, he looked like he was being bullied. Moreover, the Lord Leader also said that he was a punching bag, the kind that did not fight back and did not talk back when scolded. After wantonly making up Zichun, Chun Xiang inadvertently looked at the wine of the two lords and said in surprise, punching bag, you are drinking with the two lords. Why don't you take out the good wine you have? Good wine? What good wine? Jesse asked. Monkey wine, very mellow. We have never tasted it before, but we have smelled it from afar. Almost all of us are drunk just by smelling it. Unfortunately, Punching Bag contributed this wine to Lord Leader, so we can't drink it. This time, it was Luoao who spoke. Zichun said indifferently, there is no more wine. You can leave. Moreover, we don't seem to be familiar with each other, so you can't control what wine I drink. They did not expect that Punching Bag would not give them any face today, and even dare to refute. The faces of several people became a little ugly. Jesse looked at Zichun and asked, Zichun, you really have monkey wine? Zichun nodded and said, there is one more. Chun Xiang heard and shouted, you are lying. You just said there is no more. You dare to deceive Lord Leader. Zichun coldly glanced at Chun Xiang and said indifferently, Scram. Chun Xiang's face changed again, and he was furious. However, after meeting Zichun's cold gaze, his heart trembled, and then he abruptly stopped what he was going to say. Jesse turned around and looked at the 5 people with ugly faces, and said jokingly, he already asked the 5 of you to scram. Why are you still not leaving? The faces of the 5 people became even more ugly, but they did not dare to be rude. After bowing, they left. Of course, when they left, the 5 people's eyes were filled with hatred. Regarding this, Zichun slightly frowned, but he quickly shook his head. No matter what Jesse's words meant, it was not a big deal. It was just an emptiness realm expert. It was not like he had not killed one before. After the 5 of them left, Jesse looked at Zichun, who didn't seem to care at all. He laughed and said, Zichun, we're all friends. How could you hide something from us? That's too much. Zichun shook his head and said, this is not hiding it, but I feel that it has a bad influence. After all, there are so many people here, and we are the only ones who drink good wine. Who cares what influence it has? Let me tell you. In this world, the only influence is one's fist, strength, and battle power. Whoever has the biggest fist and the strongest strength is the boss. Not to mention me. Even if you have the strength, go challenge Big Brother today and defeat him, then the position of patriarch will be yours. In this world, there are no rules. Strength determines everything, Jesse said. Zichun heard this and smiled bitterly. I naturally know this, but I don't have the strength, so shouldn't I be more low-key? Jesse said with a mocking smile. Low-key, sitting with us, it is impossible for you to be low-key, and, according to my observation, you don't look like a low-key person. Well, I was successfully provoked by you. Zichun smiled, then threw out 2 bottles of monkey wine, and took out one for himself. In the distance, after seeing this scene, a cold smile appeared on Jie Huan's face. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.